30, 35 down the sidelines to the 40, makes a move to the 45, the 50, he's to the 40, he could go, he's to the 25, the 20, they dive at him, they miss him, he's in the end zone, touchdown!
Launches the throw down toward the goal line, going up, ball tipped in the air, caught, touchdown!
Reverses his field, got a block from Pittman, going deep, got a man in the end zone, touchdown!
It's a man's game tonight now, you know that. Everybody watching tonight.
And welcome everybody once again to Undefined Radio on the Big Uglies right here on undefinedradio.com. Appreciate you guys and gals tuning in tonight too of the NFL draft as we get started. Getting this draft done. We had the first round last night. We have rounds 2 and 3 tonight, which means there will be a lot to talk about. That means there's going to be a ton of people coming off this board in quick fashion. Last night we had about 10 minutes between picks. We won't have quite that long tonight.
Right. So the time between picks is going to go down today. And it's going to go down even more tomorrow. So we're going to see a lot of quicker paced action, which is why they can do 2 rounds in one night. And tomorrow why they can do 4 rounds in a day.
Oh, yeah.
Although it will be extensive tomorrow. I mean, they're going to start in the morning. It'll go to the early evening.
Yeah, now we will not be covering tomorrow's stuff right here. So there will be that. We won't be doing that. So just be ready. It's going to be an interesting night of football tonight. Talking about because this can change the course of a football team.
Absolutely.
The seasons to come, the franchise itself. Who knows what you're going to find during these rounds? So it's a lot of fun.
We got some guys who have already been victims of injury. Guys that have first round grades on them that have already started to slip down, gotten down into the second round. A guy like Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Guy who was considered the best linebacker or second best linebacker, depending on who you talk to.
Yeah.
But he got flagged for a medical. Probably definitely a top 15 player. He's an undersized linebacker. He's 6'2", 220. But you can play him in that hybrid linebacker safety role, dime linebacker in passing situations, or you can put him as a safety on rundowns. However you want to go with him. And then Azeez Ojulari, he got flagged for a knee issue. So that's why he dropped out of the first round, especially as an edge rusher. It's kind of hard to come off the edge if you can't generate any power.
It really is. And so we're going to be talking about those guys. Where will they go tonight? We look for them to go pretty early tonight, actually. I mean, you're just not going to let talent like that just keep sliding.
Right.
So you can look for them to be picked. Now, before we get started with any of that stuff, if you have not liked our Undefined Radio Facebook page, please do that. Give it a like, give it a share. Same thing with our Undefined Radio YouTube page. We're consistently trying to promote and push that page and really expand it because we really have to do that. So if you'll go over to YouTube, type in Undefined Radio in the search bar, it'll take you to our Undefined Radio page. Give that thing a subscription. Hit that notification bell, give us a like and a follow there, and help us get the word out. It really does. Not asking for any monies or any type of thing like that, but it's amazing what just a like and a follow and a subscription will do for the channel. Help us grow Undefined Radio. Keep bringing you all this content. Remember, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock from 9 to 11, you got the local yokels right here on undefinedradio.com. And look, those are not the only places you can get the Undefined Radio. You can do it on the Undefined Radio app. Which you can get on the Google Play Store, the iTunes App Store. You can listen to it through your Alexa device or your Siri device. And you can just go to undefinedradio.com if you want to and type it in there. There are so many ways to find Undefined Radio. We've got great content, music 24/7, multi-genre music. We've got talk radio, which is what you get with the local yokel show, Johnny Pace in the morning, Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. in the morning. The Undefined Radio lunch show is coming back. It's just a lot of good stuff. We have the ranting on Sundays, and we have bottom card booking on Monday nights. We're adding new shows, so it's going to be a fun time. We appreciate you guys coming on board for the ride that is Undefined Radio as we continue to grow and help grow within our communities, which is pretty important to us and what Undefined Radio was founded on. Now, having said all of that,
we're about 10 minutes away
10 minutes out
from the start of round 2. Of course, the thing that might be even overshadowing the night 1 of the NFL draft is this bizarre story with Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, yeah, man.
Now, supposedly this whole situation's been devolving over a few years, but now it's gotten to such a contentious place that Rodgers has told his teammates he is not coming back unless the Packers absolutely make it to where this situation is preferable to Aaron, whatever
That's
that might
right.
mean, or trade him. And if they absolutely refuse to do either of those two things, he has said that he is completely okay with retiring.
How insane is that? That is so crazy right there, too.
To have the reigning NFL MVP just walk away from the game
Yeah, just say I'm
with
done.
plenty left in the tank.
Done with all of you. And he does. That's the thing, too. It's funny because we were talking about earlier. We were talking about this whole pretentious little tweet that they put out. Somebody put out there about Green Bay and their quarterbacks over the years.
Right.
About they haven't had a quarterback able to get past 16 years. I'm like, such a tragedy.
Yeah, right. You've had
Bart
three
Starr,
Hall of Fame
16.
quarterbacks that could only play 16 years in Green Bay.
Yeah, I feel
Poor pitiful Green Bay fans and their 48 years of success.
exactly. I swear, it's just ridiculous.
Come on, guys.
It is ridiculous right now. I mean, come on. Why would you put out a tweet like that? That is 48 years worth of having a Hall of Fame quarterback guide your franchise.
But it's ESPN. They gotta
come up with something.
They gotta come with their clickbait material.
That's what they do. If JC's a good man, he'll donate those long locks to a worthy cause, such as me.
That is not true. I will not do that.
Nope. Don't blame me. I did that one.
I like my
once upon
hair
a
is
time.
exactly where it is. It's actually not to where I want it at all. So it's got to keep growing. It's got to stay here for a little while.
Yep. Maybe one day.
Yeah, maybe.
I did one.
Don't count on it.
It happens time to time. You can do it. You can do it. I can't wait, though. I think tonight's going to be there's a lot of good stuff happening in the draft tonight. So it just depends on who's going to fall where. Speaking of, we can run through some of the top picks. What were your biggest surprises last night?
Well, before I knew about the injury, JOK slipping down, I mean, that was wild. Of course, Trayvon Moore, the safety out of TCU, I really thought he'd go late in round one, but I still thought he would go because he is the absolute top dog at his position. He's a great cover 4 safety, and I mean, you can argue that possibly his success came because of Ardarius Washington, who's his fellow safety in that TCU defense. Ardarius would do a lot of things that created a lot of opportunity for Trayvon to either capitalize on the ball or the ball carrier. But Trayvon is far and away the best safety in this class. Still being here at the top of round 2 is an absolute gem. Now, I thought, I knew there was a chance, but I wasn't fully surprised that Asante Samuel Jr. is still hanging around. Although he won't hang around very long. He might go to number 37 tonight to the Eagles.
That's what people keep saying. I hope not.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, but hey, his dad played for him. We might see that first father-son duo to play for the same team. But as far as some edge rushers to keep your eyes on, like Ronnie Perkins is still out there right now, the edge out of Oklahoma. You also have all of the interior defensive linemen. Every single D tackle that was available going in this draft is still here. There's Christian Barmore. The big concern with him is motor, as far as, or not even motor, effort. That's really what it is. He takes plays off. Also, you don't know if he's one of those guys who is always going to be on time to team meetings and things like that. But, if you're not okay with Christian Barmore, Levi Onwuzurike, the defensive tackle from Washington, is another great guy to keep your eye on. Barmore is more of a 1 technique, whereas Onwuzurike is a 3 technique. But it all depends on what your team needs are. Chef Williams here. What are the chances that the Jaguars take Elijah Moore to pair up with Trevor Lawrence? I would say it's likely. They could still use – they've done a lot with the receiver position over the last few years, but it's still a need.
Yes.
They took Laviska Shenault. They still have they also took Colin Johnson. But if they put Elijah Moore in there, if you really believe in Trevor Lawrence and you're going to make him the franchise, go ahead and give that dude as much as you can to succeed. They also need some offensive linemen. So I don't know if I would necessarily go wide receiver in round 2, just because Tevin Jenkins, who is a first-round graded offensive tackle, is still on the board. Get somebody in there that can block Trevor Lawrence's blind side, keep him upright. And that's one of the biggest things for any quarterback, is being able to stay on his feet.
Yeah, and with these new quarterbacks coming in, we saw this with Joe Burrow last season, and Cincinnati decided they didn't need to keep him upright again this season.
Yeah, well,
But it's just going to be interesting to see.
they're
And I wonder, though,
they're picking at 6 tonight.
I figure they go
pick
offensive
38,
lineman.
So they still have a chance to get there. And I think that has to be their thought process, right? Because they're going into it, they're like, we can take the best receiver in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Give Joe Burrow the absolute best weapon available, but there's still enough depth at the offensive tackle position that we can still go in there in the second round and get a guy. Now, I don't think they expected a guy like Tevin Jenkins to be available, but Liam Eichenberg from Notre Dame is also a great second-round talent tackle. Also, Sam Cosmi from Texas. You can make an argument for Dylan Radunes, although I think that's really where your third-round grades on the offensive line start happening. But because it's a premier position, with being an offensive tackle, they might reach on him.
Yeah, I think you're right. And so I just think it's going to be interesting to see where, like, some of these teams, when you look at their need, right, and then what they've gone with. You got Atlanta picking third tonight, Miami, and let's see if I can find those player list again, especially on this draft board, with who is still here. All right, let's go, buddy. So we got.
Also, I talked about this guy last night, thinking that he would go in the first round, but I think teams didn't take him in the first round for the same reason I wouldn't have, and that's his history of injuries. Dude was hurt every single year of his college career. When he's on the field and he's healthy, outstanding, tremendous talent. He has round 1 talent and round 1 ability, and he's proven it. But what he can't prove is that he can survive a college football season, let alone an NFL season.
And that's going to be much more brutal.
Many more games, far more rigorous.
Oh, yeah. Everything's bigger at the NFL level.
Mr. Williams also says, I'm thinking that the Cowboys target a cornerback at pick 44 as long as they have one that they like that's available.
I think that or safety.
Yes. You are going to see the Cowboys take a corner tonight.
If for some reason Samuel's available, I think that's their pick.
May not be in round 2. I would love for it to be round 2, but it's got to be the right guy. You don't want to reach. But also, the Cowboys, they have a tendency to not take smaller corners.
That's right.
Right? So, if they want the biggest corner in the draft, Iafatu Melifonwu, the younger brother of Obi Melifonwu, he's available. This dude is 6'3" tall. I think he's about 220 pounds.
Yeah.
And he's playing corner.
That's right.
At that size.
So we can stack up on the outside.
I apologize. He's not 220. He's 205. I got Divine Diablo.
That's right. That's who we were talking about last night anyway.
The safety from Virginia Tech. But Melifonwu, 6'2.5", 6'3", whatever you want to call him. 205, 32-inch arms. Although he does have slightly smaller hands. But he was a stud at Syracuse. His brother went in the first round, but according to everyone, he's actually a much better football player than his brother. So if Dallas wants to roll with the big corner mentality, I think that's what Dan Quinn did out in Seattle.
Yeah, Legion of Boom, baby.
Richard Sherman's a tall corner. Brandon Browner was a tall corner. Some other guys to look for the Cowboys to be targeting in the second round, Tyson Campbell. You would think that Eric Stokes would have still been there in the second round.
Yeah, that was kind of.
But Green Bay took him at the end of the first.
Should made Aaron Rodgers even happier.
There's Kelvin Joseph. By all accounts, Kelvin Joseph, super talented dude. Started his college career at LSU, ended it at Kentucky. But you want to talk about character concerns? Kelvin Joseph left 2 different programs in college football, and both coaching staffs were more than happy to see him walk out of the door.
Yeah, that should tell you everything. That should tell you everything.
Ability's there. He's just not necessarily a great teammate, I'm guessing.
Chef says, I'd like to see the Colts take Samuel Cosmi out of Texas at left tackle. I feel like with his athleticism, he'd excel with the Colts' zone run scheme.
He is a super athletic offensive lineman. He's just not very fundamentally sound. That's the big catch with Cosmi, and it hurts me as a
As a Texas
Longhorn
fan,
fan growing up. So that hurts me to say about Cosme, but it's the truth. He is a redshirt junior, so I mean he's 22 years old. Graduated there at Texas. He's we've seen this kind of with Texas linemen in the past coming into the NFL or recent past. Now you talk about some old guys, you had some studs, but Cosme is 6'6", 314 pounds. He's got 10 1/4 inch hands and 33-inch arms. Now Cosme, he did redshirt his first year with the Longhorns because he came in to college football only being 260 pounds. Only 260.
Yeah, poor guy.
But he is constantly getting all Big 12 honors. He caught a touchdown against West Virginia in 2019, so he's got some hands on him if you want to run some crazy goal line sets. And Cosme started the first 8 games at left tackle last season before opting out for the remainder of the season. Here's the thing with Cosme. Cosme may not necessarily play tackle at the NFL level. He could be a guard. If the Colts want to kick him to right guard, they're obviously not going to move Quentin Nelson. Why would you?
Yeah, really.
But if they like him at tackle, they could put him out there either left or right tackle to help add some, not necessarily add some depth, but to really solidify the strength of that Colts offense, which is the offensive line. Guys, we are now past the 6 o'clock marker, so the NFL draft round 2 is officially underway.
Here we go. It's gonna be fun.
So they're giving us their typical promo package that they usually put together, talking about whatever city they're in. What are your thoughts on that, Chad? Now they've been doing this for a few years now, but growing up it was Radio City Music Hall in New York City every single year.
I like that they go to different cities and do it.
And now they're traveling.
I think it's fun. I think it adds to, these are long nights anyway when you're doing this, so they have to add some flair to it. Well, they don't have to, but they do. Like last night with the stupid chair thing, which I did not like. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just thought that was
it's because people talked about it last year that they thought this was going to be a great idea with a live audience, and it wasn't.
And we'll just put a random person in a chair that looks stupid just sit there in a chair on the stage as I walk past them.
Sit here awkwardly for an uncomfortable amount of time.
Sure, this will be a lot of fun. Let's just do that.
But Micah Parsons almost recorded his very first NFL tackle last night.
It was close. He almost took out the commish.
He was about to take out Roger Goodell.
He would have become everybody's favorite player last night for sure.
Oh, without question.
Does Cosme have the capability of starting in the NFL at left tackle on day one? If the coach drafted him, he'd be the best left tackle they have. As a Cowboys fan, would you trust him as your left tackle?
I don't know if he would necessarily start day one, but if you're taking a guy in round 2, then you better hope he can play day one. I think he's still got a little bit to learn as far as technique goes.
Absolutely.
Playing with proper fundamentals. His aggressiveness and his movement's there. But it's the fundamentals that'll help him win against some of these edge rushers in the NFL that I'm not completely certain about. But, if you're the Colts, you can probably plug and play him. Of course, he has Quentin Nelson there beside him to help, so it's not like that would be necessarily a bad thing for Cosme. As a Cowboys fan, though, I would not start Samuel Cosme because I have Tyron Smith and Leo Collins.
That's right.
And they're not going anywhere until one of them inevitably gets hurt.
That's right.
Because that's going to happen, too. So
and you're hoping by that time he will play.
Cowboys. He just would not be the day one starter.
That's right. Unless, we're not going to jinx that, but yes, possible.
But guys we've talked about a few of these. Christian Barmore, defensive tackle, Alabama, still available. Edge rusher, Ronnie Perkins. Quinn, I can never pronounce this dude's last name. Miners. But he's from the University of Wisconsin Whitewater. Have you seen his videos?
No.
Floating around social media? So he's just, I guess guys in Wisconsin have nothing to do but play with,
man.
but
Lots
to
of
play
cheese
with
and snow.
Well, just to play with trees, apparently. So he released a video of him running through the woods and tackling a tree. Of course, going up a tree and practicing popping his hands with his hand placement techniques, shuffling across the ground, picking up logs and running with them, and just that kind of country strong strength that you would expect from someone from Wisconsin.
But that's pretty cool too. I want a country strong dude. Give me somebody like that who just used to shoving things around. I'm all about that. I think that's cool. You see Zeke's video?
I did. I liked it. Like what I said.
Much better than watching what Zeke did last year.
Right. But that's the thing for Zeke. If you're a Cowboys fan out there, Ezekiel Elliott, his yards per carry have gone down every single season that he has played in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Which, granted, it was a really high his first 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
But it has regressed, rather, every single year.
Last year didn't surprise me at all with all the injuries and stuff that they had and
last year was
stacking the box. It was just going to be bad. But he still had a great year last year. That's what people don't seem to understand is even through all that adversity, Zeke still performed well last year. But what we're used to versus what we got is the big thing, especially when you're spoiled with how good these dudes are when they come into the league and they're doing all that. It's the same thing can be said with LVE, and then we're talking about Jalen Smith now that Micah Parsons is in there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And it's like, well, those guys are just not that good. I'm like, they were really good. They had bad seasons too, but LVE's missed 13 games for injury in the last 2 seasons.
He's almost missed a full season in his 3 seasons.
That's
that he's
right.
been in the league.
So
now, Jalen Smith did play some bad football last year. He had some moments, but he also played a lot of bad football.
Yes, he did. And out of position, I mean, just getting – I'm hoping that –
it's like they told him to freelance, but he didn't understand exactly
what that means.
The area where he should freelance.
I'm really hoping that Micah Parsons injects new life into that. I got a feeling that he will. Listen to that dude's press conference today, the introductory press conference. Oh, dude.
If y'all haven't checked it, you can go to the Cowboys website.
Even if you're not a Cowboys fan, just that to me, that's the kind of player you want.
Micah Parsons' introductory press conference.
Oh, yeah.
Because dude killed it.
Oh, he crushed it.
He was very personable.
Yeah.
Super funny. You can
very self-aware.
You can tell this guy understands the situations that he's in and can handle it well. Which that was a big question for me, was his maturity issues.
Yeah, and that was the big question, period. Because when we got that pick last night, I was like, oh, okay, this is gonna be interesting. I tell you what, after his presser today, I'm sold on the kid.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now Nick says he would love to see Asante Samuel Jr. follow the Cowboys, and believe me, I would too. But 2 things are a problem with that. One, the Eagles pick at number 5, and his father played for the Eagles. And the other problem is that the Cowboys don't like small corners.
No.
They do not like them.
No, they don't.
Asante Samuel, I am.
That's
they
right.
Do not like short corners,
they do not.
Man.
They don't. They're going. I think, especially with Dan Quinn being at the, I think they'll go after maybe Diablo. And you got him. You've got.
But the thing
we
with
just talked
Diablo
about, dude.
is, if you're going to take Diablo, it's probably going to be pick 99. If it's not 99, you're praying that he's there at 115.
But I think they have an opportunity to get some big old boys.
Yeah, but I
think they will.
I like Tyson Campbell.
I do too.
As far as the corner situation goes,
I think that could be one that falls to him.
I like Cam Sample. He's an edge rusher, but I don't know if I like him tonight. I feel like it might be a reach. A guy that they're not talking about to the Cowboys or to any team. I think this guy is very undervalued for all NFL teams, especially ones that are in need of a defensive tackle. I'm talking about Marvin Wilson out of Florida State.
Absolutely.
Yes, his tape last year was bad, but you know what?
A lot of people's was last year.
Everyone's tape on Florida State was bad.
That's right.
The coaching staff was
bad.
Everything about Florida State has been rather unfortunate the last few years.
Exactly.
But if you go back before last season, 2 years before that, who was the best defensive tackle in college football?
Drew Pearson, look at that, baby. Sorry.
Well, Drew Pearson was not the best defensive
Hall of
tackle
Famer,
in
baby.
college football.
Love that.
But it was Marvin Wilson.
Yes.
He was, without question, the best defensive tackle in college football the 2 years prior to last season. So I don't think that Marvin Wilson just magically fell off a cliff.
No, definitely
all the ability,
not.
all the talent, it's still there. It's just you need a coaching staff that's going to bring it out of him.
Exactly.
So whoever gets him, like, if of course I'm a Cowboys fan, so I want him as that 3rd round steal. We've got 3 picks in the 3rd round.
Yep.
So I would love one of those to be Marvin Wilson, unless a better defensive tackle happens to fall, and then I'll gladly take them.
Well, I'm hoping so, and I believe that. I think they'll have a good pick here at 44. They could move up. It depends on what they're really searching for. But anybody they take at 44, I think is going to be a gem right there. They're in a great position.
You're getting a top 50 player.
That's right.
Any way
So
you slice it.
yeah, and there will be a player there in need. Last night, everybody was talking about, well, they did them wrong. Denver did them wrong taking who they took last night. Was that really Denver's best option? And look,
Yeah.
that's debatable depending on what they need. I mean, they're telling us they're going to ride Drew Lock out with whatever they're going to do there. That's fine, but I tell you what, I'm so happy with the pick we got last night. I'm just not that upset about
Denver's trying to recreate what got them to Super Bowl 50.
Exactly.
And that was an underwhelming quarterback because Peyton Manning was on his last legs.
That's right.
They even benched him for Brock Osweiler, for God's sakes. But they weren't giving up passing yards because their secondary was spectacular.
Yes.
You know, Aqib Talib, they had Chris Harris. Now they've signed Ronald Darby. They've got who's the corner that they brought over? There was another one that they brought over with Ronald Darby. But also now they got Pat Surtain.
Yep.
You know, that's
it's not a bad
that's
deal
a
out
solid
there.
trio of
It
corners,
is.
You know, and that's a recipe for success. Offense wins games, defense wins championships.
Yep.
And that's just how that is. So I don't think the Broncos did Dallas dirty, but what they did was made their football team better.
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
You know, Denver's not worried about Dallas. They're not studying Dallas.
No.
They have Dallas does not concern them. They have to do what's best for their team. What was best for their team was taking the best defensive player available at a position of need. Although you could argue Micah Parsons was the best defensive player in this draft, and they need linebackers because Von Miller's aging.
Yes.
He's 33. He's on the last year of a really expensive deal. I think he's making like $17 million this year. He's an under-restricted free agent next year. The Broncos could franchise tag him. I don't think they will because they don't want to pay that much money for a 34-year-old linebacker at that point.
No. So and that's what I'm saying, though. But I think, you know, but that was going to be my whole point was people were talking about how Denver did Dallas dirty. I'm like, dude, I think they actually did Dallas a favor. Just because Sean Lee is retiring, the poor performance last year, not being able to stop the run last year, I think Micah Parsons solves a lot of issues right there in the middle of that defense, and I think that's going to be a huge help. And once again, just after listening to this kid and actually studying, because I didn't do a whole lot of studying on Micah Parsons, that's my bad because this kid is nothing but stellar. He's a stud.
Absolutely.
And he has been, people are like, well, you know, and they say this about a few players. Well, they opted out. And you can hear people using that a lot when they're talking to him. Opting out. He opted. I'm like, dude, you see this dude's workout?
Oh, it's
His
tremendous.
this dude is in shape.
This dude is a linebacker that's pushing 250 pounds, and he runs a I think it was either a 4.36 or a 4.38 40-yard dash. Like
Exactly.
That's the stuff of nightmares for offensives.
That's what I'm saying. It's insane what this dude can do.
Now, Nick says the Jaguars should just redraft Tebow so that that egomaniac can get the attention he wants, and Urban Meyer and Tim Tebow can recreate their love connection. Funny story, Tim Tebow actually had I don't know if he had the workout or if he was trying to get a workout with the Jaguars as a tight end.
Yep. I'd be interested to see where that goes after the draft. Because it's not like Tim Tebow's in awful shape. This dude is a beast still.
Yeah, like he's still been playing professional sports. Still in shape. This could have extended his football career if he had made this move, years and years and years ago instead of stubbornly trying to be a quarterback. But we could possibly see Tebow Mania back in the NFL, just in a different position.
You could really do it, and if he can, as long as he can add to your team and not just add media coverage to your team, that's worth doing.
Which he will add media coverage, so if that's important to you, selling tickets and boosting revenue.
And in Jacksonville, they probably need the revenue boost. There's been a lot of talk about that over the last few years.
Because Shad Khan is financing a pro football team, a pro soccer team, and now a wrestling company.
There you go.
He's got to have that revenue rolling in.
And COVID-19 was not his friend.
No, it wasn't, because they just launched AEW when the pandemic broke out, and they had to stop selling tickets because you weren't allowed to gather socially.
Yep, exactly.
See, trying to think of there was a certain guy that I was surprised was still there. I think he was a corner. So, of course, we saw Pat Surtain, J.C. Horn, Greg Newsom, and Caleb Farley all go.
Mm-hmm.
Guys that we thought would be first-round guys. And then we saw Eric Stokes sneak into the first round. But Tyson Campbell, I talked about him. Iafatu Melifonwu, we talked about him. Kelvin Joseph talked about him. Elijah Molden, that's who it was. So Elijah Molden is listed as a corner in the draft, although he really projects more to being a safety. He's an undersized guy. However, he can play slot corner if you need him to, so he can play the nickel. However, I think he would have more success from that safety spot. And, the Washington has really turned out some defensive football players that have made their way into the NFL in the last few years, especially in the secondary. So, Elijah Bolden's only 5'9", 192 pounds, only 29-inch arms and 9.5-inch hands.
Here's how bad, though, Jacksonville has been. And this is why they're trying to do, I think, everything. This is why they got Travis Etienne last night along with Trevor Lawrence, is because this team had 10-plus losses in 8 of the last 10 seasons?
They also went to an AFC championship game.
Hilarious. It's hilarious. None of they've chosen 6 times in the top 10 over the last few years, and none of those guys are on the roster anymore. None of them. This is how inept that organization's been.
Yeah, I mean, they've done a bad job. They tried to prioritize. Blake Bortles was their first mistake.
Yep.
Shouldn't have put your priorities there. Like, if I've got Blake Bortles and I've got Jalen Ramsey, I'm going to back Jalen Ramsey on that one all day, every day.
And anytime you're trying to rehash somebody else's leftovers, especially at the quarterback position, that's never a good recipe. It is a very rare thing that ever works out. The only time I can ever remember in that working out real well.
Oh, the pick is in for Jacksonville.
Here we go. It'll be Steve Young going from the Bucks to the 49ers.
Yeah.
Right. He was not good in Tampa Bay.
Right.
Well, it was horrible. The whole organization, horrible, right? Everything was trash.
Yeah. Although they had some sweet uniforms.
The creamsicle. That's what they look like.
Supposedly the NFL was supposed to be looking into eliminating the single helmet rule, where you can only have one color helmet.
Yeah.
And I thought they were supposed to be doing that going into this year, but I don't think it's happened. I haven't heard anyone talk about it. But if they were to bring that back, and where teams could have multiple helmets, you could see like the Eagles' old Kelly Green uniforms. You can see the creamsicle uniforms. I want Pat Patriot back.
That'd be fun.
Like, that's one of my favorite throwbacks is the Patriots one with the white helmet with Pat Patriot, down. Plus, using the red and blue jerseys are super cool. Really like those. Also like the Cowboys' old Thanksgiving throwbacks with the white helmets.
Jaguars already had a rookie running back last season that led the league in rushing before he got injured late in the season, so why draft Etienne? I think this is also where – because me and JC kind of talked about this earlier, but I also think part of that is – you got Urban Meyer back over there.
Random fans in the recliner again.
Oh, my God. They're going to go that the whole draft.
Well, here comes the Jaguars selection. Duval.
Hi, Mom.
With the 33rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Tyson Campbell.
All right. Tyson Campbell, the corner out of Georgia, is the very first
There you
player
go.
taken in the second round. Of course, this
That's the guy we were talking about, too.
absolutely hurts the Cowboys.
It does. I was not hoping that dude would go so early.
Yeah, so the Georgia actually has 3 corners in this draft.
You're about to see
Eric
him run.
Stokes last night, Tyson Campbell today, and I think the other guy's DJ Daniel, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So there's a lot of corners. They also have a few safeties, like Richard LeCount is one of them that's going to go. But Tyson Campbell is a guy who's a little bit slept on as far as Georgia talents go. But with Tyson Campbell's success, was it put on largely by how good Eric Stokes is? That's one of those
possible.
things that you have to counterbalance. Of course, there's a lot of just really ridiculous talent on that Georgia defense.
If Jacksonville only had another great corner to pair him with, man, could you imagine if they'd had somebody like that?
A Jalen Ramsey?
Oh, if that's exactly like a Jalen Ramsey, man, what they could have done.
But Jacksonville has another pick coming up right after Dallas. Maybe they take another corner.
They probably will. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it now.
But Tyson Campbell, he's 6'1", 193 pounds. Now, he's the 3-year starter at Georgia. Campbell lined up at left corner in head coach Kirby Smart's 3-3-5 base scheme, seeing time inside and outside. So he came in with SEC-ready talent.
Yep.
He earned a starting job from day one in Athens, and he was an up-and-down performer, though, for the Bulldogs over the last 3 seasons. Now, Campbell looks straight out of central casting with his height, his length, and his speed. He displays the athletic ability to choke passing lanes and stay in phase with different types of route runners. Now, despite all the physical talent in the world, he doesn't always play confident, and opponents were not afraid to throw at him. He saw 93 targets in college and only had 11 passes defended to show for it. So overall, Campbell has a rare and raw combination of high-end traits that could develop him into an NFL starting press man corner, but he does struggle to consistently find and make plays on the football, and that's a glaring hole in his game. So he will require patience at the next level and projects as a high-risk, high-reward NFL prospect. Dane Brugler had a second-round grade on him, which is where he is. However, Dane Brugler had him as the 55th overall player. And he goes here at 33 to the Jaguars.
Yeah.
Of course, the New York Jets are on the clock. They got their quarterback of the future.
They did.
They got Zach Wilson. And they also got an offensive lineman in Elijah Vera Tucker to block for him and try to keep him upright.
So now they'll get Elijah Moore to throw to him out there.
It's a distinct possibility.
He's still on the board.
They could use weapons. That was one thing. They added Corey Davis this offseason, but they could still use more because they've just never really had it. That's why Sam Darnold's not in New York anymore.
Exactly.
They had Robbie Anderson briefly and then got rid of him.
But
I'm not the biggest Robbie Anderson fan on the planet either. Although they did add Tevin Coleman, the running back, who's played previously at Atlanta and San Francisco. Big fan of his game. Of course, they lost Brashad Perryman, but who cares because, it's Brashad Perryman.
Well, there you go.
But getting back to Nick's question, he was talking about, with the success that James Robinson had last season, and he was an undrafted rookie.
Sure.
Why do you draft Travis Etienne in the first
I think
round?
it goes about putting your stamp on the team. You're a college coach coming over there. You're doing this. These two are proven teammates together. They're comfortable together, and I think that's the only reason why this is done. I don't think you have to get any bigger looking at it than that. I think it's just that simple.
Personally, I think Etienne would have been there at this pick.
Oh, I agree with you, 100%. 100%.
I feel like he would have been there at 33. Maybe Buffalo would have taken him. Maybe Tampa Bay would have taken him.
Possibly.
Those two teams there at the end of the first round would have possibly taken him. Although I don't think they would have.
I don't think so either, dude.
Just because Tampa Bay doesn't really have a need. I think Buffalo's kind of in on the guys that they took last year.
I think so, too. I really would have thought Etienne would have still been here.
I think they really just wanted the fifth-year option.
I think so, too.
I think that's the thing. If he is
get the most out of the running back.
And just because you have Etienne doesn't mean you have to take James Robinson off the field.
No, it's true.
You can run two-back sets and have both of them out there at the same time.
Yes. It's all going to depend on how creative they want to give. I think it comes down to comfort factor, and Trevor Lawrence knows Etienne.
Yeah,
he knows how he plays. He knows what's going to happen. He knows where he's going to be. He feels comfortable with him. I honestly believe it's that easy. Look, Etienne's a proven commodity at the college level, so you're not getting someone you don't know. We've seen plenty of tape on him in big games. So you know his composure. You know what kind of person you're getting. So it was an easy pick for him, really.
But with Travis Etienne, it looks like they're up to announce the pick. Elijah Moore.
There he goes. There he goes right there.
So, Ole Miss wide receiver Elijah Moore to the New York Jets at pick 34 in the 2021 NFL Draft.
Yeah, I think this is a good pick for the Jets.
It is. We talked about their need for a playmaker because they just haven't had one in quite a while. And the fact that Lavernius Coles, former Jets great wide receiver, actually got to announce the pick of another wide receiver.
That's right.
Is tremendous. Junior, I hope you're watching, buddy, because this is the guy you've been talking
Yeah.
about this entire time.
Yeah.
Oh, and there he is. About time.
That's right. And look,
So-
it may not win the first round, but this is still we're talking about very high second pick of the second round,
Absolutely.
and it's a great fit
You
for
got
him.
your quarterback, you got your offensive lineman, now you get your wide receiver. Now, Elijah Moore, he is only 5'9", he's 178 pounds. He's basically a slot
Yes.
wide receiver. However, the
Speedy,
damage that he can do in the
hands.
slot is ridiculous.
Exactly.
So he was a 3-year starter at Ole Miss. He was a high-volume slot and backfield target in Lane Kiffin's up-tempo offensive spread scheme this past year. He thrived in quick underneath throws or also jet sweeps, screens, slants, etc. And he took advantage of being force-fed the football, leading the SEC in catches with 10.8 catches per game and receiving yards with 149.1 per game in 2020.
He's doing this in the SEC, folks.
Right, against the best defenses.
That's right.
So Moore plays fast, he's decisive, he's dependable, and he can be used as a matchup receiver in space, tracking the ball and making defenders miss. He was more of a specialty receiver in college, and he has plenty to prove as a downfield target in the NFL. So overall, Elijah Moore doesn't have the tape of a well-rounded receiver, but he is super athletic and he's a controlled route runner
Yeah.
with strong hands. He projects as a flexible chess piece who can be productive. He can be as productive as his volume. So
Yeah, this is great.
Dane put a second-round grade on him, number 35 overall. He goes here at
Right here,
34.
which
So-
is it's right in line. And I'll tell you,
Absolutely.
this is great for the Jets. I'm not a Jets fan either, Shep. I'm really not. I don't like anything New York related. I'm just gonna say it. I'm not a
Denver just traded with Atlanta to move up in the second round here.
fan. Uh-oh.
So
Well,
it'll be
they're moving
interesting
up.
to see who they're trying to take.
Well, dude, if
Nick
Denver's
says it's hard to
moving
root
up,
for the Jets, and he hates seeing Moore go in.
I
Denver's
agree.
got the pick in.
that was quick. Denver already knew who they were coming to get.
I want to see
JOK?
possibly because they could have gone Micah Parsons in round one.
Or
This is-
Ojulari.
This is probably best case situation for Denver.
Oh, yeah, no
They're
doubt.
like, hey, we took Surtain.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've got who we think is either number 1 or number 2 linebacker in this draft,
That's right.
and he's available.
We'll deal
Right
with
here.
his injury. We ain't worried about that.
And it's not like they probably didn't have to give up all that much. They just moved up 5 spots.
That's it. So 'cause we talked about that today too. I mean, that's part of how that works. So you're not moving up 5 spots. You're getting the guy you want to get before anybody else takes him. This is a good pick for them.
Oh, absolutely. I want to see what else they had to give up, though. Did they give up a 3? Did they give up a 4, a 5? Essentially, did they give up another day 2 pick? Because these are my favorite picks.
Yeah, the second and third rounds.
I
they're
love
fun
day
ones.
2 picks because these are what fill out your team. Give me guys in the top 50. Give me guys.
Because these are guys who can still really contribute from day one. They have the opportunity. They have the skill to be able to do that.
It's like Jacksonville, man. Look at them. They've got 2 second-round picks. I think they've got 2 or 3 third-round picks.
Oh yeah,
They
they
That's to
loaded.
go with their 2 first-round picks.
That's right.
They are going to pick so many times in the top 100. I think they have 6 picks in the first 106 selections
Yeah.
of this draft.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's absolutely tremendous. So the Broncos get number 35 and a 6th-rounder from Atlanta. Atlanta gets number 40 overall, and they also get a 4th-round pick from the Broncos.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's
Not a bad deal.
That's not a bad deal.
No.
Broncos only had to give up a day 3 pick. Yes, it's a 4th-rounder, which I like my 4th-rounders too.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
5 through 7, I don't care, but I like my first 4 rounds of selections. So yeah, this was actually a really good deal for both teams.
I think so too. This is where you're gonna see a lot of wheeling and dealing happen too, guys.
Let's see who's going to come out here and announce the Broncos selection. Billy Thompson.
Billy Thompson short.
Javonte
Oh,
Williams,
there you
running
go.
back from North Carolina.
Hey, all right.
Super good
Well,
selection there.
yeah.
There's two.
I mean, I like that.
Right, there's two North Carolina running backs in this draft, Javonte Williams and Michael Carter. Javonte was the second-round guy. Michael Carter really projects more as a third-rounder.
Sure.
So we'll see him go later tonight. Javonte Williams considered the number 3 running back in this draft. Of course, he's the third one taken in this draft as well. He was a part-time starter at North Carolina. Williams shared the workload with Michael Carter under offensive coordinator Phil Longo, who used to be the OC at Ole Miss. Of course, his head coach was Matt Brown, the former national championship coach of the Texas Longhorns.
That's right.
Now, Javonte Williams, he played more of the Thunder role to Michael Carter's Lightning. Both running backs enjoyed remarkable 2020 seasons and finished their careers as the only players in school history with of course, this is with a minimum of 300 rushing attempts, that averaged better than 6 yards per carry. So Williams is an incredibly strong runner with a stout, stiff arm to dump defenders, leaving broken tackles all over the field. He's a linebacker turned running back as a senior in high school. He still has plenty of room to improve his run tempo and his patience, especially when the run design is not there. So overall, Williams can be an inconsistent decision maker at the line of scrimmage, but he does create for himself through balance and power at contact, and forces defenders to be nearly perfect with their technique to get him to the ground. He's a similar to a more compact version of Leonard Fournette.
Yep. Dolphins pick us in.
All right, let's see who.
I love the
Dolphins
second and third round.
have.
Starts moving along, man.
Oh,
we
yeah.
have that long wait period.
But Javonte Williams, 36-inch vertical and a 10'3" broad jump. He's 5'9", 212. Built like a tank at the running back position.
So I wonder who they thought was going to go ahead and take a running back here, which is why they jumped up to get him.
Probably Miami. I don't think Miami just loves Myles Gaskin.
I don't think so either.
And if they want to take a running back, I feel like it's still too early for like Kenneth Gainwell out of Memphis.
But do you think this forces them to do that so they don't lose him?
No. Well, I mean, possibly. But
Because they're thinking is if we want this guy, and now, oops, we thought this dude was going to be here. Now he's not.
I just feel like with like Kenneth Gainwell, he's a cheater grade. He's like a late 2, early 3.
Oh, yeah, and I get you.
So they could possibly get him in the third round. Just like Michael Carter, they could get him in the third round.
Yeah.
And I don't think you would be upset with it.
No, not at all.
So I don't think there should be a knee-jerk reaction by the Dolphins to just take a running back right here. Although it definitely wouldn't hurt them. The Isley brothers announcing the Dolphins pick. Oh, no.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, this is my fandom showing. So, Javon Holland, the safety from Oregon, a
Yep.
guy that I really wanted to go to the Cowboys.
Yep.
Cowboys got to be upset. These DBs keep going
They
before
do.
pick.
That's what I'm saying. Dang.
But Javon Holland is considered the, I want to say, the second best rated safety in this class, which now is making me curious. What's up with Trevon Morig? If Morig's the best, why is Javon Holland going in front of him?
Yeah, Morey now he's a smaller safety.
Yeah, but he's not like his
But
teammate
this dude-
Ardarius Johnson
What?
or Ardarius Washington.
Well,
small.
exactly. But this dude, he's 6'1" still.
Yeah.
Why would you not take this dude?
Now, Javon Holland's in a similar build. He's 6 foot. He's 207. He had a 4.46 40. So Javon Holland was a 2-year starter at Oregon. He was the nickel safety in their former defensive coordinator's 3-3-5 base scheme. He lines up as a split safety and in the slot. Now, his time in Eugene was short-lived but impactful with 9 interceptions as he became the first Oregon player to lead the team in interceptions 2 straight years since Jarris Bird back in 06-07. Now, with his key and his diagnosing skills from various alignments, Holland was a disruptive defender on tape against both the pass and the run, reacting and attacking without hesitation. And while he plays loose and athletic, he isn't explosive, allowing route separation and falling a step behind in man.
All right. Picks in for the Eagles. We also have a trade. New England traded up with Cincinnati.
Oh, okay.
So a lot happening real quickly. So this will be the night I'm really cutting JC off a lot with these bells and they come in.
Hey, that's
Crap
fine.
is happening, dude.
It means I don't have to search through all these measurables and keep spouting them off. But Holland, overall, he needs to mature areas of his game in both coverage and run defense. But he is highly competitive with natural ball skills and the versatility to be a matchup defender with starting potential at the nickel safety. Man, I wonder.
They moved all the way back to 46.
Patriots want JOK, baby.
I think they do too.
I also wouldn't put it past the Eagles.
I
to
think
be
they
in
do
the
too.
JOK market either.
So do we think so? A lot of people have been trying to mock Asante Samuel to the Eagles right here,
Right.
which is very possible.
But that's also with the thinking that Trevon Morig wouldn't be there either.
Exactly. So do they go with that route?
So one of these guys is about to slip. Now with Carolina and already taking a corner earlier in this draft, Detroit might still want to go with somebody in the secondary. Possibly New York as well. Do you think Dallas tries to move up? Especially
Dude,
if
I was
they,
just thinking that
if they
actually.
only have to give up a day 3 pick.
I would give up a day 3 pick.
They have 2 4th-round picks.
Yep.
Can they give up like 138? They've got 115 and 138 in the 4th round. Could they give up 138 and slide up in here with either Carolina or Atlanta and move up to secure a
Dude, I would.
Morig or
I would
Asante Samuel Jr., whoever's left after this Eagles pick?
Yeah, I would try to get to Carolina's spot.
Because you know you're not trading up for the pick that New England just traded up for.
No.
Now, maybe Atlanta's willing to wheel and deal again and accumulate more draft picks.
But
try
I
to
mean,
get some more offensive playmakers.
because if you do that, you're only moving up. You're moving up 5 spots again
Right.
with Carolina, just depending on what they see on their board and what their needs are.
Which we
Carolina
saw-
needs
We
everywhere.
saw
but
Atlanta in a more premier spot move back 5 spots.
That's right.
And they picked up a 4 for it.
exactly. So it's
And they gained a 6 out of it. I mean,
yes,
there's
they
that.
did. Yes, they did.
So if I'm Dallas, I'll hit up Carolina. Hey, you wanna go tradesies on some placement here?
That's
I'll,
right.
I'll give you a 4 if you give me your 6 tomorrow.
I mean, because, oh man,
I don't want to give away my top 100 picks, but I
no.
And I really don't like giving away a round 4 pick. But if it's for a guy I really want in round 2, I will swallow my pride and do it because I'm not giving up a top 100 pick.
That's right.
So here we go. We got some hobo bum for the Eagles out here to
That's right.
announce their pick. God, they love milking this recliner.
They do.
Look, we need to go to Cleveland tonight and just burn that recliner. So
Somebody needs to steal that
it's
recliner.
Golick. That's who it is.
Well, Golick done lost all that weight too.
Yeah.
Golick looks good.
It's retirement. It's treating him
Yeah.
well.
I miss Golick though.
It's Devontae Smith, though.
Yeah,
But
it's all right, Golick. That's good you said.
okay, awesome.
Good.
Waste of a draft pick by the Eagles. They
Good
take
job.
Landon Dickerson.
We
He's
love it.
going to be on IR every year of his career.
That's right. Good
He'll
job,
enjoy
Philly.
an early retirement
You
with
did
a nice
great.
bank account. Landon Dickerson, the pick for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Get out of here.
And look, I was talking about him earlier. Landon Dickerson, as far as talent goes, super skilled guy. The problem is he can't stay on the field because he is always injured.
That's right.
Not just sometimes injured, always injured. tell me New England's pick's already
New
in?
England's pick is already in. They knew when they moved up
were-
there who they were getting.
But, you know, as soon as they turn their pick in, the clock starts for the next person. So I don't know why I'm saying it's already in.
Yeah.
It's just the Eagles pick was just now announced, really. That's the difference there. But Landon Dickerson, my. I don't really and look, he played at Florida State.
If he can stay healthy, that's different.
Well,
He's got to stay healthy. That's the issue.
it's just, man, it's a really big if.
Yep.
Can he stay healthy?
I mean, and really that's it. I mean, can he do that?
Because so far the answer has been no.
That's right.
No, he cannot stay healthy. He was not healthy any of his years at Florida State. He was not healthy his singular year at Alabama, although he did get a free national championship ring for his troubles.
Yep. Let's see. We got 6 picks before the Cowboys. J.O.K. still on the board.
So,
Warwick still on the board. Trade.
did New England?
that was.
They're just updating their graphic now.
Yeah, appreciate that, guys.
So, Landon Dickerson, 6'5", 333 pounds. Absolute behemoth of a man. 2-year starter at Bama. He began his Tide career at guard before settling at center in offensive coordinator Steve Sarkisian's scheme. Now, however, he has played every position on the offensive line. So he helped the Crimson Tide take home the Joe Moore Award as college football's top offensive line last year. He only played in 13 of a possible 38 games from 2016 to 2018. And he started 24 straight games at Alabama before his torn ACL in the SEC championship game. So is Goodell about to announce the pick for the Patriots?
Imagine that. Imagine that.
After not announcing one the entire second round.
That's right, but he's going to get the Patriots. There you go.
Okay, Christian
Good job.
Barmore, defensive
Good
tackle
job.
out of Alabama, finally goes off the board here early in the second round. If you can get this guy to maximize his talents and quit being lazy and start holding him accountable for stuff, Christian Barmore is a great pick here. So Barmore, he's 6'4", 310 pounds. I mean, another one of those guys who's super huge. He was only a 1-year starter at Bama, but he was the starting defensive end in Nick Saban's 3-4 base scheme, lining up at various alignments from a 4 technique to a 0. But after redshirting in 2018, he flashed intriguing upside in 2019 as a part-time player, and then moved into the starting rotation last year, as he emerged as one of the best defensive linemen in the country over the second half of the season, in which he had 7 tackles for loss and 6 sacks and 2 forced fumbles over the final 6 games. Barmore is naturally powerful to create immediate knockback and flashes the quickness to blast through the gaps and close to the football. So when he competes with violent intent, he gets overextended and frenetic at times and must improve in his reliability versus the run. So there's an obvious risk with his inexperience, but if it pays off, it's a huge get.
And once again,
for New England,
Belichick, Saban, best buddies. This is not a whimsical pick right here.
No, not at all.
They know all the inside information they need to know on Barmore.
New England's made 2 selections, both players from Alabama.
That's right.
Quarterback
Exactly.
Mac Jones in round 1, and now Christian Barmore, defensive tackle, round 2. You hear the chime, ladies and gentlemen. The pick is in for Chicago. They traded up with Carolina. They get number 39 overall and a 5th rounder from Carolina. And Carolina gets number 52 overall, a 3rd round pick, number 83 overall, and a 6th round pick, number 204 in this draft. Look at Schrags
Good
looking
trade
dapper.
up, Dallas. Oh, you didn't? Okay. Well, there you go.
A willing trade partner there in Carolina.
Yep.
Chicago keeps really trading up, man. You think about this.
Look,
Chicago wasn't going to pick again for a minute. And now they moved all the way up to 39.
Well, you know, it's funny, too.
Here's Rasheed Davis about to announce the pick for Chicago.
Carolina Panthers have traded the 39th pick to the Chicago Bears with the 39th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The
All right, so
Yeah.
the slide for Tevin
They-
Jenkins stops at 39 with Chicago. So Chicago got their
Good
quarterback in
move.
round 1.
That's right.
They got Justin Fields. In round 2, they got a round 1 talent offensive
Yes,
lineman
they
in
did.
Tevin Jenkins.
This is a very good pick for Chicago.
Now, Tevin Jenkins is a huge man. He's an absolute unit. The thing about Tevin Jenkins is he started at right tackle. If you look at the tape here. So played at Oklahoma State. He was their starting right tackle, but can he play left tackle? That's really the question. Can you move him over so that you can protect Justin Fields on that offensive line?
Well, with
Or protect his blind side?
a man with that much power, I think you take the chance on him being able to play that and you work it, because if he can do that on his blind side, then Justin Fields will be a very happy man for a very long time.
Although he looks super unenthusiastic when he was announced as being traded or as being drafted last night. by
Well,
Chicago.
there's that too, but
But Jenkins was a 4-year starter at Oklahoma State.
yep.
Of course, like I said, primarily at right tackle, although he did not allow a sack as a junior or senior. So he ties up rushers early with his outstanding body control, and he works hard to stay attached, finishing with the kill shot and sending defenders into tomorrow once he gets the upper hand.
Sure.
He tends to lean into his blocks, and he defaults to his power over technique, which does create occasional balance problems. So Jenkins must improve his consistency, especially against arc speed, but he is competitive and he's powerful with light feet for his size. And Atlanta's pick is in here at pick number 40. Look, I'm feeling good about Dallas's chances now. This is
Oh, they're gonna get somebody good at
I need to chill out because I know I'm about to get disappointed.
Well, it depends on who you're wanting here. I mean,
But
Again, you look at
Atlanta
all
needs
that's
secondary
available.
help.
yes, they do.
So
They'll
Trayvon
probably go
Moore's
Trayvon Mooring this pick.
or Sante Samuel
Yeah, well, I think one of those two will probably
or
go back.
JOK. I mean, there's a number of ways Atlanta could really go
Sure.
here.
I mean, and none of this, and that's not a bad gig at all, right?
A lot of
there.
their recent pass rushers have left, so maybe Azeez Ojulari, if they feel okay enough with the
Yep.
knee issue.
I
Man,
see
this
a
is
lot
gonna-
of good stuff down here still for me though. I'm
Right. I mean,
I'm-
you've got to be tempted by so many things for what could be coming up for the Cowboys. in
Sure.
just a few picks.
I'm excited about what they can do right here. So this doesn't. I mean, whichever way this shakes out right here is not going to be a bad thing. I don't think.
So they're showing a video of United States military people throwing a football around.
That's right. Go America.
Holding Falcons. All right. They're announcing the pick. Or maybe they're not.
What was that?
Okay.
Military went
That's a
straight-
little strange.
Yeah, that's different.
But here's the Falcon selection from Roger Goodell.
Absolutely.
Announce the pick, Roger. Okay, we're really going to milk this.
Yeah.
Some of us are trying to do
Right.
our jobs.
Well, I can tell you who the pick is.
Okay.
There it is.
Oh, my God. So, Richie Grant was a guy I like for Dallas.
Yep.
Man, he's a great instinctive ball player. My big thing with Richie Grant is he's one of the older guys in this draft. He is 24, coming into his rookie season, so that kind of sucks. However, it's just one of those things that you got to deal with, man.
Still,
If he's an All-Pro and a Pro Bowler, I don't care that he's 24 coming in.
I don't either.
Now, would he make it through a first or second contract? I don't know. That's really the intriguing aspect with a guy like Richie Grant.
Man,
But
just
sheer
do that.
ability, I'm here for it. 72 tackles and 3 interceptions last year. He had 6 interceptions back in 2018 and led the team.
Yep.
So tremendous talent. Great pickup for Atlanta, who traded back into the spot and still got probably a guy that they had their eye on all the time.
No doubt. And they knew that he would probably still be there. They were just picking up they're getting those picks, man. I mean, good move on them.
And the pick is in for Detroit here. Wonder what they might do. Now, we saw them in the first round take Penei Sewell to try to protect Jared Goff up there in Detroit. Now, do they try to get Jared Goff a weapon?
Terrence Marshall's still on the board.
Yeah, Terrace Marshall is still there.
Still out there waiting.
Who was the other wide receiver that's still there? Of course, not Elijah Moore. He is gone.
Nico Collins is out there.
Yeah, Nico Collins, Cade Johnson, Tylan Wallace. Although I really don't like any of these guys that high. I mean, if you're going to go with a guy right now, it's... Oh, at least if you're thinking receiver, anyway.
Yeah.
If you're thinking receiver, Terrace Marshall's the pick. Although they could... Well, I don't think they would go tight end, but if they want to run 11 personnel, the Penn State tight end, Freiermuth, and there's one other guy at the tight end position. It's eluding me right now. Tommy Trimble from Notre Dame. So those two guys, I mean, if they wanted to go tight end, I think it's a little early for them, though, right here. But with all the defensive talent, I mean, there's a lot of really good defensive players on the board. Just hanging
no
out.
doubt.
I mean, you're looking at God, we've been talking about him all night. JOK.
Yep.
Yeah. So JOK, Trevon Moehrig, Azeez Ojulari. Let's see, Nick Bolton, the undersized linebacker out of Missouri who had terrible athletic testing, but he just shows up on tape. That's all he does is just make plays. So you can't trust the workout with him, but you can trust the footage because you see him in game situations.
Well, that's...
And that's always a weird thing, man, because some guys love the dudes that work out real well, and others don't. But there's still Levi Onwuzurike. They want to shore up that defensive line with that interior lineman, big D tackle out of Washington. There's Chris Rump, the edge rusher from Duke. They want to get another offensive lineman to really try to solidify that run game for DeAndre Swift. There's Quinn Miners that we were talking about, the University of Wisconsin Whitewater weird forest workout warrior.
Yeah, no
and
doubt.
what he does. Of course, some corner help if they want to look in that direction. Ifeatu Melifonwu. And, of course, one of my favorite edge rushers in this draft, Mr. Boogie Basham, a.k.a. Carlos
That's
Basham
right.
Jr.
There you go.
Still sitting out there, the edge rusher from Wake Forest.
So San Francisco needs cornerback, defensive line, offensive line, tight end. That's where their needs are.
And, I mean, we just named several people that could help them.
Yeah, and Detroit, wide receiver, linebacker, safety, cornerback,
Ugh.
offensive line.
They need a linebacker. Is this where we see JOK's run stop?
Dude, man, that's a...
Because if I'm the Cowboys, I'm hoping they don't take Moehrig.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You know, if they take JOK, cool. I can live with that.
Yeah.
Really don't want them to take Moehrig. But we got to see. I'm surprised they haven't had the Miz on here more, since he's a Cleveland guy. Huge Browns fan. The draft's in Cleveland. Or they didn't bring him in to announce a pick. Like, that's something Cleveland has to do sometime.
You'd think so.
Bring in Miz and Ziggler.
Yep.
They're big Cleveland guys. And, of course, with Ziggler being a Kent State Hall of Famer.
True enough.
Bring him in. Here we go. The Lions selection is about to be announced.
With the 41st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Levi Onwuzurike.
All right, Levi Onwuzurike. Big D tackle out of Washington. He is the pick here from Detroit. And I over here messing around, hitting all the wrong buttons.
All the stuff. Man, so I feel good about what Dallas is about to do. Either way here is all they've got a good selection coming up.
Absolutely. So Levi Onwuzurike, this is a guy that I would have been happy with, you know, if the Cowboys were to take him.
Yep.
But He falls here to Detroit, 6'3", 290 pounds.
Well,
over
Miami just jumped up.
Over 10-inch hands. So.
Oh.
No, the Raiders jumped up.
So did Miami.
No, Miami was already there.
Were they? I thought they traded for New York.
Looks like because the official NFL draft over here on the television is saying next up is Las Vegas, San Francisco, and then Dallas. Or I guess Miami did trade up.
I'm telling you.
And the pick is in for Miami as well. Okay, so Vegas traded up with San Francisco.
Yes. I knew San Francisco was just there, so I just looked at their stuff.
But the pick is in for the Dolphins, and it looks like. Wonder who Vegas is so interested. They're gonna take Morrig. I know it.
Yep, that's
God,
exactly what they're
God,
doing.
I hate them so much.
I think they're gonna get
Okay, offensive lineman Liam Eichenberg.
Still makes me feel good then.
Yeah. So we
With
talked. We
whatever
were
happens.
talking yesterday about how the Dolphins had traded away Eric Flowers, which left another tackle position open on that offensive line. So with them getting Liam Eichenberg, it shows their commitment to protecting Tua. With them getting Jalen Waddle in the first round, shows that they're dedicated to giving Tua some weapons as well.
Yeah.
I really like what the Dolphins are doing in this draft.
Well, I mean, you can't argue with what they're doing here. I mean, plugging holes of need that they have to have.
They also already have a really good corner duo with Xavier Howard
Yes.
and Byron Jones. And then they add Javon Holland as the safety over the top.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very impressed with how they're handling this entire 2021 draft process.
Yeah, I think this is where you see Morrig go.
No! Don't speak that into existence.
Well, it's already happened. That's the reason they move up there. I mean,
you
unless
would
you're
think
getting JOK. That's
Right.
the only other, because they have that need as well.
But Mike Mayock and John Gruden love to do things that are just weird, man.
If they take a punter here, I'm just going to laugh.
I don't think they'll. I didn't say sad. I said weird.
Well.
Yeah. You know, like they could trade up for Azeez Ojulari, although with Max Crosby showing out the way he did, being a steal of a late round pick. Don't think that'll happen. But I mean, JOK is possible. Of course, Morrig is possible, and the pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders. Or maybe they really like Nick Bolton.
Yeah, I got to tell you, though, I mean,
Let them take Terrace Marshall to go with Henry Ruggs. Get your wide receiver, Las Vegas.
man, there's so many different things here.
You deserve it.
So here's my thing, too. Say they don't take Morrig, but and all these guys up here are still there. Azeez is still here.
I want to know what's going on with Morrig, man.
I mean, something.
But they need a corner, they need a safety, they need a defensive tackle, and they need a receiver.
Is still there, too, though. I love
So
that dude.
they could take Terrace Marshall. They could take Asante Samuel Jr. They could take a Trayvon Morrig.
It's just so many things.
Maybe a Aleem McNeil, defensive tackle out of North Carolina.
Yeah.
Or North Carolina State, rather. Those are all possible targets for the Las Vegas Raiders right here with the 11th pick of the second round, pick number 43 overall. And guys, we want to remind you, if you're watching on Facebook, if you're enjoying the draft show, give us a like. Be able to, be sure to share the video, share the page, like the Undefined Radio Facebook page as well. And then if you're watching over on YouTube, like the video, turn on the notification bell, and subscribe to us. That way you'll be notified every single time Undefined Radio goes live
That's right.
on YouTube. We're generating a lot of content, a variety of different radio shows and programs, and we will be bringing them to you throughout the week. Monday night we have a pro wrestling show known as Bottom Car Booking. Tomorrow, which is Saturday, every Saturday we've got the local yokels, Johnny Pace and Ricky Swindle, right here on Undefined Radio. It's one of the greatest, most side-splitting shows in local radio.
It's hilarious,
So
dude.
be sure
Those
to
dudes.
tune in for those guys. They always have a lot of very interesting interviews as
Yep.
well. Chad's going to be starting back up Undefined Lunch here
Yep.
soon.
Lots of guests in the studio. If you want to be a guest in the studio, all you got to do is let us know. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about, your business, your hobbies, whatever it is, we do it.
And so if you're intrigued on coming onto a program either for an interview or if you're a musician and you want to get some of your music out there, or if you want to sponsor either Undefined Radio,
Yeah.
the station, or a program on Undefined Radio, just shoot an email over to radio@undefinedradio.com.
And maybe you have a business you want to promote.
Um,
Come do it.
We're absolutely
I'm all about community
here
business.
for it.
Yeah,
Trying
I love
to,
that.
We want to build local businesses, build small businesses.
Yeah. And so many businesses suffered over COVID-19 last year.
Absolutely.
It was a struggle. I mean, we were no different, and everybody does. So it's important for us to help support these local businesses in these communities. I think it's the only way we survive.
San Francisco just absolutely robbed the Raiders. San Francisco slides back 5 picks and picks up a 4th rounder and gives the Raiders a 7 in return.
That means the Raiders desperately wanted this right here, and I think this
It's just
is
the
more-
Raiders are bad at trading and drafting. You know? Until they take Trayvon Moore here.
Yeah, this would be a
then
good
I'll-
pick for them.
Then I will loathe them.
Well, you get ready to load them
Yep,
because this is the pick.
it is the pick. I already know. Dear Lord.
That's the only reason you're giving that away at that point.
Right in front of Dallas, man.
Yeah, this happened twice.
Right in front of 'em.
This happened twice.
Here's Roger Goodell.
Told you. Knew that was coming. It's the only reason they
All
jump
right.
up there like that, give around the 4th round
All right,
pick.
jump right in front of the Cowboys because you know that's who the Cowboys are going to take there.
Well, good luck being trash in Las Vegas
Yeah,
because you'll still be trash there.
hate it for you, Moore.
Yep.
I was hoping that you could stay in the Fort Worth area there with the Cowboys, but it's just not to be. It just really blows my mind that he even lasted that long to be in striking range of the Cowboys.
But again, they could have moved up the game if that's who they wanted.
They
They could have at any time
Yeah.
just jumped up a couple spots.
they addressed this in
If they
their
knew.
press conference after
Mhm.
round 1 last night.
That's right.
That they're just not willing to move.
They're not. They're going to stick.
They
Let's see
want
what's
to
there.
make their draft picks because they have 11 of them.
Exactly. And it's not like this is the only dude that can help them out back then. This is why you didn't see him go do this.
So
That's why I'm confident whatever pick they're going to make here, they've got a lot of good choices here. I'm just not upset with it.
the big thing with Merrick, man, which makes him special coming into this draft is he was a free safety in a 4-2-5 base scheme, which is what a lot of NFL defenses are running now.
Mhm.
They might run a base 4-3 or a base 3-4, but they end up running so much 4-2-5. He's lined up in the slot or on the edges, and he's also played, that center field spot. So he's one of the most productive defensive backs in college football over the last 2 seasons. He had 26 passes defended and 6 picks in his previous 22 games and only allowed 2 touchdowns.
That's
So
right.
He took home the Jim Thorpe Award this past year, and he was a high school corner and wide receiver, which is reflected on his TCU tape as well.
Listen to me. Dallas already knew who their pick was.
Dallas
So,
got the pick in.
it wasn't
and
going to be Morgan,
here
I don't
comes
think.
Drew Pearson to announce the pick.
Get your popcorn ready. I agree.
Drew Pearson, hurry up. Just get to the podium, man. I'll look at you. That's sweet.
Go Drew.
Giving his hat to the fan who's tortured
That's
in
why
that
Drew's
chair.
a Hall of Famer, buddy. Finally. Home of the Hall of Fame.
Pandering, Drew. You're pandering.
Say it.
Dear God, you're pandering. Just
I
announce
don't
the
care.
pick.
Go for it.
feels like there's surprisingly few Browns fans. At
I
this
swear.
draft.
And that's why.
You're doing the same spiel you did a couple years ago, dude. Chill out. Kelvin Joseph. Character concerns. Let's go.
He went after him, boy.
God.
Not who I thought they were going to try to take here.
But they don't want to go with small corners. You know, we were talking about that a little
Yep.
bit earlier, which is why the pick wasn't Asante Samuel Jr., why it did end up being Mr. Kelvin
Wow.
Joseph.
Wow. Didn't expect that one.
Not entirely, no.
I did not expect that pick.
Uh,
I'm not sure how I feel about that pick.
definitely thought there were some other ways that they could have gone, but they didn't want Elijah Molden either because Elijah Molden's also a small guy.
Well, and that's kind of the thing, but I really liked Ifatu.
Oh, yeah, Melifonwu would have been.
Dude, this dude I
Tremendous, man.
really liked.
I think if he had fallen there, Eric Stokes would have really been the guy. But it's not like Kelvin Joseph's huge. He's 5'11".
No, he's 5'11".
But, I mean, he's just a hair. He's a shave under 6 feet. He's a one-year starter at Kentucky. Joseph was the boundary cornerback in Mark Stoops' zone man scheme. After fizzling out after one season at LSU, he put together a productive 9 games in Lexington in 2020 with 4 picks in 9 games before his effort level just all of a sudden fell off and the coaches directed him to opt out. Stoops said, "I can't just have him out there standing around." So Kelvin Joseph is a big-time athlete who has the rare ability to shadow routes without losing balance, displaying twitchy feet and fluid movements and high-end ball skills to consistently make plays. However, the sample size, which is all of 9 career starts, and his character questions are a huge concern, and his undisciplined eyes lead to completions for the offense. So here's the Jaguars with the 45th pick.
That was quick. Huh? Okay.
So Walker Little hasn't played football in 47 years, and here the Jaguars are taking him in the 2nd round. Dear God. I mean, he's decent when he plays, but he opted out last year, and then he was hurt the first game of 2019.
That's right.
He hasn't played football in about 3 years.
Exactly.
So that's a huge concern. If I'm Jacksonville, as far as like in the 3rd round, okay, maybe. Not in round 2. Nick says, "There's no way the Cowboys compete in the NFC next season. Change my mind." Well, if Kelvin Joseph can change his mind and actually commit to the bit and what he's going to do, then maybe they do compete. Because they're at least trying to get after defense. But God almighty,
I got to tell you.
that's a depressing pick.
It is really a depressing pick. I mean,
Give me Trevon Merrick, man.
just from everything that you know of this dude, why not? I wanted Fiatu. I don't care. I'd have taken him. I mean, if you're just going to go after Kelvin Joseph with all that he's got and with the things you were just talking about,
Absolutely.
why do you do that?
Just a nightmare type of pick by Dallas. But, you know, I guess, it's Jerry Jones's mistake to make.
And our, as fans, to suffer through.
Absolutely. But he was on that, he wasn't on the national title winning team because he transferred to Kentucky and sat out a year.
That's right.
So he did not win that national title at LSU. He's shown flashes of great ability. He ran a 4.34 40.
Well, see, so he's fast.
Added 6 seconds, 4.
But is he fast at standing around? Fast
the
at
thing.
quitting and half-assing it? That's the question, man.
Yeah.
That's the question.
This is 2 deflating situations for the Cowboys. One, missing
I got to tell
Trevon
you,
Merrick.
I'm not convinced they would have taken Trevon Merrick right there. I am not convinced. I'm kind of glad that they went ahead and took him because I would guarantee it would be even more depressing.
I think they would have taken Merrick.
I don't think they would have. Their pick was in so fast. right there.
That's
There's
because they're like, hey, if it's not this guy, it's this guy.
maybe so,
And once the first guy's gone, you take the second guy.
but that's just
Here's the Bengals selection. But God almighty, Kelvin Joseph. Maybe he blossoms into something special, but he's got to put his head squarely
Lord.
from outside of his butt cheeks. He's an instinctive corner who should continue to improve with more game experience. So the Bengals pick is in. We're waiting on it to get announced. The Chargers are up on the clock. They'll
Yep.
probably have their pick in by the time this finishes.
I swear.
All right, here's the Bengals selection.
Yeah, don't get carried away, buddy. Don't get carried away.
And with the 46th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jackson Carman, tackle, Clemson. Let's get it.
Jackson Carman, the
Wow.
offensive lineman out of Clemson, tackle specifically. 6'4", just a hair under 6'5", 317 pounds. He absorbs pass protection. He powerful in the run game. Out there protecting Trevor Lawrence's blindside. Look at that. He's just pushing it around like it's nothing.
And now he'll be in Cincinnati trying to
Push
keep
around.
Joe Burrow up.
Yeah, having to deal with the likes of T.J. Watt twice a year.
Yeah, we talked about though about
Although,
how
the
So-
Ravens just lost all their pass rushers.
yes they did.
However, Cleveland added Jadeveon Clowney into the mix
Yes.
with Myles Garrett. So he's going to have his work cut out for him.
But we knew Cincinnati needed to address that offensive line. Here they do that.
But Jackson Carman only gave up 6 sacks in his entire career out of 966 pass blocking attempts. So you got a little to be inspired by if you're Joe Burrow.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Of course, the Chargers are on the clock now. They will be followed by the 49ers, the Cardinals, the Giants, and then the Washington we don't have a names. And the pick is in for the Chargers. But the NFL just went to commercial break, so we're gonna have to
Awesome.
wait to find out what
Good
that
job.
pick is. Now, I'm curious. What were trying to remember who all the Chargers have taken. Oh, they took Rashawn Slater, right? Didn't he fall to him with the 13th pick there?
Yes, I think so.
Great get for them. Dear God.
Let's see.
So yes, they've
Oh, good for
taken.
them.
Now what's going on with JOK, man? Continues to slide.
There's something there.
Well, we
dude.
know the injury, but
Yeah.
how bad is the injury? That's the question. Yep. So the Chargers took Rashawn Slater to protect Justin Herbert. They could use the tight end. They did lose Hunter Henry in the offseason,
Yep.
who went up to New England. They could also use a corner, maybe an Asante Samuel Jr., defensive tackle, or a wide receiver. Defensive tackle prospect, I mean, you got to throw Aleem McNeil from North Carolina State into that discussion. I don't know if there's a wide receiver. Well, Terrace Marshall's still available. He still ain't gone. So there's some possibilities there for the Chargers that you got to like. Definitely got to like them a lot more than a Kelvin Joseph.
I swear. There's no way the Cowboys compete in the NFC next season. Change my mind.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. He said that, and I was like, man, maybe if they can get Kelvin Joseph to change his mind about loafing around and actually dedicate himself to playing.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a top tier talent. There's no question. It's just his attitude and what you're gonna do with that and that mindset. But as far as look, Dallas would have competed in the NFC last season had Dak not gotten injured.
But I talked about it.
Now, defense, they're going to have to outscore everybody. That's what they're addressing this year.
Right.
Even if they have a middle-of-the-road defense this year, it automatically helps that team out. They were just so historically bad defensively last year. And when I say historically, like the worst
In
defense
team
in
history.
existence. It's this year, like I said, you could be middle of the pack in the NFL this year with the offense they have. Oh, they'll be right there with everybody in every game.
So Kelvin Joseph is also an aspiring musical artist.
So we know where his focus is going to be.
His stage name is Bossman Fat, and you can find his music on YouTube. But don't do it right now. Not
No.
while you're watching
No.
the Big Uglies.
Boss man fat.
Bossman Fat. It's actually a really fun stage name. The fact that he put fat in there and he's like, 190 pounds.
That's right.
Like, that's great. But I don't know. As a fan, I have to be optimistic. Gotta hope that being drafted in the second round higher than he should have been over better corners. I mean, if you just look at Kelvin Joseph's tape, minus the plays where he's loafing about, if you just watch the plays where he's actually playing hard,
Oh, yeah.
it's as good as any in the top group of corners.
Well, then you have every reason to be excited about it.
The problem is that loafing around is a thing that he does. And
Exactly.
that's not okay.
No. And if he's more concerned with making his music than he is with making plays in the NFL, he won't be there long.
Right. That's a problem. And you wasted a pick. Here's the Charger selection.
It's a good thing they haven't heard that before tonight, buddy.
Hank Bauer.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Said this was definitely a selection that
Yep.
the Chargers could be looking for. Asante Samuel Jr., the corner out of Florida State, 5'10", 180 pounds. But like his father, he's a ball hawk. He has outstanding quickness. Of course, you'll remember his dad was a great corner for both the Patriots and the Eagles. Also undersized himself.
Yep.
But dude was just a playmaker. And looks like his son is cut from that same mold. I would have been very happy to have him in Dallas
I just don't know why. I mean, he's not that much smaller
by an inch.
than Joseph. I don't get why you don't take
No, inch and a
Samuel.
half. But that's why a dude can play press man. He can play zone. In my opinion, he was the best corner available today. I thought he was better than Tyson Campbell. I thought he was better than Kelvin Joseph. Better than Melifonwu. If you're just talking about ability and
Oh,
skill.
yeah. Yeah, no doubt.
But the size is what's hurting. That's why he got passed up for by Kelvin Joseph and Tyson Campbell. All these great Florida State defensive backs are probably celebrating. Jalen Ramsey, Deion Sanders, they're absolutely loving it.
Sure.
But, man, I've been so high on Asante Samuel Jr. I didn't think there was a situation where he'd still be on the board when the Cowboys were picking. In fact, they just looked past him, really.
They did. They
You know what grinds my gears?
I swear,
That.
dude. That stuff right there.
Oh, man.
It's just crazy, though.
So, Kelvin Joseph was the 8th corner taken. And Asante Samuel Jr. was the 9th. That's really right in line with where Kelvin Joseph should have been in this whole mix. It's just the fact that Asante Samuel Jr. was there.
And you pass him up
Yeah.
for Joseph.
For an inch and a half of height. Asante Samuel Jr. doesn't take plays off.
No,
All that
exactly.
dude does is
That
work.
I don't know how that's not the biggest red flag that you're looking at and going, this thing right here, though, worries me.
Oh, absolutely.
This
Without
worries me more
question.
than anything.
San Francisco has their pick in after taking Trey Lance in the first round. We'll see who they've got in mind here in round 2 at pick 48. We're about halfway through the second round now.
Oh, yeah. Moving along pretty nicely.
So, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Azeez Ojulari, Nick Bolton, Ardarius Washington, Elijah Molden, Aaron Robinson. These guys are all available there for the 49ers. So what do John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan want to do here? Do they want to get an offensive lineman maybe to protect their investment in Trey Lance / Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, I mean,
Are they going to let?
I think you kind of need to.
Are they going to try to rush Lance out there this year? Or are they going to let him sit behind Garoppolo? You know, that's another thing they have to think about. If so, they want to just go ahead and get some weapons.
Quinn Miners is still there. You got Aaron Banks. I mean, Terrence Marshall is still there, for God's sake. Terrace is.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a big fan of little wide receivers, Tutu Atwell's there, although this is way too early to take Tutu. He's only 5'9", $155 out of TCU, but dude just makes plays. But I think they got to go offensive line here. Might as well. I mean, if you're drafting a quarterback in round 1, get that protection. Even if Trey Lance isn't the day 1 starter, they still want to roll with Garoppolo. Still gives them that ability once Lance is there to be protected.
With the 48th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Aaron Banks,
All right.
There you go.
Notre Dame.
Offensive lineman Aaron Banks,
That's a good one.
the guard out of Notre Dame, 6'5" 3/8", 325 pounds. An absolute brick wall of a human being. He's got guard and tackle flexibility. So if there's an injury and you need to move some guys around to fill out your offensive line, you get that with Aaron Banks. Had a great showing against Alabama, against some premier offense. Or premier defenses, rather. And remember, last year Notre Dame was actually playing in a conference. They spent all of last season in the ACC, which they're normally an independent, but because of all the COVID stuff and some programs not playing and some conferences not playing, Notre Dame went ahead and joined the ACC last year. So he got some tape in against some good competition, including playing Clemson twice. Then also got Alabama. So Aaron Banks only allowed 2 sacks in his career in over 1,100 passing blocked snaps. So that huge get there for San Francisco. Gotta like what they're doing. Now Arizona's on the clock. They've got Zayvon Collins. They took him round 1. And they're in a very competitive division there in the NFC West, and the pick is in for Arizona as well. So they could be looking at tight end. They could be looking at corner, defensive end, wide receiver, or running back. I don't know what. Well, I would say I don't know why they need a wide receiver, but A.J. Green only came over on a 1-year deal. Larry Fitzgerald's old. But you got DeAndre Hopkins.
Yes, you do.
But is there a running back that you really feel comfortable with taking at the spot? I don't think so.
I don't know about that, no.
They could take the Notre Dame tight end, Tommy Tremble. They could take the Penn State tight end. He's got a weird name, Fryermuth or something like that. So those are some options here for Arizona. Maybe they want to go offensive line just to make sure that they keep itty-bitty Kyler Murray upright. Because you definitely don't want your franchise quarterback on IR all season.
No, definitely not.
God, but the pick is in for Arizona. We're just waiting for that selection to be announced here. And we'll keep everything rolling for you guys right here on the Big Uglies on Undefined Radio, covering rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft. Of course, we won't be doing the coverage tomorrow. We were not going to do rounds 4 through 7. The picks will be flying by so fast we won't be able to keep up. So we just decided to forego that one. And it looks like the selection is coming to the podium now for the Arizona Cardinals.
With the 49th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select
Rondale Moore, wide receiver out of
there you
Purdue. So he's a small guy.
Yep.
He's itty bitty, but dude can ball. He just makes plays super quick. He's one of those guys who's quicker than fast, but he plays faster than what his time speed is. You know.
Absolutely.
He's also one of those guys, if you do like jet sweeps, because of his small stature, he can kind of hide behind the offensive line and get through. You can also just straight up line him up in the backfield as a running back. The short intermediate routes is where he really shines. I would like to see what he could do against. It's hard to say that it's bad defenses because I mean it's the Big Ten, but it's not like he's playing world beater defenses really.
No, exactly.
With the exception of like Ohio State, maybe Wisconsin. But hey, big moment for Rondell Moore going there to the desert with Arizona. I feel like they just selected a wide receiver in the second round like 2 years ago.
That's what it seems like.
Andy Isabella, I think is who it was. But, I mean, this is somebody that they like,
You got the New York Football Giants coming up.
So, his freshman year against Ohio State, he had 12 catches for 170 yards and 2 touchdowns. That was the big upset when they beat Ohio State by like 20, right?
Yep.
Had to be. Rondell Moore is only 5'7" tall. But he's 181 pounds. Small hands. But I said it. I was talking out my cheeks. I was looking at the wrong time earlier. So his 40 time, though, 4.31.
Oh, he's fast.
He's super fast.
He's fast.
But his legs only have to move this far to get off the ground before he can put them back down, so he gets to generate more power.
Oh, sure.
So round 2, number 17, or 17th pick in round 2, number 47 overall, or 49 overall. Rondell. The question is going to be what everyone's question is going to be. Durability.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I mean, when you're a guy that's that small, how will you hold up in the rigors of an NFL, especially going across the middle and one of these massive linebackers just crushes him? He's got to face Bobby Wagner twice a year. What happens when he comes over the middle and Bobby Wagner just lights his life up?
Oh, I swear.
So he's an undersized slot receiver, has excellent burst and rare end top speed. He makes defenders miss, and he has that second gear to pull away when he gets the ball in space. He did average over 10 yards per carry back in 2018. He's more of a threat after the catch, but he tracks the ball well, and he'll make some plays downfield. He's a slightly above average route runner, but he has the burst to separate from man and settles into pockets working against different zone looks. So he's a hands catcher, which is great. He's not one of those god-awful Terrence Williams body catchers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Giants taking the longest of anybody to make their pick, which makes me dislike them even
Well,
more.
it's New York. Everyone's got to be a diva up there. But the pick is in for the G-men. Followed up by the Washington football team. You're seeing a lot of NFC East teams picking one after another.
Yep.
It's because they all had the same record.
They all
Terrible.
sucked.
So 50 is the Giants, 51 Washington, Carolina, Tennessee, Indianapolis, and then Pittsburgh will get us through picks 55. We're getting close, ladies and gentlemen, to the end of round 2. And just a handful of selections. Kansas City will make their very first selection of the draft at pick number 63.
That's crazy.
But hey, they gave up pick number 31 just so that they could get Orlando Brown Jr., which
Hey, not a bad deal.
I think it's a trade that really works out for both Kansas City and Baltimore. Orlando Brown Jr. was disgruntled in Baltimore because he believes he's a left tackle, but Baltimore said, "Well, that's great, but we already have a great left tackle.
Yeah.
You can't both play left tackle. You have to play right tackle."
Exactly.
So Orlando Brown Jr. decided, "Hey, I'll cry about it publicly." And that's what he did. Kansas City said, "Hey, we'll give you a 1 because we're picking at the end of the first round anyway. Doesn't matter. We'll give you a 1 and some other stuff, and then we'll take Orlando Brown Jr.
Dallas
off
did
your
this
hands."
very thing with Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
They're like, you know what? We need a great receiver. We need somebody powerful. He's young. Take this. We'll go ahead and forgo our pick. We'll take Amari Cooper.
And it's worked out well for Dallas.
It's worked out great for him.
I mean, Amari Cooper's probably, a top 5 route runner in the NFL?
Oh, easy.
I mean, if you were just watching People
mean,
run
pure
the
route runner.
tree, creating separation through routes.
Oh, no doubt.
He's
So
got
good.
Although Devontae Adams of the Packers is probably the best.
Oh, man, yeah.
That dude's so good.
He is.
It's just
He is.
it's. But what I love about DeAndre Hopkins in his game as an NFL wide receiver is that he can run the routes and stuff, but he doesn't care if you run with him. I think he honestly prefers it because I think DeAndre Hopkins loves to high point the ball because he knows if you and he both go up in the air for that ball, he's the one coming down with it.
Sure. He has that confidence, and he should.
And he doesn't drop anything. God, I think he's had like one drop in the last 2 years, the last 3 years. I mean, dude's hands are ridiculous.
Nobody looks happy to be there.
You love to see it.
Just nobody looks happy in the New York Giants war room. That's funny.
All right, here. I'm trying to think. That dude looks familiar.
Slayton.
All right.
Finally.
The Giants take first-round talent in Azeez Ojulari. Dealing with a little bit of a knee issue. His slide stops here about a little over halfway through the second round.
Yep.
But Ojulari is 6'2" and a quarter, weighs 249, ran a 4.61 40-yard dash. Thing about Ojulari is he can really get around the tackles, but he hasn't developed a ton of pass rushing moves or technique yet. But his raw talents, his intangibles, his physical traits are really what helped him win in college. So for that great success at the NFL level, he'll have to become more refined. But once he does, oh Lord, watch out because that dude's going to be trouble. Now he does have to deal with those tackles down in Dallas twice a year, so it's going to be a nice little learning curve for him. However, he's shown that he can handle the pressure of dealing with SEC offensive lines. You know, playing Florida, playing Tennessee, playing Missouri, playing Auburn every year as well.
Yep.
So there's a lot of guys there that Ojulari had to prove himself against. So round 2, pick 51, Washington's pick is in. We are just waiting for them to get to the podium to announce who that might be. Does it bother you that they decided, hey, we will change our team name and just not have one?
Yes, it does.
Like, I thought maybe for a season, fine, whatever. They'll come up with team name. And Dan Snyder said, nah, I'm good. Hard pass. We don't need a team name. We're obviously not good at coming up with them.
That whole thing is whatever. It's whatever, man. I don't like Washington anyway, so I don't even care.
Like, you could call them the Dusty Kneecaps. But just call them something.
It's just, I'm just not, just that whole situation is dumb.
Muni Coleman. All right, here's Washington's selection in round 2.
You almost said it. Yep. There went Cosme.
Sam Cosme, offensive lineman from Texas, 6'5" and 7/8", 314 pounds. Got great lateral quickness, violent hands, average bend, does not move super well. Played a few spots on the Texas offensive line, notably played left tackle this past year. He's got a lot of work to do. He is far from a polished player, but the rare and raw and natural ability is there for him. It's just how does he get it all put together?
Exactly.
Super spreader. Look at the Cosme household down there in Texas.
I swear.
That place is just popping off with COVID-19.
They're all ready for it.
They are all stacked in there on top of each other. God, I have anxiety watching that. not even from the COVID aspect, just
All the people.
that's just too many people.
It's just all them people squished in there.
So Carolina has traded back again in the second round. Cleveland moves up to number 52 and gets a 4th round pick for
Macho
Carolina
Man
to
Randy
move back
Savage
and
is in
get
Cleveland.
A third rounder.
There we go.
So who does Cleveland move up for, though? That's the question. Maybe is this the time where JOK, his draft stock stops slipping? I know we're going to say this a lot. It's just because I can't believe he's still here.
Well,
Just
yeah,
because of
they
the
got to have a
talent.
defensive lineman, a cornerback, a linebacker, offensive lineman, safety. I mean, they need all kinds of
You
defensive
need a
help
linebacker
anyway.
or a safety.
I think
JOK
JOK here
got
is a
you.
good pick. If Iatu's still here,
But, I mean, whatever this injury concern with JOK is, I mean, it's got to be bad. That's the only reason I can think of that he's still available.
yeah, no, I don't really get it. So
Oh, it's the Macho Man. Got the IC title belt and everything. I mean, that's go deep on it.
That's right.
Macho.
she's like, you have to stay seated in your seat, like the commissioner
He's
did.
got the mannerisms down though. But
Yep.
he's got the Macho Man
Mask.
face mask.
Yep.
That's great. Oh, I love it. That's fantastic.
It's just funny. Sir, you're going to have to remain seated.
And there
Sit
he is,
down,
not
please,
remaining
sir.
seated. But hey, work the crowd, dude. Get them pumped. That's what you do.
That's right.
Way to show out. Elizabeth.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
That is a great get up. Dear Lord, I love that. I love Cleveland's color scheme because it's just disgusting.
Because it looks like duty.
Yeah,
That's the reason?
like radioactive
Yeah.
poo particles. That's what the Browns color scheme is.
I love the fact that this man has no give a damn.
Oh, no,
It's
he
like,
is-
I'm
he
doing
is
it
eating
anyway.
it up.
I don't care.
They're bringing the cameras to him.
That's hilarious. We ain't won nothing. Yeah. 47 years. Yeah, but here I am. Good Lord.
He has watched a lot of Randy Savage tapes.
Yeah, he has.
Dear Lord. I want to see him drop an elbow, though. Jump off the stage and just drop an elbow on somebody.
I want to see him do it on Roger Goodell.
Oh, God, I would pop for it.
That'd be so great.
I want to see if he can do that picture-perfect Randy Savage elbow, though. That's the catch.
That would be great.
They should just have all the guys that come out to announce these picks. Or sit in the chair, just all dressed up as different pro wrestlers.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Get that Randy Savage handshake and everything. That's great.
See that pushing him on.
He was like, get security.
Yeah.
All right, Goodell, get to the point.
My God, listening to Goodell talk is like watching paint dry.
Oh, without question.
Oh, it's brutal.
I'm Roger Goodell. I make $40 million a year. I will unenthusiastically read this cue card.
Because I care so much about our youth. That's why I'm here.
We're waiting on this pick. Announce it. There it goes.
There it is.
So JOK is off the board officially. Great get here for the Browns
Yep.
at pick 52 in the second round. They saw their opportunity. They traded up with Carolina. So Carolina gave up 3 picks to get Sam Darnold from the Jets. I think
Yes.
they have more than reclaimed those picks.
Oh, no doubt.
Just here in the second round, they're trading back. So there's a party at the Owusu Koromoa house. Koromoa, rather. Is the 2020 Buckus Award winner for the nation's top linebacker, 2020 first team All-American selection as well. He's 6'1.5", 221 pounds, twitchy, instinctive, coverability. He's that tweener backer, much like Isaiah Simmons was when he came out of college from Clemson. He went to the Cardinals. He can play linebacker. He can play safety. But I just hope that the Browns don't try to get too cute and be like, hey, we're going to play you at slot corner. We're going to play you at free safety, strong safety, box safety. We're going to have you the deep center fielder. We're also going to play you a weak side linebacker. You know, don't give him too much just because you got to get transitioned to the NFL.
That's right.
Give him one position for now, and then once he learns it, then I'll let him do more.
Absolutely.
But be great at one thing first, and then get good at other stuff.
We were wondering where JOK was going to end up, and
Yeah, I mean, it's
there
a
you go.
precipitous fall for him. Yeah, I mean, I'd be celebrating too.
Well, they should
if
be.
you're
I
the
mean, this
Browns.
is a great pick for where they got him at,
Absolutely.
especially.
The value's here. Now, you don't get the fifth-year option on him, but you can franchise tag him if, you know, it comes down to it.
But I really want to know why they fell. I can't wait to hear what that's all about.
His comp is to Harrison Smith, the safety for the Vikings. Look at that closing speed. Good God. He's so fast. Here's Harrison Smith doing the same thing.
Yep.
Just getting over there. Keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting. Fight through the block from Bridgewater. 11 tackles for loss and 3 forced fumbles in 2020 for JOK. The Titans pick is in. Really loved what the Browns have done. Greg Newsome the second and Owusu Koromoa. Great picks.
Yep.
Hard to argue with what they're doing. Tennessee needs a receiver, a tight end, an offensive tackle, and a safety. So they could be looking at Dylan Raduns, the offensive tackle from North Dakota State that protected Trey Lance. They could also be looking at a Terrace Marshall Jr., Pat Fryermuth, Tommy Trimble, the tight ends from Notre Dame and Penn State, respectively. I mean, if they're in that safety market, I mean, there's a few interesting names there, namely like Elijah Molden, Andre Sisco, Ardarius Washington, if you're not afraid of short guys. However, I think they want to get that offense built back up. They lost Jack Conklin last year. He went to the Browns, I believe, in free agency. So they're going to want to build up that offensive line. If I was a gambling man, and that puts the Indianapolis Colts on the clock.
21 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Dylan Raduns.
All right, Dylan Raduns. He's the pick for the Titans. The offensive tackle out of North Dakota State. He will either play the right tackle position or one of the interior guard positions for Tennessee. He's a big boy, 6'5" and 3/4, 301. Super slow 40-yard dash. So I don't think they'll be doing a lot of pull blocks for him and Derrick Henry there in Tennessee.
Oh, yeah.
But if you're drafting a guy in the second round, you've got to believe that he'll work out for you. Much like Connor Williams has been average at best. He's been real bad at times. But he's had some decent moments as well with the Cowboys.
Coach should trade back now. Missed out on Cosby and JOK.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge blow if you're the Colts, who are looking for offensive tackle. They're looking for wide receiver. They're looking for safety. They're looking for tight end.
Yep. I mean,
You got to wonder who some of these teams are really, really thinking about taking,
and their pick is in.
What's going on with their draft boards. This draft update brought to you by Pizza Hut. That's not true. Pizza Hut does not sponsor us. I'm just watching the television.
That's right.
So Andre Cisco, according to ESPN, is the number 1 safety still left. There's Jamar Johnson, who I absolutely do not like just because he cannot tackle. And I don't want a team throwing over the middle just for my safety to miss the tackle every time.
Yeah, exactly.
So not a big fan of Jamar Johnson from Indiana. There's Richard LeCount, safety from Georgia. DeMar Hamlin from Pittsburgh. Trill Williams from Syracuse. This is too early for Caden Stearns, I feel like, but I do like, even though he's small, Ardarius Washington guy, although I don't like him in the second round. Still feel like that's entirely too early. But after this pick, the Colts do not pick again until round 4.
Oof.
So they have no day 3 pick. They will be done for the night, unless they're trying to trade back into round 3. However, they gave up that 3rd round pick to the Eagles for Carson Wentz. And the Eagles gave up that 3rd round pick of the Colts to Dallas in order to move up 2 spots in the 1st round last night. So that's where the Colts' 3rd round pick is. It's now residing in Dallas, Texas. I don't know if I would necessarily like Tutu Atwell for the Colts. I mean, they've got some small receivers as it is. But Terrace Marshall, Anthony Schwartz out of Auburn, dude's super fast, not necessarily the greatest wide receiver. There's also Tylen Wallace from Oklahoma State and Amari Rogers from Clemson. Be some good wide receiver picks. Nick said, Kyle Trask to the Colts. Thank God that's not true. Now, I agree with you. If you're the Colts and you just traded as much as you did for a quarterback, you're not about to take one right here in the second round. You wouldn't think.
However.
But you know, a team that could take a quarterback, and it wouldn't surprise me?
Who's out?
Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah.
They've got the very next pick. You know, because Roethlisberger's not getting any younger. They grabbed a running back. They need offensive line help. It doesn't matter. Get a tackle, get a guard, get a center. They need help across the board on the offensive line. But they could also be in that quarterback market, as I was talking about there. So, I mean, as far as some offensive linemen, if the Colts wanted to go offensive tackle, I just had them, and then my page refreshed. Sorry about that. Spencer Brown is available. He might be more of a 3rd round guy. There's James Hudson, who's a 3rd round guy. Jalen Mayfield from Michigan, or Adrian Ely out of Oklahoma. Those are 2 2nd round tackles there for you. As far as guards or centers, you've got Quinn Miners still available, the 3rd highest ranked guard or center in this draft. Wyatt Davis out of Ohio State as well, and also Ben Cleveland from Georgia. Just some guys to keep your eye on if you are the Colts and the Steelers. Also, Creed Humphrey. Don't forget that man. The center out of Oklahoma. He's the 55th overall ranked player, according to ESPN. So a lot of options we could see here between Indianapolis and Pittsburgh. And then, of course, after those 2 teams are off the clock, Seattle gets to make their first pick of the draft.
Oh, Lord.
At 56 there. Followed by
It's been a minute.
Followed by the Rams making their first pick of the draft.
It's been a minute. The Colts, best offensive line in the NFL outside of LT since Costanzo retired.
It's hard to argue with that.
Another defensive end.
Vanderbilt kid. Okay.
Yep.
This dude would probably been a bigger prospect if he played literally anywhere else in college.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
But-
absolutely.
But he went to Vanderbilt for the academics.
That's right.
Like, he wanted the prestige that comes with graduating from a top-tier public university.
But here's the thing, too, about guys like that, though, and guys who are in these schools but still get noticed and are going this high in the draft anyway. means you play for a very subpar football team. Let's just be real about
Absolutely.
it. It means you're fighting an uphill battle the whole time against premier other teams, especially when you're playing SEC football. It's just how it is. I think this is a good pick for them.
Absolutely.
It will automatically help that defense. I don't think that they're going to end up hating this pick.
No, it's
You would like to have a more impactful, sexier pick sometimes that you think is gonna, but there's so many needs on some of these teams. Indy's no different. I mean, look, they brought in Carson Wentz.
Yep.
They're trying to figure that out. Who are the receivers right now for Indy?
An aging T.Y. Hilton
Mm-hmm.
and Michael Pittman Jr.
That's right. Who's their tight end?
God, don't give me a line. I think they
Um,
moved on from Jack Doyle. Maybe Nick could tell us, because I don't remember off the top of my head.
Need to find out. I don't know who it is either.
Steelers pick is in. Because, they had Eric Ebron for a season,
That's right.
and he was so good for them. And then he went to Pittsburgh, so that's kind of funny how that transition
They
worked
do
out.
need a tight end. Speaking of,
Segues. Ooh, Franco Harris.
there you go. Much as I hated the Steelers, man, Franco Harris is an absolute stud. Not surprising, Cleveland hates him.
Okay. So Nick says they still have Jack Doyle and Mo Alley Cox for their tight ends for the Colts.
So what?
Nick says that Jack Doyle and Mo Alley Cox are the tight ends for Indianapolis.
There you go.
Well, yeah. Okay, Nick. I mean, that's a fair point. Oh, the Steelers get the tight end.
Yep. Well, they needed one.
So Pat Freiermuth from Penn State goes here to the Steelers. 6'5", 251, huge catch radius. Aware versus the zone. He's this year's version of Hunter Henry, hopefully minus the injuries.
Dude, I swear.
But Nick says Eric Ebron was good for the Colts because he was catching passes from Andrew Luck. And it's hard to argue with that. Andrew Luck was tremendous. Of course, his sudden retirement left a lot of Colts fans upset.
Oh, no doubt.
To the point that they broke the news during a Colts preseason game.
Yeah.
And Andrew Luck got booed while he was standing on the sidelines.
Yeah, that was a completely horrible situation.
I think everyone in that situation mishandled that situation,
Yep.
Because if he was going to retire, he could have announced it sooner and not put himself in that
Yep.
position. Also, for a guy who suffered so many injuries for that team, the fans could have handled it in a classier way.
That's right.
There's enough blame to go around there. So Seattle finally on the clock to make their very first pick of this draft, followed by the Rams making their first pick of this draft as well. So we'll see exactly what Seattle's thinking. Now, they do have an upset Russell Wilson. That's been the big talk all offseason for them. So they could be in a market for a weapon. But really, I mean, what would you go? Tight end? Tommy Tremble, Notre Dame?
Might have to here.
They could use an offensive guard, a defensive tackle, a defensive end, and a corner as well. So maybe Elijah Molden. He's already there at the University of Washington. He can stay in Seattle, and slide over to the Seahawks. I mean, there's a possible fit. He's a smaller corner. They're not running Dan Quinn's defense up there anymore. Especially, they just lost, I want to say Shaquille Griffin left Seattle. One of their top corners.
Yeah.
So, with Shaquille Griffin gone, I mean, there's definitely a hole there. Yeah, so Shaquille Griffin went to the Jaguars this offseason. So, yeah, maybe this is that spot where you start looking at a guy that's Elijah Molden is a local dude. He's from Westland, Oregon, but he's playing his college football in Seattle with the Washington Huskies. He could just slide over, fit in, and maybe you get a good steal here with your first pick. I think the Seahawks only have 3 picks in this draft, by the way.
Oh, my God. Really?
Yeah. I could be wrong.
Well, we're about to find out because I want to know that. I didn't pay attention
They
to
don't
Seattle.
pick again till round 4. With the 24th pick of the 4th round.
You are correct, sir.
Yeah, so they got a round 2, a round 4, and a round 7.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, that's not great. Do you
What?
think they would?
Jeez.
No, the pick's in, so Seattle is making the pick. They are not trading out of it. I was about to say, I wonder if they would trade out just to try to pick up something else. Pick up a 3 or a 2 or whatever it might be.
Let's see. I don't blame Luck for retiring at all. He was doing everything he could to try and get healthy for the season. Once he realized it wasn't going to happen, he made the right decision to retire. The coach front office ruined his career by neglecting the offensive line. I don't disagree with that at all.
Hard to argue with that.
And this is the thing. This is the problem, though, with having these quarterbacks. Sometimes is that people are like, well, he's so good. We can hit other knees. But why would you not want to keep your quarterback healthy and on the field as much as possible?
What if Andrew Luck pulled some shenanigans and said, I've had some time away. I've healed my body. I'm ready to go. You got a great offensive line. And then the Colts are like, yeah, but we already traded for Carson. We've invested a lot in him, so we'll have to then trade Andrew Luck to some random team that gets a mega star.
Oh, I swear.
Oh, that would be wild.
That would be crazy.
Nick asks, over/under 6 wins for the Jags next year.
All right, so it's funny you say that because I'm pulling it up right now.
What are you pulling up?
Well,
What is that?
their opponents. I wanted to see who they were for this season. Because didn't they announce who the opponents were? They just didn't put the schedules out,
Right, yeah.
correct?
Schedules don't go out till May.
So they're taking on the Cardinals. They've got San Francisco, the Falcons, the Broncos, the Bills, the Dolphins, the Titans, the Texans, the Colts. So that's their opponents. I think they can beat the Texans
Okay.
for sure.
How many times? 'Cause they got to face them twice.
Both. Well, I don't know that. Now I'm just saying with what they've gotten now
what's the
versus
deal
what
with
they
Deshaun
have.
Watson? Let's say, because what's the deal with Deshaun
Exactly.
Watson? That's
So
really
I
gonna be
am
the
curious
crazy
about that. What are they going to do there? I think they could get 6 wins. I don't know. It depends. I mean, you're talking about first year for all
They're
these
not
new
beating
players.
The Colts.
No,
I
they're
don't
not
think
beating the
they're
Colts.
Titans.
They're not beating the Colts.
So that's 4
The
losses
Titans.
right there.
Um,
They're not beating Buffalo.
no, they're not beating Buffalo either.
They could beat Denver.
Yes, they can beat Denver.
They could probably still beat Atlanta.
Maybe.
They could maybe beat San Francisco or the Cardinals. Maybe.
Maybe.
But I really like what the Dolphins are doing. We talked about that earlier.
Yeah, and that's going to be another fight. I mean, it's
Seattle
going to be
takes-
tough.
Seattle takes wide receiver Dwayne Eskridge out of Western Michigan.
Isn't that dude like 5'1.5" or something like that?
He's a
Tiny dude.
hair under 5'9". So, but he did produce there at Western Michigan while they're playing the powerhouse teams like Akron,
Oh yeah.
So, Central Directional College is maybe not a great. They're in the MAC conference.
I'm not
guys.
sure how I feel about this pick either.
Yeah. So.
This is your first pick of the draft.
But hey, we've seen cats come out of Western Michigan and Central Michigan before that showed out. Antonio Brown went to Central Michigan. J.J. Watt, before he went to Wisconsin, he was at Central Michigan. So, I mean, they've put out some talent. He's just a small guy. And, of course, what will help him in Seattle is the fact that he's out there with Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf, and they're going to demand a lot of attention. So maybe that can open up things for Eskridge, whether he's running in the slot or what it might be. But now the Rams are on the clock there. Over/under Cowboys reaching 4 wins. Over. If they did it last year with a train
The
wreck
crap
team,
thing they had. Oh,
they will do it this year with a good team.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
God. Although I do feel like the Cowboys kind of got screwed a little bit.
What, on the
because-
schedule?
Well, yes, because the Cowboys were technically the third place team in the NFC East last year,
Mhm.
and their third place slotting for their schedule it's tough. Like the teams that they're playing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can find it, but the schedule's not out yet. So
Look, they'll have as long as Dak is healthy, they have every chance to beat Giants, Washington, and Philly. And while they may not beat them all twice, I think they have, for the most part,
Right.
the ability to sweep them all.
because
Though,
Washington's
honestly,
got a great defense.
Washington does have a great
Tremendous.
defense, but no offensive output to speak of. So 4 wins is easy. That'll happen. Now, how much over will they be this year? I don't know. If that offense stays healthy, they can compete with anybody. I don't care. And again, that defense just has to be middling.
Yeah, so they've got the dear Lord. Might as well just go to the Cowboys website and look at it.
Yeah.
So it looks like the Rams are going to milk every last second of their 5 minutes here in the second round.
It's a good thing they haven't had any time to think about who they might want to take.
Right. Over all the time that they spent getting ready for the draft.
All right. Blah, 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 blah. Why don't you at least tell us our opponents this year? Not gonna do that either. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't have a quick cheat sheet to pull up exactly
either,
who the
but-
Cowboys have there. All right, the pick is in for the Rams. Just waiting for that to be announced. Their first selection here of the 2021 NFL Draft. We're almost to the end of round 2. After the Rams, we've got the Chiefs. Oh, so the Chiefs have got 2 picks here.
Yep.
So we got the Chiefs, Carolina, New Orleans, Buffalo, Green Bay, Kansas City again, and then Tampa Bay will close out round 2. Saw some guys slide a lot further than we thought. Merrick
Yeah.
had a real steep slide, and then Asante Samuel Jr. went all the way to overall pick 47. And then you got Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who I thought was a big target for Washington back in round 1. And he slips to 1 pick past Washington in round 2.
Yep.
Here's Orlando Pace out here to announce the pick for the Los Angeles Rams.
That fan is happy right there. Pace is out there.
Let's see who they got.
That dude's a straight beast.
Tutu Atwell, baby. Undersized wide receiver. So Nick says he's got a question for you, Chad.
Sure.
Nick, what you got for us?
Ask. I will
Tutu
answer,
Atwell,
answer,
another
answer.
5'8" receiver. Weighs all of $155, but he runs a 4.35 40.
Dude.
I just hope a good stiff wind doesn't blow, because he will go flying away.
I swear.
But he opted out of the 2020 season after 9 games. I mean, if you played 9 games, why are you opting out, dude? You're there. How big a boy are you?
How big a boy are you? I'll come down there and whoop your ass. I love Roy D. Mercer. Dude, have you ever listened to Roy D. Mercer?
Yeah,
Oh,
like
oh, yeah.
15 years ago.
Roy D. Mercer's
Or
great,
better.
man. I love Roy D. Mercer. Why don't you come down here and find out? I'll be waiting on the front porch. He get people worked up.
What was his gimmick? Crank calls?
Oh yeah. So they had him on all the radio shows, right? So he presumed that he bought something from these people or did
Right.
something, and so I demand satisfaction. He's talking all this crap.
Jesus.
Oh, it was great, man. I loved it.
So,
And just like that, Matt Stafford has a team with weapons. I mean,
what's that like? I've never experienced this. Yeah, so the Rams rented a house on Malibu Beach for this draft. And didn't even...
is that Roger Goodell's portrait hanging on the wall?
It kind of looks like it, which is kind of weird.
That is strange.
Very, very peculiar.
Tell me that's not the thing.
But for the first time in this draft, the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. They have needs at defensive end, wide receiver, outside linebacker, guard, and safety. So I'm wondering, we saw that last season they had all the offensive weapons in the world. Ooh, and the pick is in for Kansas City. But they really need that help on defense.
Oh, I swear.
So are they going like a Ronnie Perkins as an edge rusher? Do they want a wide receiver like Terrace Marshall? Because, I mean, you got to think, the Chiefs are, a couple pieces away from solidifying that defense, making them as good to go with that great overpowered offense that they have.
Oh, dude, yeah. Good Lord, you're right about the patty. I used to be.
Oh, no, there's one. Yeah, that one right there, the NXT TakeOver New Orleans clip.
Oh, yeah, good Lord.
Yeah, you come a long way, man.
I was swole in all the wrong places.
Right.
I was like biscuit swole. That's not good. Ugh. Might need to delete those videos. Because that's horrible. Jeez. So who do they take here?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Who do they take here? I'm
thinking maybe Perkins, the edge out of Oklahoma. They take a linebacker.
Oh, did they?
Yes, they take Nick Bolton. So his slide here in the second round is over. Now, Nick Bolton's an undersized linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
He's 5'11", 237. If you just watch the tape, if you just watch the gameplay tape, dude is tremendous. Finds the ball, lights people up, wraps up, a secure tackler. But if you look at the physical traits, super little. If you watch his workout from his pro day, god awful. I mean, absolutely terrible workout at the pro day. It was very underwhelming. That's why he slides down this far in the draft. But Nick Bolton's a good player. This is a steal for Kansas City. So this is it's a big get for Kansas City. It's really going to help with that defense. Don't be surprised if Kansas City goes defense again with their second pick of the second round. Nick Bolton was a guy that they were talking about could go in the first round.
Yeah. Nick Bolton calmed his whole family down. See that? Y'all settle down. That's great.
Y'all chill out.
Let's chill out a little bit.
So the Panthers and then their division rival, the Saints. So speaking of this, the Panthers and the Saints. Once upon a time, the New Orleans Saints had a wide receiver that went by the name of one Joe Horn.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yes, he did.
Joe went on to have a son, named him JC.
Mm-hmm.
Now, JC would grow up and enter the 2021 NFL Draft.
Yes.
Only to be drafted by the Saints' hated division rival, the Carolina Panthers.
Yes.
And when
And we were sad for that.
When J.C. Horn was drafted, you see his whole family celebrating, except for his father, Joe, who sat there on the couch,
like really
incredulous that now he has to pull for the Panthers because that is going to kill everything in him.
Yep.
But it provided a great draft moment for me. Like, I don't know if other people noticed it, but I noticed it.
He's like, really? Here, of all
He was
places?
so upset about it. But hey, Them's the breaks, kid.
Yeah, that's why it's called the draft. You don't get to choose where you go.
Nope. Unless your name is Eli Manning.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And then you get to.
Or apparently Micah Parsons, who willed that into existence. So
Yeah, boy.
good for you, kid.
He willed that into
Good for
existence.
you,
He
kid.
stood in, like,
Called your shot,
shoes
buddy.
when
You,
he went.
you made that happen.
He pulled a Babe Ruth more than anything. So Joe Horn was drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs originally in the 5th round of the 96 draft. Also played for the Saints, but he did play for the Falcons, so he can't really hate on his son for playing for the Panthers.
That's right.
So there's that. But he also played for the Memphis Mad Dogs and the Iowa Central Tritons.
Hey, there you go.
Fun fact, though, Joe Horn, who is from New Haven, Connecticut,
New Haven.
before he went to what college did he play at? I just had it here in front of me. But he played his college football at Itawamba Community College here in Mississippi.
Ooh, there you
Down
go.
there in Fulton. So he played at Fulton, and now he is the coach, the wide receivers coach over at Northeast Mississippi Community College in Boonville.
Hey, there you go.
Shout out to Joe Horn. And the pick is in for the Panthers, who are about to have an embarrassment of picks here coming up soon because
they are.
they have traded back a lot in the 2nd round and really racked up some picks. It's great moves by them. I don't know what kind of sauce that front office is on, but they're doing the thing. Let me see what Carolina's got going on over here. Draft picks. So far, the Panthers have only taken J.C. Horn. However, they've got this pick here. Then they've got the 9th pick of the 3rd round, the 20th pick of the 3rd round, the 26th pick of the 3rd round. But then after that, they don't pick again until round 6.
Well, there you go.
But then in round 6, they pick at 7, 9, 20, and 38 in that round.
Oh, Lord.
So they got 4 6-rounders. They got 3 3rd-rounders, a 2, and they had their 1. And Carolina is looking for a tight end, a guard, a defensive end, and possibly a quarterback if they don't just believe in Sam Darnold. So maybe they want Tommy Trimble or Hunter Long. Some of the Hunter Long is tight end out of Boston College. Jesus. Nick's just being ridiculous now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But maybe they do go with old Ronnie Perkins here. Who is, Ronnie Perkins is dying watching this draft. He's considered the 3rd best defensive end.
And then he's all the way down here at the bottom of the 2nd.
Sliding. Ranked 36th overall. So, there's got to be something going on with his draft stock there and why he keeps sliding further and further back. Oh, there he goes.
Finally.
Terrace Marshall's long wait is finally over. He was a guy who's a 2nd-round grade we thought might sneak into the 1st round.
Yep.
But here he goes towards the end of the 2nd round, 59 overall to the Carolina Panthers. Sneaky good get for them. For him to fall into their lap, I think that was one of those things that was just too hard for them to pass up.
Yeah, I exactly.
At 6'2", 205, they've got Robbie Anderson, who's real slender, and they've got Curtis Samuel, who's really small. But now Terrace Marshall gives them the big body receiver that they can send deep downfield.
No, absolutely, and I'm all for that.
really like what Carolina's doing, trying to make up for the lack of draft picks that they had, doing a bunch of trading back and still landing a guy like Terrace Marshall. They're really killing it in the draft game. A lot of teams, I'm happy with what they're doing. You know, Miami, Carolina, really standing out, and maybe Kansas City. I like the first pick for Kansas City. They got another pick right here coming up at the end of the second round as well. But New Orleans on the clock. They're looking wide receiver, so maybe they were trying to get Terrace Marshall since he was an
Probably
LSU
so.
kid.
I think they were hoping he was going to fall right to him.
They could use a corner, maybe Elijah Molden, outside linebacker, a safety, or a guard as well. Let me see what wide receivers are left here. Anthony Schwartz, he's not a round 2 guy. They want a guard. Quinn Miners, Sean Payton has repeatedly spent high draft picks on offensive linemen. So maybe this is where we see Miners go. He is projected as the number 61 overall prospect. Nick said, I would love to see Carolina bring back Jake Delhomme. Pretty sure Jake Delhomme's like either using a walker or in a wheelchair.
Something like that. I'm sorry. Y'all can all try it now, but it's too late. The Macho Man done stole the show.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's like, if I gotta get up here and sit in this chair, I'm at least gonna entertain the people, oh yeah! But the Saints pick is in. Roger Goodell is really getting up there to...
He's scared his wife's going to see he's dancing next to this blonde chick on the stage.
And his wife ain't studying it. She was on CNN. She made a killing before she ever met Roger
Oh, I know, that's right.
All right, Pete Warner, linebacker from Ohio State. His brother is Fred Warner, who I believe is on the 49ers.
I don't know.
Really good linebacker for the 49ers.
I'm still laughing at the fact that they busted Roger Goodell out right there on TV.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
He was being a little socially distant there. When I'm telling
I don't
you,
blame him, man.
That's great. Oh, that's
Roger
hilarious.
Goodell was like, I didn't have a prenup in my...
He's like, nah, dude,
there.
you don't even understand. She take me to the cleaners. I can't be losing half my salary every year.
No, not
Paying
at
for
all.
things.
Or more. Oh, Nick, I'm glad you got a kick out of my Macho Man impression there. So, up next, Buffalo's on the clock. They have already taken a defensive end, so you won't see Ronnie Perkins going here. They could use a running back, an offensive tackle, a corner, or a defensive tackle. Trey Sermon out of Ohio State via way of Oklahoma. He's still available. Michael Carter's there as well. Kenneth Gainwell. I wouldn't hate it if Buffalo took a running back here at the end of the second round. They could get a guy who's probably the best third round back that's still available. But because of where they're picking at the end of the rounds, that might be able to snatch someone from someone else.
That's,
Now, if they wanted to go offensive tackle, maybe Adrian Ely. I do like Adrian Ely, although ESPN is not as a fan of him the way that I am. Or Brady Christensen still on the board as well there. Who else is available? We got some corners, and we also have some defensive tackles. Lee McNeil, that could be a steal here from Buffalo as well at this pick. Maybe a little early for Milton Williams and Marvin Wilson, Tyler Shelvin, and Marlon Tuipulotu. But otherwise, I think running back is really kind of spot I would latch on to here if I'm Buffalo. Perhaps even you could talk me into a corner. You could talk me into Aaron Robinson, Melifon Wu, or Elijah Molden. I would be willing to commit to either of those. So Buffalo's actually sitting really pretty. They're in a good spot right now, even despite the fact that they're picking 30th in this draft. But based on what their team needs are, this really works out for them.
You think Boogie could go here?
No, because they took a defensive end in the first round. So I don't think they would double up on it with their first 2 picks. I think they would try to address another position and then maybe come back to defensive end later.
Well, you figure they had no player with more than 5 sacks.
Right.
And they were a playoff team last year.
Now, imagine what they could do if they could generate a pass rush.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But they took Gregory Rousseau in round 1.
If Yatu could go here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think a corner, defensive tackle, or offensive tackle, maybe a running back.
This will be interesting to see.
So the pick is in for Buffalo, so we're just waiting for that one to be announced. The Macho Fan, go Browns.
Highlight of round 2.
Oh, absolutely.
You can just hear him saying it too. Telling Roger what to do.
So, looking at your list of best available over there,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they go Tommy Trimble. I think they're still liking the Dawson Knox kid from Ole Miss. But Aaron Robinson could be a choice here at corner. Trey Sermon, or who's the other running back I was looking at? Michael Carter from North Carolina. He was teammates with Javonte Williams at North Carolina. It's an option. Don't really like the offensive tackle selections that are available for him. Oh, wow. Buffalo actually does go ahead and takes Boogie Basham.
Called it. Oh, yeah.
So
Told you what's going to happen. Yeah.
they doubled up
That's
on
right.
the defensive ends.
They
here.
needed sacks, guys. They had to do it.
They took Gregory Rousseau in round 1 and followed it up with Carlos Basham Jr., a.k.a. Boogie,
I
right
hate
here.
that too, because I really want a Boogie.
Yeah.
I really would love to have had Boogie.
Would have been very, very happy with that.
Yeah.
Green Bay is on the clock, so they can take yet another defensive player, anything but a wide receiver, because why help Aaron Rodgers?
Exactly.
So, Green Bay's looking for linebackers, defensive ends. It says wide receivers, but I can't really trust that because it's Green Bay, and they just don't want to do it. They took a corner in the first round. Let's see what receivers they'd be looking at. Well, I don't think there's really anyone kind of worth taking right here. At receiver, anyway.
What, receiver left?
Maybe Amari Rodgers,
That's who you got.
but I'm not just wild about that receiver selection at this point.
Not either.
But linebackers, they could go Jabril Cox, LSU, Chaz Surratt from North Carolina, who came to North Carolina as a quarterback and ends up as a linebacker. There's also Dylan Moses, but I think he's more of a round 3 guy. Don't know if I want to spend a second-round draft capital on him. Know what I'm saying? Outside linebackers, Chris Rump from Duke, and Joseph Osai and Baron Browning are all still available. Those could all be a really good pick. And the pick is in for the Packers. Just waiting to see who it is here. Which means that Kansas City is on the clock since Packers have turned their pick in. Which offensive player is it not? Is that Rashawn Gary?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. That's right. We're ready to run Aaron Rodgers completely out of town with this pick.
All right. Some kind of help for Aaron Rodgers, technically. It's probably
Sure.
not the way he wanted, but
Yep.
he will take the offensive line help, I'm sure. 6'5", 310 pounds. So gets the big boy who anchored that offensive line for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Josh Myers, 2020 All-Big Ten, 2020 Remington Trophy finalist, not the winner, but a finalist. He was up there in the conversation. Think this will really help out Green Bay. Now, the real question is that relationship with Rodgers too damaged to fix?
I'm going to say yes.
And if so, what happens? I mean, do they trade Rodgers?
I think they're going to be forced to.
Because Rodgers said he's not coming back. If he's not coming back, he's
He
retired.
says not coming back unless this situation gets resolved. And how does that situation get
to
resolved?
his satisfaction.
Exactly. It ain't happening, obviously, through the draft.
All right, so Kansas City's second pick of the round is in. We only have one more after this one. It's Tampa Bay.
Nick says, explain to me who is Macho Man's least favorite team and why, and do so in Macho Man's voice, including at least 3. Oh, yes.
Well, considering that Macho fan was a fan of the Browns, would have to say their hated one would probably be the Bengals.
Probably so.
Makes sense. And
Yep.
the Ravens and the Steelers.
Yep.
Just liking all the
Everybody from that
division
area.
rivals. I can't do the Macho Man voice for an extended period of time just because my throat will collapse in upon itself. Because doing so makes it feel like someone is rubbing sandpaper on the inside of my throat. It's like, how do all those...
And it also depends if we're talking about the Macho Man from Cleveland or we're talking about the Macho Man Randy Savage. Yeah, period, baby.
Can't do it. Like, why did all those 80s and 90s wrestlers have their voice like that?
That gritty voice?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I don't even know.
Were
But
they
they
just
did.
chain smoking cigarettes, shooting whiskey?
Probably
and,
so.
And just screaming incessantly? So here's the Chiefs selection, number 63 overall. Creed Humphrey, the center from Oklahoma. We've seen back-to-back centers
Yep.
go here in the NFL draft in the at the end of the second round. So, he's got quick first steps. He's an accomplished wrestler, so he likes to push people around.
But not the top rope kind.
Inconsistent shotgun snaps. So that's a little disconcerting, but this is the NFL. You're going to be under center a lot
Yep.
more. But Creed Humphrey, I believe, was the number one center coming into this draft. So kind of surprised that he stuck around quite this long. Two-time Big 12 Offensive Lineman of the Year. Creed Humphrey, the newest member of the Kansas City Chiefs. And that puts Tampa Bay on the clock with the final selection of round number 2.
Yep. Finally. Round number 2 is coming to a close.
Because now the Cowboys are about to have
That's right.
3 picks coming up in round 3.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm waiting for, too. Because my Macho Man is all about, he's a Dallas Cowboy fan.
We can see how
That's
the
my version.
Cowboys will botch that. Or who gets snagged out from under the Cowboys right in front of them. That's more likely to happen. So Tampa Bay selected Joe Tryon from Washington. Tryon is listed as an outside linebacker. But God almighty, he's 6'5", 259. So he's probably going to be more of a hand-in-the-ground edge rusher than anything.
Yep.
But maybe they do want to use him as just a massive linebacker and still get an edge rusher.
Possible.
Maybe get a Ronnie Perkins. But is this where we see the first day 2 quarterback go? Are they going to draft the heir apparent to Tom Brady in the second round here?
Who would that be? I mean,
Trask? Either Kellen Mond
yeah.
from A&M, Trask from Florida, or Davis Mills from Stanford. Those would be the selections. The biggest knock on Mills is the fact that he plays at Stanford. It's Pac-12 football. It doesn't start till midnight, so no one watches it.
Yeah.
Around here.
Well, I mean, even that though. I mean, again, this is the hardest thing about quarterbacking. Just because you select the first rounder don't mean they're going to be great, and just because you select them in the 6th, 7th, or undrafted means they're going to be trash.
Right.
You just don't know.
So, I mean, Davis Mills has a good frame, strong arm, and is adequately mobile. Tom Brady's not mobile at all, so that doesn't really matter. His mechanics are a little inconsistent, but he's accurate when he gets the ball out in rhythm and on time. Although he started only 11 games at the college level. He does lock on to receivers at times, and the consistency of his decision-making needs to improve. However, ESPN has him ranked as the 63rd overall player, so to come in at 64 is right in line with his overall ranking. And the pick is in for Tampa Bay, so we're just waiting to find out what that will be.
Class of 2021 Hall of Fame.
Stacked, man. It's loaded. Megatron, Charles Woodson, Drew Pearson,
Peyton,
John Lynch,
the Man Manning.
I mean, dear Lord.
My greatest quarterback of all time.
Peyton Manning?
I love Peyton Manning. It's my favorite. Just one of my top favorites.
Just not when it
Just changed the complete way you play that position right there. One of the few guys that can take trash teams and lift them up better than that team ever was.
But his biggest knock, or what will always be held against Peyton Manning in the argument of who's the best to ever do it, is lack of postseason results or wins.
Yeah,
rather.
but also at the same
most of
time,
those losses came at the hands of Tom Brady. So
yeah, then those teams weren't even comparable. Talent-wise, they weren't.
Tom Brady didn't have a lot to work with on a lot of those Super Bowl teams. The best offensive team Tom Brady had didn't even win a Super Bowl.
No, but they had the best consistent talent across the board.
They always had really good
And that was the difference. Remember the year Washington tried to buy a Super Bowl, loaded everybody up, bought the highest talent in the NFL, and completely failed.
When they spent $8 billion
Yep.
on Albert Haynesworth, and
Yep.
he showed up for half an hour.
That's
and
right.
Decided, I don't want to do this.
And just completely just changed the direction of that organization. They've never been the same.
No. Which, I mean, doesn't hurt my feelings. You know?
So you want to know the Macho Man's least favorite team? Yeah, the Washington Redskins. That's who it is. Yeah, nothing but trash, man. Trash from the owner, the players, the fans, everybody. Yeah, that's why I don't like them. They can't even snap into a Slim Jim. They can't even snap into a number 1 draft pick and make it stick.
Machine Gun Kelly up there to announce the pick.
Isn't he dating Megan Fox?
Don't get me lying to you.
All right, he's on drugs.
Well, he's from Cleveland.
Yeah, he's on drugs.
Well, yeah, he's a rapper.
Well, I swear.
Machine Gun Kelly, a skinny Cooper Cup. All right, let's get to this Buccaneers pick. Come on.
Yeah, this pick has been ready for 27 minutes.
I swear, po Jeebus. Not everyone has to make a speech. Fans are going wild. Oh, yeah. Oh, I called it. I called it.
You already looked.
Yeah. Well, it popped up here. We're on a slight delay
I swear.
watching here. Last night it was right on time, but now we got a delay. There you have it,
go.
ladies and gentlemen. Kyle Trask, quarterback from Florida, the new backup quarterback in Tampa Bay. Now he gets to see his favorite target twice a year, though. That's to be division rivals with Kyle Pitts in Atlanta.
Well, there you go.
So, Kyle Trask, a lot of upside, just inconsistent. You know, that's his real big knock. Like, he can make the throws, and he's not super athletic, so he's in that mold of Brady, although he's more athletic than Brady. But, I mean, if he can increase his consistency, there's a lot to like with Kyle Trask's game.
That's right.
And that right there will do it for the second round. And then Jacksonville is on the clock. They already have the pick in to start the third round as well.
I want to hear the song with Arms Wide Open sung by the Macho Man.
Oh, that would be great.
I'm going to look up the lyrics for you, Nick.
Oh, that would be incredible.
We're going to see what happens. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll look up these lyrics, I promise you. And we're going to get some of these bills paid. We'll be right back with the start of the third round of the NFL draft. You are listening to the 2021 draft right here on UndefinedRadio.com.
Hi, folks. Ricky Swindle from Batesville Tire and Muffler on the corner of Highway 6 and Eureka Street. Daddy used to say, if you can do it, then you ain't bragging. Batesville Tire and Muffler has been voted Panola County's #1 tire store, #1 brake shop, and #1 muffler shop. We've been here a long time, folks. Taking care of your vehicle is not a hobby to us. It's been our job since we were boys. So for your tires, brakes, shocks, struts, alignments, and mufflers, come see the #1 tire, #1 brake, and #1 muffler store in Panola County, Batesville Tire and Muffler.
Bourne and Hawkins Insurance, your nationwide insurance agents in Batesville, Hernando, and South Haven. They are on your side. Talk to Ben Bourne in Hernando, Josh Hawkins in Batesville, and Benji Edge in South Haven for insurance for agricultural business, commercial insurance, and for your life, home, and auto insurance. They are on your side. Visit them online at bourneandhawkins.com. Bourne and Hawkins Insurance, your nationwide insurance agents in Batesville, Hernando, and South Haven. On your side.
This is Ariana, and you're listening to Undefined Radio.
Ready for you with curbside service. The number's 563-2727. 563-2727 for curbside service at Cafe Olay on Highway 6 in Batesville. All the delicious food on the menu is available curbside and almost everything ready in under 15 minutes at Cafe Olay. Doing our part to keep everyone safe with curbside service. The number's 563-2727. 662-563-2727 for all the food on the Cafe Olay menu, including that delicious cheese dip. 563-2727 for Cafe Olay.
As your financial institution, it is our responsibility to help protect you and our employees, our greatest assets. Although our lobbies do remain open, we encourage you to use other means of banking provided for your convenience. Please use our drive-thrus, ATMs, our mobile banking app Dodo, SmartPay, and Bill Pay. If you are not enrolled in FirstNet, contact your local branch and enroll today. Taking one fear away will help minimize your worries concerning COVID-19. Please understand we are doing everything possible to protect you and our employees. First Security Bank, member FDIC.
Wells Funeral Home and Cremation Services on Highway 35 North in Batesville, Mississippi. You can visit with them anytime at wellsfuneralhome.net. Wells is ready to assist you in pre-arranging your funeral with over 80 years of combined experience. Wells Funeral Home honors any insurance or pre-need contract with no loss in value. There are so many options for funeral arrangements these days. Wells can help, and Wells will take the time necessary to address your concerns and customize the service you desire. Wells Funeral Home is celebrating over 40 years in business. Wells Funeral Home and Cremation Service, Highway 35 North in Batesville, or wellsfuneralhome.com.
The fastest internet speeds are coming to rural Mississippi. TVI Fiber, powered by TVEPA, bringing fiber optic high-speed internet to Tallahatchie Valley. All 9 counties served by Tallahatchie Valley Electric Power Association will have access to high-speed internet for your home or business. Check it out at TVIFiber.com. The fastest internet speeds are coming to rural Mississippi. TVIFiber.com, powered by TVEPA, serving rural Mississippi at light speed. TVI Fiber, powered by TVEPA. It's time to insure, and we make it easy. Caldwell Insurance on the Square in Batesville. We have the easiest phone number to remember, 563-4567. We have the easiest website, itstimetouinsure.com. You can use the website to get a quote, file a claim, and manage your policies. Easy, easy, easy. And we're easy to find. Under the clock sign on the corner on the Batesville Downtown Square. Come see Chris Smith, Jennifer Miner, and Perrin Caldwell. We work hard to make insurance easier for you at Caldwell Insurance.
First Metropolitan Financial Service, located at 142 Highway 6 West in Batesville, Mississippi. We have the cash you need today. From $500 to $15,000, we have personal loans to help with bills, repairs, vacations, vehicle purchase, or anything you need. Give us a call at 662-563-0540 or apply online today at www.fmfsloans.com. First Metropolitan Financial Services. Subject to credit approval, security needs.
Dr. Chris Walls and the 2020 Eye Care team in Grenada strive to provide the finest in optometry services with complete eye exams, contact lenses, glasses, glaucoma testing, and pre- and post-op care. New patients receive 15% off their first visit, not to be used with other vision insurance. 2020 Eye Care is right off Highway 8 on Old Hickory Road in Grenada. Great eye care begins with regular eye exams, so call today for your comprehensive vision test. 2020 Eye Care in Grenada. Your future suddenly became a whole lot clearer.
And welcome back to the Big Uglies and Undefined Radio's 2021 NFL Draft. We appreciate you guys and gals tuning in this year on Facebook, on Undefined Radio there, and on our Undefined Radio YouTube page. If you haven't given that a subscribe, hit that, go to that page, go to YouTube, type in Undefined Radio, hit that subscribe button, click that notification bell, give us a thumbs up, give us a like and a follow. We really would appreciate it. Help us grow this channel. Of course, you can listen to us through undefinedradio.com, through the free Undefined Radio app. You can buy that on any app store. And you can also listen through your Alexa device or through your Siri. Either way, you can find us anywhere. We really appreciate your support and continued support of Undefined Radio as we start the third round of the 2021 NFL Draft. Already selected 2 picks in the third round. We got Jacksonville took Andre Cisco, safety from Syracuse. Minnesota is announcing their pick right now. Like I said, there's a little bit of delay. We already know who this pick is, but so you got Kellen Mond right here.
Great pick for
Minnesota. We got Houston Texans on the clock. Their pick is in. Or Atlanta's on the clock.
Yeah, God knows that Minnesota wants to get away from Kirk Cousins as fast as possible.
Oh man, you know it.
Allows them to do it.
You know it.
And it gives Mond some time to get on page with those receivers. Up
Sure,
there
absolutely.
as well. Dear God. Kind of surprised that, well, I'm not too surprised, but the fact that Mond lasted to the third round. So Davis Mills will be the next quarterback to go. It's just a matter of where.
Yeah.
Is this where Denver or Carolina wants to jump on the quarterback bandwagon?
Well, I mean, I was kind of surprised that the Denver situation is intriguing. Still, if they don't, it leads me to believe that they are definitely looking at Aaron Rodgers for real.
Or they could be rolling Bridgewater and take a quarterback next year.
I mean, there's something going on there for sure.
Pick is in for Houston. We're just waiting on it to be announced. taking their sweet time with it. So, the Texans, with their first pick of the NFL draft,
I swear, which is so funny.
here in the third round, they're looking for an edge rusher, a wide receiver, a running back, a corner, or a defensive tackle.
Yep.
And the fifth pick, I am so curious who this could be.
What's that?
Who the Texans are taking, just because of their, then you have needs everywhere. They've got a first-year head coach, a first-year GM.
this whole organization.
They had no first or second round pick. Their quarterback doesn't want to be there. Plus, he's mired in controversy right now.
Might be mired in a jail cell before too long.
I mean, this is a bad situation all the way around for Houston. Has there been a draft pick so far on day 2 that you really liked a lot?
I mean, there's been a lot that I've liked, just none that I've liked for my team.
Well, yeah,
I'm with you. I mean, that's basically it. I would have taken Asante Samuel over Kyle Joseph.
Yeah.
Just because I have more faith in Asante Samuel.
Right. Your best ability is availability.
Yeah. And that's kind of the thing.
If
It's
Kelvin
not
Joseph is serving a suspension, it's hard to be there.
Yeah, and if Joseph's attitude was any different, I'd feel great about that pick.
Yeah, I'm with you.
No doubt. Also, if his attitude was different, he wouldn't have fallen that far.
That is true.
So here we go, Texans. What y'all got?
I will summarize his story for you. He loves the Cleveland Browns. And with that, the Houston Texans have selected Davis Mills, quarterback from Stanford.
There you go. Another QB.
So now we've seen the run on quarterbacks
That's right.
begin.
You knew it had to happen. Once somebody started taking one, that was it.
Yeah,
That's usually how that works.
the issue now is there's not really another round 3 quarterback left. I mean, you might not see another quarterback taken until the 5th or 6th round.
Which wouldn't surprise me. I mean, and that's fine.
And they're names that people know. Jamie Newman from Georgia, who was before that he was at I want to say he was at Wake Forest. Ian Book from Notre Dame, Felipe Franks from Arkansas, who before that was at Florida. Sam Ellinger from Texas, Shane Buechele from SMU, who before that was at Texas.
Yep.
Zach Smith from Tulsa, KJ Costello from Mississippi State, who before that was at Stanford. Like, all these guys are still out there in the NFL draft and will probably all go 5th round or later.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Not a great draft for early, mid-round quarterbacks.
No, if you're not selected early, then it's gonna be a later draft for you guys. We kind of expected that, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now here's a round where we'll probably see a few running backs go. Trey Sermon, Michael Carter, maybe Kenneth Gainwell from Memphis. So don't be surprised if you see a few of these dudes start moving here. Going into the 4th round tomorrow, maybe guys like Kylan Hill or Rakeem Boyd or Javian Hawkins from Louisville could be some guys that would go tomorrow. But round 3, pick number 68 for Atlanta is in. We are just waiting to find out who it is necessarily they have taken. So far, Atlanta has selected Kyle Pitts, tight end from Florida, Richie Grant, the safety from UCF, and Jalen Mayfield, the offensive tackle, is the pick here from Michigan. So, good get for Atlanta. I really like what they're doing. They're still trying to keep Matt Ryan protected by getting offensive linemen. They also want to make sure he produces by getting him Kyle Pitts. And then also they're trying to rebuild that secondary now that both Keanu Neal and DeMonte KZ, and I believe they had another safety that they lost too,
Yep.
Ricardo Allen. They're all out of Atlanta now. So they're just trying to replenish some of that defensive help. And Atlanta's got they've got a few picks tomorrow as well. They got the 3rd pick of the 4th round, the 9th pick of the 4th round.
Boom, boom,
They
boom,
got
boom.
3 5s and a 6. So Jalen Mayfield, who did miss the final 4 games of 2020, is the newest member of the Atlanta Falcons. But in 2019, he was all Big Ten honorable mention, which is a nice way of saying, hey, he wasn't quite the best. You know?
Exactly. Thanks for showing up. We appreciate it.
Yeah, great, man. But now the Bengals are on the clock. And who
We
is
are
it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks away from Dallas. Or 5 picks away from their 6th pick, however you look at it.
So Cincinnati is on the clock here. They took Jamar Chase
Yep.
in the 1st round, and they took Jackson Carman, the offensive tackle, in the 2nd round, looking to protect Joe Burrow. Look, Cincinnati, they pick here, and they're probably done tonight. However, they've got 2 4s tomorrow, a 5, 2 6s, and a 7. So they've got several picks left after today.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be real busy tomorrow. And Cincinnati takes edge rusher Joseph Asai out of the University of Texas.
I hate that, too.
So he's listed as an outside linebacker. You saw him play outside linebacker a lot if you watched
Yep.
the Longhorns. But he can put his hand on the ground and come off that edge and challenge an offensive tackle.
Yeah, I really liked Osai. I was kind of hoping he'd fall to the Cowboys later. And for some reason, maybe he'd get down there, but
I was
yeah.
kind of surprised he was still on the board. I figured once some of those edge rushers started going, I thought he would be one of the ones that would go in that 2nd round. So, I mean, this is a huge gift for Cincinnati.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely helps out that defense. He's 6'3 3/4, 256 pounds, quick get off, huge motor, but he's stiff in space, which is not great. He doesn't have a lot of twitchy change of direction.
That's right.
However, this dude just doesn't quit.
No, he does not.
He runs to the ball every single down. I heard him talking to the Cowboys, and the Cowboys were asking him, you know, why is it that you run to the ball, or every time I see a defensive play, you are always somewhere around the ball or the ball carrier? And he said his freshman year, when he got to Texas, at practice, one of the tight ends made a catch, and he said, I probably could have got him, but most likely I wasn't going to make the play. He said, so I didn't try to make the play. He said, and the coach came up to me and he said, look, you might get this little bitty chance to actually make that play, but on the off chance that you can make that play, you damn well better make that play.
That's right.
You know, so the moral is, if you keep running and keep getting after it, then eventually you can create opportunities to help your team.
Yep.
You won't get them every time, but eventually it's going to happen as long as you keep pursuing.
And then what happens if somebody else is there to make a play, strip the ball, and then, oh, look who's there in position as well to get it?
Absolutely.
I just hate he wasn't there for the Cowboys. I really would love that pick.
I'm with you.
That dude. Oh.
Brady Christensen went to the Carolina Panthers with the next pick after Joseph Osai, offensive tackle out of BYU.
Giants have their pick in as well.
So I guess the Panthers really want to protect Sam Darnold. Maybe they do have a long-term plan for Sam. Because Sam's young. That's the thing. People forget.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Sam's like 23, and he's played 3 years in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Super young cat.
And he was with the team that would not protect him.
Or give him weapons.
He
But
had
they were
nothing to
awful.
go from.
They were as badly run as a franchise.
You're
could be.
going to a team that at least has something they can help build around, and with you.
At least a general direction. So now they're trying to protect him. They've got some Man, over the last 2 years, I really like their secondary picks that Carolina's
Oh, yeah.
put together. Really like their whole draft and what they're doing this year. It's super good.
Look at this. You got the Giants, then Detroit, then Philly, Washington, and Dallas. I mean, FC's teams right
Yeah,
there together.
Just bunched up.
All garbage last year.
So J.C. Horn, Terrace Marshall Jr., and Brady Christensen are the picks so far for Carolina. Carolina has 2 more picks coming up in this round.
Yeah, they're.
But thoroughly impressed with how they're handling their draft business this year.
Oh, they've done a good job.
Making great picks. Trading back actually absolutely worked out for them. The Cowboys just have Micah Parsons and Kelvin Joseph, but they do have
Three picks.
coming up in this round here. Las Vegas actually has back-to-back picks in this round.
Which is so crazy.
I think if there's a spot you want to have back-to-back picks, that might be it.
Probably so.
The Giants, their pick is in. They need offensive line. It doesn't matter who. Just get them anyone for the line, and they need a linebacker.
Yep.
So far, they have selected Kadarius Toney and Azeez Ojulari. I think the only reason they took Ojulari is just because
He was there.
Yeah. I mean, outside linebacker is a position of need, but they may want to put his hand in the ground and see if he can just rush the passer altogether. So we got the Giants, the Lions, and then the rest of the NFC East follows suit after that. Maybe a Jabril Cox here.
Couldn't hurt.
I mean, in the 3rd round, I'll take a flyer on Jabril Cox.
I mean, why not?
Although I like Baron Browning a lot more. But they want an edge. There's Ronnie Perkins. Offensive line, though. Let's see them best available. Maybe a James Hudson here. Adrian Ely. Those possible tackle picks. At guard, Quinn Miners is still here. Wyatt Davis is still here. Trey Smith, Deontay Brown, Ben Cleveland. All guys who could go help out that offensive line for the New York Football Giants. I don't know if I necessarily like any of these centers in the 3rd round anyway. The Giants go defense again. They take corner Aaron Robinson out of UCF.
There you go.
So that's another guy down for potential Cowboys players anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys try to take at least 2 corners in this draft. Take 2 defensive tackles.
I'd be surprised. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
So the Lions are on the clock, and their pick is already in, as a matter of fact. So we're seeing these teams kind of roll through this here.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be absurdly fast tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
How
So
fast
you
a lot
got
of these teams
4
are going
rounds
through.
to go through tomorrow.
So the Lions need help, but they really haven't addressed positions of need, which is the odd thing. I mean, they got an offensive tackle in Panay Sewell, and they got a defensive tackle. They really got the 2 best players that were available when they picked. They just didn't necessarily go for need. They just went best overall.
Yep.
And they got 2 really good players. Now, they could be looking wide receiver, linebacker, D-end. Maybe we finally see Ronnie Perkins quit falling. Aleem McNeil, they went with another defensive tackle. They got 2 out of the top 3 defensive tackles in this class.
Good Lord. Shoring up that middle.
Yeah, I mean that really puts a damper on Dallas's plans there. Oh, this is killing me this year. All these guys that I want right before
Dallas
Dallas
takes it.
picks.
There's been these dudes doing it.
I mean, Detroit here. Seen Carolina do it. We've seen Denver do it.
Yep.
Honestly, at this point, I just really don't. I don't even know what I could actually reasonably want. You know, the Eagles need a corner. They need a linebacker. They need a safety. All things that Dallas still needs.
Yep. Well, my guy's about to go off the board, I think.
Melifonwu?
Yeah. But just because I want him, it's right here before Dallas.
Yeah. I just don't know if you would, but would you play Melifonwu at corner? That's the question. Because he's so big, would you move him to safety?
I mean, either way.
Let him play center
That's a
field
win-win, dude.
at that huge height,
Hell
that
yeah.
wingspan.
See what that kid can do. I mean, he's tall, he's big. I mean, you know Quinn can use him.
Oh, absolutely. Ooh, the Eagles take the 4th best defensive tackle. They take Milton Williams from Louisiana Tech. So you're saying there's a chance.
Until Washington picks, because that's how it goes. But I wouldn't be upset with Baron Browning.
No, I wouldn't either.
I mean, so.
But God, you have to get a corner, man.
You need a corner, but I would not be upset with that.
So Washington is on the clock. They need quarterback, wide receiver, tight end. They need offense. But we knew that.
Yep. Stone Forsythe is still there.
He's a 4th-round guy.
Nico Collins, Tommy Trimble's still there.
Yeah, surprise Trimble's still there. So Washington took Jamin Davis in the 1st round, Sam Cosme in the 2nd, and they have 2 third-round picks here. So they got this one here, and then they've got about 9 picks after that.
Somebody just left. Oh, that was Milton Williams.
Yeah, Milton Williams just got taken.
He just got jumped off there.
So Washington's pick is in, which means that the Cowboys are officially on the clock. All right, Washington, take somebody dumb, please. Benjamin St. Juice, corner from Minnesota.
Is Ronnie Perkins still available?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ronnie Perkins is still there. But Benjamin St. Juice is taken by Washington here. 6'3", 202-pound corner. Super big old boy. The Cowboys are on the clock. Look, we know what the Cowboys need.
Yeah.
Defense.
That's right.
Just get players.
Gotta be defense. I was going to say, just put some players out there, get the ones you think that fit your scheme, and let's go.
Who's your best defensive player that picks in for the Cowboys?
Oh, yeah. I like Melifonwu, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was Browning, and I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. I still like Perkins. I think that's a good one.
I do like Melifonwu.
I don't know how
also,
I feel about Jamar Johnson, though, and I'm worried about that pick.
I'm not studying Jamar Johnson.
Well, I'm not either, but I'm saying, though, they might be.
Well, if they watched any tape on Jamar Johnson, they wouldn't study him. Because while he can make good plays on the ball in the air, once the ball gets into a receiver or running back or tight end's hands, it's over because he don't want no part of tackling.
Well, and that's the thing.
But
that
my
right
boy, Big Marvin Wilson from Florida State, still on the board.
Yep.
So that's maybe not this first pick. Maybe at 84 or 99, I would be down for it, but not at 75. Just because there's other guys I think you can get. It's not that I don't think Marvin Wilson's worth the 75th pick. I just think that other teams also don't think that he's worth the 75th pick. So safeties, Jamar Johnson, Richard LeCount, Trill Williams, Caden Stearns. Maybe we see Mighty Mouse, Ardarius Washington.
Elijah Molden is sitting right there.
Yeah, I mean, he's He's a corner who
I mean,
projects to a safety.
That's what I'm saying. And this dude.
And Elijah Molden's little, though, which is why they won't take our
This
Darius.
is the problem. That's the problem.
I mean, a lot of these guys are really going to be 6 foot, 6'1".
Yep.
Now you got this kid. I'm gonna hurt myself trying to say his name. Hamza Nasiruddin, I'm guessing. But he's a 6'3", 215-pound safety from Florida State. But he looks like he might be more of a 99 pick guy for the Cowboys.
Maybe so.
So the pick is in for Dallas. We're just waiting to see exactly who turns out for them. They're keeping us on pins and needles. Like,
I swear.
they must have so much stuff going on that they're trying to get out. I mean, of course, they have to take all these commercial breaks, too. You know, these picks are probably, like, backing up.
Everybody's already selected their guys.
All these GMs were like, we've never been more sure who we want to take.
Just get this process moving.
Like, let's go. So, yeah, I mean, there's Elijah Molden there. Ifeatu Melifonwu. Paulson Adebo. Look, there's a sneaky pick here. And that's Sean Wade from Ohio State.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go in the 3rd round with him, but you could talk me into it at 4. But he played outside corner last year at Ohio State, and he was really bad as the outside corner. But before that, he played the slot corner and was super good. I mean, like, all Big Ten good. So if you put him in at safety, you know, that could be the right transition for him. He's 6'1", 196 pounds. So he's got the ability to do it. It's just making that spot where he can play at.
Yeah. This website's so messed up. It's just straight trash.
You know, everyone's got their own rankings, too, and trying to keep up with different guys.
Well, this one keeps pushing me to page 2. Won't let me stay on page 1.
Who is this dude to announce the Cowboys selection? Oh, it's the dude from Black Pumas.
I don't know what a Black Puma is.
It's a music group. All right. They got that interior run-stuffing defensive lineman. I mean, it's a position of need. I can't even hate the pick.
Yeah, but...
It's not exciting.
No, it's not.
But 3-time state wrestling champ, and you're getting me a state wrestling champ as a D lineman, I'm here for it.
He's got 34-inch arms. I mean...
Shake and bake those offensive linemen, get them off of you, and go put pressure on the quarterback or get penetration and get to the running back.
I mean, and you look at his tape, I mean...
The tape looks solid.
Look at that.
Just playing bully ball on these guys. Not the fastest guy by any means, but...
don't get outside.
But once he gets his arms on you, you're going down. He had 10 tackles for a loss back in 2019, which was the career high for him. So, I mean, like I said, I don't hate it. He had 27.5 tackles for a loss in his career.
You know David Hellman is losing his mind right now.
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, in David Hellman's eyes, this is, like, worst case possible. Although I think he actually liked Osa. I don't think he didn't like Kelvin Joseph. He likes the talent of Kelvin Joseph. He doesn't like the mentality of Kelvin Joseph. And he really didn't want Micah Parsons.
No. It's because they were all sold on Surtain.
Well, it's also because of the off-the-field stuff with Parsons, but they didn't really know what it was. They just knew that there were concerns in general about it.
And the thing was that
And
those
the
concerns
fact that
were all.
the fact that he set out last year, that hurts.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff.
I mean, when you're talking about a guy in the first round.
But I guarantee you,
want as
from
much tape on him as
2019 until last year, this dude didn't just automatically just start sucking again, though.
No.
So
he's been working his tail off.
yeah, I mean, and I guarantee you, these teams aren't just sitting out there haphazardly, though you do question some of them. Just not doing their due diligence.
No, oh man, they took one of my guys.
You knew that was coming.
Took Paulson Adebo from Stanford. So, good pick for the Saints. They got someone to put opposite of Marshawn Lattimore in that secondary. 6'1", 198, runs a 4.44 40. I think Adebo might be one of those guys who sat out last year, but super skilled guy. I was hoping for him, at 84 or 99.
Yep.
Probably 99. I feel like he's ranked right around 100 as far as overall players. He sat out last year, but he was 2-time first-team All Pac-12 at Stanford. Good player. Good quality selection for the Saints. So right now, the Chargers are on the clock, and their pick is in, actually. So really,
he said, "Okay, fine, but still go get Molden."
Right. Which they could. I mean,
they could.
They are just a few picks away.
I mean, they're picking again soon.
So it's the Chargers, then the Vikings, twice for Vegas, Miami, Washington, Carolina, and then back to Dallas.
Yep.
So it's not far away, but I don't know if Molden is going to still be there.
I would kind of be surprised if he is, but I just still think there's a lot of good options down there at that.
Just really, I think this whole draft has not really shaken out the way the Cowboys intended. But I mean, it's the draft. It's the nature of the beast.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. If you're not willing to go up and get anybody, you can't be surprised when the person you're wanting's not there.
I really like the first round pick. I really like the third round pick. I just don't like the second round pick for
That's
the
right.
Cowboys. That's
I don't
the
either.
thing. It's just that second round pick's really rubbing
If I
off
could have
on me.
taken Asante Samuel there, that would have made me feel a whole lot better about all of it.
I would have definitely been there. And the Chargers take a receiver, Josh Palmer out of Tennessee. So the Chargers try to get another weapon for Justin Herbert here. He's 6'1.5", 210. That can't be his 40-yard dash. There is no way.
No.
Not for an NFL wide receiver.
5.28.
They had to submit the wrong name. Oh, dear God.
Yeah, there's no way that's accurate.
This dude's an athlete, and he runs a 5.28. He's a skill player and runs a 5.28.
No way
That
that's
cannot
accurate.
be right. And you took him intentionally?
Yeah, who was that just selected?
Josh Palmer.
For the Chargers?
Mm-hmm. A sure-handed receiver with long arms and good body control, has top-end speed, but apparently
Yeah.
not.
Not at 5.28. That's definitely a misprint.
Dear God. So the Vikings pick is in. Just waiting for that to get announced here. And then Las Vegas goes on the clock for back-to-back picks. Let's see what Minnesota is going to do here. Minnesota took an offensive tackle in the first round, Christian Darrisaw, who just fell in their lap, and a quarterback here in the third round. So they take Chaz Surratt, the linebacker from North Carolina, who was originally a quarterback when he got there. Now turned linebacker Chaz Surratt. Minnesota still that's their second pick of the third round. They still have 2 more third-round picks. And then they have 3 fourth-round picks tomorrow to go with 2 fifth-round picks and a 6th-round pick. So Minnesota's going to be real busy. Which means that Las Vegas is now on the clock. They're looking for a corner.
With Doolies.
They're looking for a defensive tackle. They're looking for a wide receiver. Oh, this makes me so uncomfortable right now. You know? Like, I hate it. Maybe they go with Jay Tufele, defensive tackle from USC. Or Davion Nixon, D-tackle from Iowa, as long as it's not Marvin Wilson, because that's my dude. Would really love the Cowboys to get Marvin Wilson. But they could be also looking at Elijah Molden here. Or Melifonwu. I want to say they had Obi Melifonwu at one point, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to do some research on that. Obi Melifonwu. He's a free agent. Yeah, he was drafted by the Oakland Raiders. So now that they're the Las Vegas Raiders, do they want to try with baby brother?
I swear.
And see if that works out for him.
I don't see why JC doesn't die and resurrect himself for the Cowboys sin so they can finally be a good team again.
Because I love me some meat.
That's right. Chad looks like the kind of guy that if he didn't just punch you and knock you out, he'd pull out a hidden sword out of nowhere and have one's head mounted on the wall. This is also true. Chad also looks defensive end sized. Why didn't he put his name in the draft? Probably defensive tackle sized, maybe. I don't know.
Linebacker.
Well,
big linebacker.
Yeah, maybe. I'm 268.
Edge rusher.
6'4".
I wouldn't say DN, but edge rusher.
Probably edge rusher.
Pass rushing specialist.
Yeah, with the speed of a offensive guard.
Yeah, well, back in the day, you could get it.
Yeah, that was a long time
you were
ago.
fast back in the day.
I run a 9.28 40.
That's because your legs come up to your armpits. Get them super long strides.
That's all it is.
Hey, man, if you can cover ground, it don't matter how fast the legs move.
That's right.
I've never been fast. I've never even been quick.
That's fast when I was young.
I run a 40-yard dash in about 7 seconds.
JC and I used to do some mighty battles during 8th grade.
I don't know
Football
how mighty
practices.
they were. I was 5'0" and weighed $120. I might be being generous. I remember what I remember from football is being on my back a lot. You know?
There you go.
Was not good. Not a good football player.
I played wide receiver and safety and cornerback.
I played offensive line, defensive end, and cornerback for one game. I played corner for one game. I was so excited to play corner. And then I got out there, actually jumped a route because it was just a spot pass. I jumped it, got the interception, made it all of 4 yards, got tackled.
Yep.
Once the coach saw how slow I was, it's like, that's it.
Yeah, you're done.
You're not playing that anymore.
That's right.
But I was so small. But I was so small and so slow, and they kept me on the line. I just got pushed around the whole time. You know. But then we would do stuff like, as linemen, Coach Rowan, he would pull us out. He'd have us line up, single file, and he would tell us to run a fly route because he was a quarterback, and he would throw the ball to us. He just want to see what level our hands were, if he could come up with a little gimmick play for us.
Yeah.
Never dropped a pass, though. Granted, they were all lobs, on the fly route. It wasn't like he was throwing a bullet pass to me.
There was a point in my life I could catch anything you threw at me. Baseball, football, didn't matter. I was an outfielder, didn't matter.
There you go.
Dude, I'd catch anything.
See, he kept all the height, all the speed, and all the athleticism for himself. Selfish man. So this pick for the Raiders has been in for 45 minutes, and we're waiting to report on it just as soon as it finally comes across to us. The NFL is stunting the coverage. Maybe the Raiders will do something dumb. Take a long snapper. They'll list him as a tight end, but he only plays long snapper.
That'd be about right.
Be a very Raiders type move.
Yep. I was out to prove that I wasn't the worst player on the team trying to push him back. I failed.
Yeah, I don't know about all that now. I got in trouble. We were doing one-on-one lineman drills. But our coach would be like, you're an offensive lineman. You're the defensive lineman. Okay, well, that means something to me. Maybe not other people. But if I'm the offensive lineman, I'm trying to get this guy on the ground. If I'm a defensive lineman, I'm trying to get past this dude. But no, he just wanted us to fight until one of us was on the ground.
That's right.
So on one of these drills, I'm the defensive lineman. And this kid named Brandon, he's across from me, twice my size. Not super strong, necessarily, just big. Just big dude. I was quicker than he was, just because he was so big. You know?
Yeah.
Not that I was quick, just quicker than him. Coach blows the whistle to start the drill. Dude comes diving at me, took one hand to his shoulders, smashed him on the ground. And then, went by him to the backfield. So coach started saying I was scared and trying to run from him. I'm not scared. I'm smart.
Yep.
If he comes at me off balance and I put him on the ground, that gives me a line into the backfield.
That's
That's
right.
the defensive player. I don't know why you're reprimanding me.
Because that's how I used to show y'all how to do it out in the front yard. You get hands up, slide by your opponent, and get into the backfield. That's what a defensive lineman's job is.
But, I don't understand coaches.
Yeah, see, that's why there's all different levels of coaching.
I understand.
Some are egomaniacs.
Yeah.
And some actually care about making people better and trying to figure out how this works and put together winning teams.
I understand coaches get onto you because they want you to get better, but however, they get onto you in certain ways that don't make it seem like they want you to get better. It just makes it seem like they just want to yell at you.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of that.
They want to do the reprimanding, but without the educating.
Mm-hmm. Well,
How am I going to get better if you're not teaching me how to get better? You're just...
Yeah. Some people, they
breaking
don't
it
care
down.
to get better, too, though. They're already made up their mind, well, that's not going to be my guy anyway, so that's the guy I'll yell at. So these other dudes will listen to what I'm saying to this other dude, but that's my whipping post right there.
Yep. Doesn't make any sense. So here we are still waiting for the first of these two Las Vegas Raiders picks to get announced. The NFL is taking their sweet precious time.
I swear, this is so stupid.
The Raiders have taken Alex Leatherwood in round 1, the tackle from Alabama, and then Trayvon Merrick, the safety, fell to them right in front of the Cowboys in round 2. God, it killed me. Absolutely killed. That led to the Cowboys taking Kelvin Joseph, which was a very head-scratching decision there in the second round.
Whatever. Whatever. These dudes.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Elijah Moulton come off the board here.
To be fair, I was probably the worst player on the field at the time. I was a defensive end and thought my job was to block the offensive lineman. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's that.
I remember, who was that, there's a guy you used to work with at Chromecraft, Pipkin guy.
Sylvester.
Well, his
Noah.
I don't know.
There's a bunch of Pipkins out there, buddy.
Had a son named Denarie.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
So me and Denarie, we're at this is for high school football. We're lined up. They had me at tight end because I was now a little faster, but I still was a toothpick. I was not big. They just didn't want me on the line because they saw I was a complete liability.
Oh, yeah.
So Denarie they had him playing defensive end because he was tall. He wasn't like he was a slender guy, like a speed rusher. That's what Denarie was. So they had me at tight end. It's a running play, so I'm supposed to block him. I was like, well, Denarie is stronger than I am. All right. Malcolm Kuntz, the edge rusher from Buffalo, goes with his first pick for the Raiders. And I guess they're about to announce these picks back to back, which is great. Oh, the Raiders took Divine Diablo.
What's the other one we wanted to?
Yeah. Huge safety / linebacker.
That's so garbagey.
Oh, that sucks. So anyway,
This whole draft.
you know, Denaria is the edge rusher. I'm playing tight end. He comes at me. Like I said, he's stronger than I am. I know this. So I just jam my fingers underneath the chest plate of his shoulder pad, and he's so mad because no matter what he tries to do to get away from me, he can't.
Yeah.
Because I got him. He was like, that's holding. I was like, no, man. I took my hands out, put them around him. I was like, that's holding.
Yeah.
Put it outside of his shoulder pads.
This right here?
Came right here.
It's football.
This is all legal.
That's it.
Man, Divine Diablo, 6'3", 226, plays that hybrid linebacker safety role.
Mm-hmm.
Out and just a huge hitter. He's just a hammer, man.
God,
dog. I would have loved this dude to be a Cowboy.
Apparently the Cowboys didn't love him enough to be a Cowboy.
No, Jerry just doesn't want to trade up. He just refuses to trade up.
And that's great. I wasn't strong at all, but neither was JC. We were probably about even in that department, but he knew much more about technique than I did and destroyed me.
Yeah, he's at least half right. We weren't strong. You know? That's the truth. I don't know how much I knew about technique. I just tried to not die. That was the thing. Nick said there was blue string, green string, and white string or something like that. I think I was basically pink string. I think it was blue string, white string, yellow string was third string. That's where I was. Middling in the middle. And then there were two strings after that. But I don't remember the colors of them. Maybe one of them was green. But you know, when you're in junior high, there's like 200 kids that are like, I want to play football, and it's public school, so you can't tell them no.
That's right.
You know, so they have to generate ridiculous numbers of positions on the depth chart. The Miami Dolphins here are taking Hunter Long, tight end out of Boston College. And the next up on the clock is Washington, and then Carolina, and then Dallas. Nick said, you don't touch the field string. Me too, brother. Me too.
I hate I never got to play my senior year here.
So what did you play more of? What position?
Wide receiver and safety. That's what I played evenly.
Okay, so you're
I
out
play
there
both.
Iron Manning it.
I play on both sides of the ball like that.
So what was your football number?
I had 80, 84, and 24.
Which one was your favorite out of those? 80, 84, and 24.
I loved 24 when I was young because Everson Walls was my hero.
Okay.
But I also loved
defensive back.
Yeah, but I also loved Tony Hill and Drew Pearson and all that. But I couldn't get 88 because that was already taken. That was a big number in Texas. You didn't have that
yeah,
one.
I'm sure.
And then Doug Cosby was 84, and a lot of those guys were. So I had that number and had 80 a lot. So I just loved to play. I didn't care. You put me in any number. It didn't.
Well, you know, some certain players, like, their number's everything to them. Like, they really latch onto a number at an early age, and that's their number.
Yeah. But like you can see on a lot of my older pictures, I think there's some on my Facebook too. I was 24, and then high school it was 80, 84. But see, we had drills that we had to do, like especially on the receiving, man. They put us out there. You ran the route tree.
Yeah.
You missed a route when they called it out. You didn't run the right one. You had to run laps. Well, every day at home, I was always running the routes at home. Always. I mean, so I knew what they were.
Yeah.
So I never missed one. They call one that doesn't exist too, just to throw you off, and guys will still
What do
try
you
to
do,
run
just
around.
running plays?
Said no, it doesn't exist. What's the route? And then they call the number, then you go. Well, I knew my routes. I didn't mess up because I didn't want to run.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Because I was an asthmatic, man.
Yeah.
I didn't want to run. I had
Another
a
struggle, my guy.
I had an asthma attack on the practice field one day. They had to call an ambulance and everything. It was not fun. That was not a good time. But it's the first one I'd ever had. But that.
I think there was only ever one drill that I was any kind of decent at. We only did it in high school. We never did it in junior high football. But they took those little blocking pads that you would wrap up and take to the ground. So they had those and they'd stack them. Do one. Space it out about 3-4 feet. Stack 2. 3-4 feet. Stack 3, 4. All, up to 5 of them.
Yeah.
And so what we had to do is when the coach blew the whistle, one hop. Do not take a primer hop. You take a primer hop, you're getting pulled out, you're going back to the end of the line. So you single hop it, and over all these stacks of bags to the next side. And so, but you also had to wait until the last guy finished. But the coach would blow the whistle to signal you to go. So the guy was in front of the last bag trying to jump over it to clear it.
Yeah.
And the coach blew the whistle, and so I started, and then he yelled at me because the other guy still hadn't cleared the last bag. It's like, well, you blew the whistle for me to go. Sent me to the back of the line. It's like, no, that ain't happening again. So we got back around. It's my turn. I waited for the guy in front of me to go. He blows the whistle because, I was, at that point, maybe 5'7". But I was light, I was probably 130 pounds by that point. And if nothing else, I could jump. But I cleared all those bags, single hopped it. That's the one time I actually succeeded at a drill.
Hey, there you go.
And got a pop for it. Like, the guys cheered for me.
However, I was the first 5'5" starting center for Senatobia to average 40 points and 17 rebounds per game. To be fair, my points were mostly dunks.
It's so ridiculous. But Nick's boy, Charlie Zedegren, though, this was in high school football practice. We were sitting there, we had this tunnel, and it was made out of PVC pipe. So one person had to just sit there at the end while the other person ran through it and then tackled him. So it was my job to stand there while Charlie comes running through this tunnel. Washington takes wide receiver Dimey Brown, by the way, just so y'all know, just to keep
there
it
you
updated.
go.
So Charlie, and by the way, Charlie was huge.
Sure.
Nick, you can clarify this, but I believe he went to the University of Memphis on a football scholarship to play D1 football. A lot of his family members play D1 football.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A couple of them at Ole Miss. And so anyway, Charlie's massive. So he comes through there. He hits me, this little toothpick that I was. He hits me so hard, my face mask comes off my helmet like a gate. And it's just swinging back and forth. And the coaches had to go run down and find the tools to repair it because they've never had anything like that happen during practice.
There you go. There's something to be known for.
I was sitting there trying to fix it, and I can't because I don't want to take my helmet off because they hated for us to take the helmet off. And coach was like, Martin, are you ready to go? I was like, well, coach, I got this situation going on.
Yeah, really. Here's why that's a big negatory, Ghost Rider.
Yeah, so Nick said, Charlie did go to University of Memphis on a football scholarship, but he injured his back while he was there. So, I mean, there's always
Football's a tough sport, man.
It's
a tough sport.
It is rough. It is tough. So the Panthers pick is in, by the way, so we're waiting for that to get announced as well. And then the Cowboys will be, well, technically the Cowboys are on the clock because the pick is in for Carolina. But, yeah. I've got good stories about football, but I don't have a lot of great memories from football.
Well, there's that too.
There are guys that are made to play sports and guys that are made to talk about it, and I'm a guy that's made to talk about it. It's just how it is.
That's I. Tommy Tremble is going to Carolina.
Really surprised that he lasted this long. Like, guys are probably a round 2
Oh, yeah.
tight end.
Yeah,
Maybe a late round 2, but a round 2 tight end. So the Cowboys are officially on the clock. I'm sure their pick is already in.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe we see a safety or a corner here for the Cowboys. I don't think they want to go tight end. If Kenny Yeboah is there in the 4th round, I would be cool with that. As far as tight end goes, but I don't want them in the 3rd round. I don't think that guy is there. So Debo is gone. Melifonwu's available. Molden's available.
Still like Melifonwu.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down with it.
That's crazy not to take him. I don't need a short guy out there.
Really hate that the Raiders took Diablo, man. But if you get me Melifonwu and you move him to safety, I'm cool with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I would love Divine Diablo. But the Raiders announced Diablo as a linebacker, so it shows what their plan is.
Yeah.
A lot of these hybrid linebacker safety guys in this class. I mean, I guess that's the way the NFL is moving, but if you don't give them a job and you're always trying to figure out what they can do, you never find out what they are.
Oh, well, that's a fact.
And that's a problem. So the Cowboys pick is in, baby. How will you disappoint me now?
I'm taking something crazy here.
They draft a quarterback. They draft Sam Ehlinger in the 3rd round.
Oh, God. Stresses me out this year.
Dear Lord, come on. What you got, Dallas? What you got, Dallas? They take edge rusher Chauncey Golston from Iowa.
Is that who they took?
That is who they took.
Come on, man.
6'5", 269 pounds. Don't really like the pick, man.
Oh, I hate this pick.
Got to admit, I don't like the pick.
What in the bluest of hells are y'all doing?
I've run so many mock drafts this year and got largely the same general results. But the way this is going right now is kind of ridiculous. So he's a power rusher. He's a tweener as far as the outside linebacker, defensive end argument goes. And had a really strong showing at the Senior Bowl, which is literally the most recent tape that any player can have. Of course, he played in the Big Ten. Played against some good offenses there. Also had some good teammates. So and don't get me wrong, I like Chauncey Golston, but I thought he was a 4th round guy, not a 3rd round guy.
Well, I think you still could have got one of these other dudes and still got him
Agreed.
in your next few picks.
Yes, I agree.
This is the problem with this pick. I have.
I'm right there with you as far as all that goes. I really don't understand what the Cowboys' draft strategy is.
I'm beginning to wonder if they have one. That blows my mind.
You've got 5 top 100 picks, and I like maybe 2.5 of them. That's... Oh, man. like I said, nothing against Golston. If he was there at 115, cool. Like, I would take him at 115. Just don't like him at 84. It's almost a full round higher than he should have gone.
Yeah, this is dumb.
So the Packers have taken Clemson wide receiver Amari Rodgers, so there is a weapon for one Aaron Rodgers. So the Packers traded their 3rd and 4th round pick to move up to this spot. 5'9.5", 212 pounds. Plays with strength. He has a running back type build. And he's very similar to Randall Cobb, a former Green Bay great. I bet Hillman's having a seizure.
You know he is.
And Kavanaugh's having a seizure.
He has to be, because these are just mind-boggling.
Broadus has had a full-blown heart attack.
With what you have here, this is mind-boggling.
I am perplexed, man.
For
All
where
the way
your
around.
needs are at, this is
Dear
mind-boggling to me. Especially in the back half of your defense.
Oh.
There are picks to be had, players to get right there. That can make a difference in your team. You got all these picks. If you're going to do that, I would rather you just package some of these picks together and just went up and got a couple other guys then and be done with it.
Here's the thing. The NFL is such a copycat business that once they see people not taking guys, they all decide together we're not going to take certain guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I know that they have more information than we do. Granted, almost no one has as much information as they should due to all the pandemic stuff. But there's a lot of these guys, like Ronnie Perkins should not still be available.
No.
Elijah Molden should not still be available. Togiai is believable. I think Divine Diablo actually went a little earlier than he should.
Yep.
Melifonwu should be gone. There's a lot of dudes still on the board whose time has passed them, and there's guys that shouldn't have come off the board that have already been gone. So I mean, Dallas really, 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 really has to knock pick number 99 out of the park.
Super freak athlete, first-round cornerback who stepped for non-football reasons, defensive tackle who can play all over the line, big-ass, powerful defensive end who Dane Brugler says is his favorite Cowboy pick of day 2.
Who are we talking about here?
We're talking about all the picks so far. So super freak athlete talking about Parsons.
Gotcha.
Joseph's his first-round cornerback who stepped for non-football reasons. Defensive tackle who can play all over the line.
Okay.
And then the big-ass, powerful defensive end, Dane Brugler says, is his favorite Cowboys pick of day 2.
Okay, well, favorite Cowboy pick of day 2 does not mean good pick. It means of all the picks they made today, you like that one the most. But hey, I'm here for Parsons.
Well, no doubt.
Jeez, and well, here's the thing too, and this is where being an emotional human being is not great.
Yeah, well.
But through this process, I've locked on to so many guys.
Yeah.
That I personally just like a lot and really want the team to have. Want them to share in my joy of these players. And they won't get to because they take other guys. Although like I said, I have mocked Golston to the Cowboys.
Yes.
A few times in the 4th round.
Mm-hmm.
Never the 3rd though.
That's what I'm saying. I still think they could have got Golston. I think they could have got him right here when they pick again.
Yeah, he would have been here at 99. I feel like.
So I think that would have been great. He would have still been there.
But there's defensive back still there.
And defensive back help you need.
Here's the thing. You got Parsons. Parsons can rush the edge.
Yep.
Randy Gregory can rush the edge.
Yeah, Lawrence.
Hank Lawrence can rush the edge. Did you really need another edge rusher? Or could you have got someone to stop people from throwing the ball all over you? You know, just food for thought. Something to mull over. I mean, I understand that Golston and Odigizua both have high floors, which I like. I just think they have comparatively low ceilings
Yeah.
compared to some of these guys. And I get high floor dudes are so much safer. They're the ones that make NFL teams and they stick around for a while. Safe picks. But man, sometimes you just gotta no risk it, no biscuit. But we've seen the Cowboys risk it before and it blew up in their face. So
Well, I get why they're
To each
picking
their
what they're
own.
picking because, again, they couldn't stop the run for anything last year.
No,
And
they
you've got to have guys in the middle that can do that. So I get why they're doing it. It's just especially when you know you can get thrown on. But I get it. If you can stop the run, you can squeeze down the middle, it's probably going to help the back end of your defense a lot more.
absolutely.
You
So
did get Keanu Neal. You're bringing him in there. Dude's a great athlete, too.
you brought him in to play in the box.
That's right. So now you've got Parsons in there.
As the off-the-ball linebacker who can play on the ball, but
Yep.
he's an off-ball linebacker to go with Jalen Smith.
And he's a
and
blitzer
Vander
who
Esch.
can blitz from all angles.
But you got Randy Gregory, you got Tank Lawrence, you got Antoine Woods, you brought in Brent Urban, you brought in Carlos Watkins,
Yeah.
defensive tackle. So they are putting the thought and the effort in and the resources into
Yeah.
this defensive line.
They're going to stuff the run.
Or at
That's
least
what it
try.
sounds like. It sounds like they're making an effort to stop the run.
I just don't know if they will necessarily succeed at it.
Well, there's always that.
Now, if they can stuff the run and get pressure on the quarterback just with their D-line, then it's going to make it easier for those corners to do their job. Make it easier for the safeties to do their job.
Yep.
However, I would just personally feel better if I had another one of those talents back there. Like at pick 99, for the love of God, take a defensive back.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Like,
Provided
I
there's one
understand
left.
you probably feel like you address the position with the one corner. That does not mean that you can't have more corners.
Yeah, and there's no way you're telling me that there's not other ways to keep shoring that up back there.
I don't need an offensive tackle right here. I don't need an offensive guard right here. Elijah Molden's on the board. Melifonwu is still on the board. Sean Wade is on the board, although it's not great, but move him to safety, he'll be a lot better, I promise. Nobody wants to take Jamar Johnson because he can't tackle anyone. But Hamza Nasiruddin, I like him. I like Ardarius Washington, the safety there. But Ardarius Washington is 3 feet tall, and
Yep.
the Cowboys just won't do it.
No, I don't blame them. You don't.
But if you want to know why Trayvon Merrick had the success that he had at TCU, it is because of plays directly influenced by Ardarius Washington.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
All 5'0" of him is a playmaker. Not necessarily a playmaker, but he's a play wrecker for offenses. He will blow your play up and make you do something else, and then Merrick was there to capitalize.
I just believe that at the NFL level, though, where almost everybody's big, they're not willing to put that size issue to the test.
Tell that to Tariq Cohen, Bears running back, who's all of 2'1". Steelers. Gross. So we got the Steelers, followed by the Rams. Steelers take Kendrick Green, guard from Illinois.
There you go.
So the Rams are on the clock, followed by the Panthers, the Vikings, the Browns, Titans, Bills, Ravens, Bucks, and then we start our compensatory selections for the third round there. So we're getting close to the end of round number 3. And I've seen some guys go that I really like to some teams that I really don't like. Of course, that happens every year.
Oh, yeah.
Also, there's some befuddling stuff. I just hate that guys I would have liked for my team went directly before my team picked. You know?
That's
in
what
a
really...
few situations.
Well,
Happened in the second
very
round.
first round.
Well, it happened in the first round. It happened in the second round. Directly in front of my team in the second round. Happened directly in front, or not directly, but right in front of my team again in the third round, once the Raiders took Divine Diablo.
Yeah, it happened in the first.
Although if the
J.C.
Cowboys
Horn,
also look at
Surtain.
Yeah, if the Cowboys also look at Diablo as a linebacker, then I'm not necessarily sure that they would have ever taken Diablo. Not after taking Parsons.
That's right.
They might go back to the well at linebacker, but that'll be a tomorrow thing. Probably in the 6th round or 5th round.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's things you'll get tomorrow where you're just like, okay.
Just to have a body.
Yeah.
But right now, you got to address positions of need. And if they don't take another corner, if they do decide to just roll with Kelvin Joseph, with him being a second-round pick, do you think that they would still try to go out and try to sign Richard Sherman?
I think so. I think there's a couple of things they try to do there. Because they're going to have to.
Yeah, I mean, but also, you know, they don't have a lot of
And
cap
that
space.
may be something they've talked about, too, though.
I mean, it could very
They
well
can work.
be.
They'll come up with cap space to do it.
Yeah, I mean, because if you really like him, then, I mean, you can always let a guy go that
Yeah,
you,
I mean-
the 49ers take Trey Sermon. The 49ers, who already have one of the best run games in the NFL, get a little bit stronger. Trey Sermon, who had a lot of success at Oklahoma before he transferred to Ohio State for his last year. Man, I like the ability and the player. Just hate that he went to San Francisco. But hey,
Yep.
Corey, if you're out there listening, brother,
I swear, your Niners are
great
putting together
pickup for your
something.
offense there. 49ers might be on to something. As much as it makes me sick.
I mean, they're trying to get something going there.
Yep, so who does that bring us to here? Houston. Houston is on the clock. So I believe Houston's made one pick so far.
Mm-hmm. Dallas has, what, 2 fourths, a
Yes.
fifth, a 2 sixths, and a 7th.
Dallas really going to make all 11 picks.
Sounds like it.
So Houston's one pick was quarterback Davis Mills from Stanford.
Yep.
So
Boy, that Deshaun Watson fiasco has just been.
it's killing them. So they got the number 3 here, or the extra third rounder here. They've got a 4 and a 5 tomorrow. They've got 3 6s and a 7. So they're going to be signing a lot of special teamers, the Houston Texans.
Oh, Lord, yeah.
Dear God. I'm actually going to see if I can find a list of the top NFL free agents. See who's available. Oh, Robert Kimdichie got signed by the Seattle Seahawks.
Yes, he did.
So,
Yeah, he got signed yesterday, I believe.
yeah, not that he's a top free agent. It's just fresh on my mind.
And he's a former Ole Misser, so.
Yeah. My first day on campus at Ole Miss was also his first day on campus at Ole Miss. And I wasn't really watching where I was going. And I was kind of looking at something on the ground while I was walking. And all of a sudden, the sun disappeared.
Up.
And I look up, and I had almost walked smack dab right into Robert Kimdichie.
Oops.
And I look at him. I was like, how is it possible that you are an 18-year-old human being?
I swear.
Because he's massive. And he was like that as a kid,
Yeah.
you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's insane.
Should have asked him that.
I was upset, really. You know, what's he going to say? Oh, well, I play sports and I work out and also
Yeah,
have
really.
good genetics. You
That's
know?
it.
But his older brother was nowhere near as big as him. Decent-sized guy. But Denzel was much smaller than Robert. Much. Significantly smaller.
So, J.K. Simmons, right? Have you heard of a TV series on Amazon Prime called Invincible? Based on
I've
the
heard
Robert
people-
Kirkman comics?
I've heard people talking about it. I have no idea what it's
Dude.
about.
It's about superheroes, right?
Okay.
It's so they're kind of like the Omni-Man's kind of like Superman. And he has a son with a human lady. And Stephen Young from Walking Dead,
Yeah.
he plays Mark Grayson, which is
Glenn?
Omni-Man's son. Yeah, plays Glenn. So he plays the character Mark Grayson, which is Omni-Man's son. Gets the superpowers finally and learning the superhero trade. And, of course, Omni-Man's from a different planet. He has all these things. Well, I won't give anything away, but anyway, dude, it is so Robert Kirkman. Yeah, I mean, let me tell you something. This thing is violent.
Okay.
Violent. I'm talking, son. It is crazy. There's only 8 episodes first season, but it's based on a comic run.
Of course.
And a very well-received comic run. Oh, my goodness. If you haven't seen, J.K. Simmons' voice is Omni-Man. Perfect, too, boy. I'm telling you what, he does such a good job. You got to check it out. It is insane. It's so good.
So here's
Look at
Carolina
that.
picking up more draft picks.
Yep.
And Carolina they're the kings of this draft. I don't know if they necessarily love the picks they're making, but I love the fact that they are just constantly captain trade down,
Yeah.
acquiring capital. Especially because they didn't have any mid-round stuff tomorrow.
I don't mind it as long as they're getting stuff out of it. I mean, I'm not a fan of picking up picks just to pick them up. But I am a fan if you are actually making good with, I mean, yeah, but you can still pick up picks and not get anything out of those picks. But I think they've got their eyes on some mid-round talent anyway, and that's the only reason they're doing it. It's like, you know what? We got a lot of holes. We got a lot of needs in here. We got to get bodies.
So that trade puts Minnesota back on the clock.
What's up, buddy?
So Nico Collins just went to Houston, by the way. We didn't say that. But Nico Collins, 6'4", wide receiver, 215 pounds. If you can get that kind of physique out of a dude in the late 3rd round, good on you.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially since Houston's lost all their weapons. They traded DeAndre Hopkins for a bag of Skittles. They let Will Fuller walk out the door this offseason, although he could never stay healthy.
Which is just still unbelievable, though, about how
Bill O'Brien
inept
absolutely ruined that franchise.
he did. Single-handedly
Not just the
destroyed
team,
it.
The franchise.
Yep. How that dude could get a job in the NFL after that is amazing to me.
Oh, he'll run back to the college ranks and rebuild his reputation and then come back in.
That's it. Destroy another team.
Or he comes back to a team, gets a job as a coordinator.
I mean,
as an
this
offensive
dude.
coordinator or quarterback's coach again.
It's tragic what he's done.
So defensive end Patrick Jones II goes to Minnesota.
JC was the Nico Martin of the Centobi Warriors.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either. Dude, that's crazy though, man.
If you mean a floundering pick that is thoroughly unimpressive, yeah, I was that.
Jeez. These dudes.
Patrick Jones, 6'4", 261, edge rusher from Pittsburgh. He's a better player than he is a tester, so not a great athletic day at his pro day. However, you get him on the field, man does work.
But you know that this is the funny thing about the draft too. People are like, well, if you're not picked high, then you're not going to succeed. And that's just not true. There are a lot of guys in these lower rounds, especially that will be studs and superstars.
We've seen Julian Edelman, 7th round pick. Tom Brady, 6th round pick. Bo Jackson was a 7th round pick.
Yeah, there's
But
so
granted,
many
Bo
people.
Jackson was only a 7th round pick because he got drafted the year before in the 1st round. And
That's
said,
right. No.
F it, I'm not playing for you.
That's right.
He was 1st overall, wasn't he?
Yes.
Like Tampa Bay?
And they're like, not Tampa Bay.
That's because Tampa Bay got him ineligible to play college baseball.
That's
his
right.
Last year.
Exactly.
Auburn.
He was
heated about that.
Yep.
He said, screw it, I'm going to go play pro baseball.
And did.
And was
did.
really good at it.
It's so tragic, though, with his hips the way they did, man. If it wouldn't have been for that, there's no telling what Bo would have
The
done.
only reason, and the doctors say the only reason his hip did that when he went down on that play is because he was physically so strong that his desire to fight against that defender trying to take him down is what caused it to pull, tear, and rip.
Yep.
Man. But, if that was a thing that happened today, he's probably back playing the next season.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. That's how far we've come, though.
Probably back playing the very next season.
Yep.
But back then, that ended his football career, almost ended his baseball career.
Yeah.
But with baseball being what it is, he's still able to continue. Left the Royals, went to the White Sox.
Still remember all those Bo Jackson commercials. All the Bo knows stuff.
He's been a Hall of Famer in 2 sports.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Easy.
Just insane his level of ability. Playmaking. Like, he's throwing dudes around.
Like
the
they're
NFL
nothing.
field.
Like they're nothing.
But then he's like speeding around and running off of walls and making these crazy acrobatic catches and gunning the ball from the warning track to home plate to throw runners out.
Dude, he was so strong, though. It's funny. The way he moved, oh, my God. He was making these huge defensive linemen look like nothing.
Exactly.
Look like just children out there.
Anthony Schwartz from Auburn. 6 feet, 186 pounds. His 40 time, though, bro, 4.25.
Good Lord.
Lightning fast. However, if you hit him with a can of beans, he would probably collapse and die of internal bleeding because he's that thin.
The Schwartz is with him, though. There you go.
Spaceballs.
That's right. Well, he's a kick returner.
Of a movie. Yeah, he'd be your slot.
I mean, there we go. He is going to be the slot receiver.
Yeah.
That's going to be a little scary.
But he'll only be a slot receiver when they go to a 4-wide set, though. He ain't getting playing time over Rashard Higgins.
Oh, no.
But like you said, special teamer. He can be your specialized kick and punt returner. I just don't know if you want to spend a third-round pick on that. Tennessee's pick is in, and they take Monty Rice, the inside linebacker out of Georgia. Which, hey, I don't hate that pick either.
Yeah, I don't either.
He's a good player. I'm surprised that Dylan Moses, linebacker from Alabama, like, people are obviously not very high on him. I was thinking coming into the draft process, he was probably a second-round guy. And then I started hearing talk that maybe teams didn't want to even try him until the late third round, possibly into the late 4th or even 5th round for some teams. But the Bills are on the clock here. While they did address the need at defensive end, they still haven't addressed running back. They still haven't addressed offensive tackle, corner, or defensive tackle as well.
Steven told us exactly what they are doing. NFL-ready players at rookie contract prices.
So Nick said, I was kind of a Ricky Williams type in the 7th grade. What, you had dreadlocks and were smoking weed, wearing women's wedding dresses, and just trucking through people on the football field?
Ricky Williams. I loved old Ricky, but...
Yeah, I do too, man. Like, if the NFL wasn't as stringent on their marijuana policy, and that wouldn't have been a reason for him to have... Literally all the problems he had in the NFL were directly related to that.
Oh, they were. He preferred the weed.
Yeah, so if the NFL wasn't cracking down on it, then that dude might have ended up being the all-time leading rusher in NFL history.
It's very possible.
Now, of course, he also ended up getting, a lot of injuries as he got older. But dude, you watch that footage of him when he won the Heisman.
Oh Lord!
You know that season that he won the Heisman, or when he came into the league with the Saints, or especially once he got to Miami. Because once he got to the Dolphins,
oh yeah,
dude hit another level. But dude's neck was like every bit as thick as the entire top of my leg.
Yeah.
You know, just massive. I've never seen a person I would describe as a tree trunk neck. But Ricky Williams is that dude.
Ricky Williams is a beast.
But he was fast, but he was so strong, man. You try to tackle him, he would just shove you off like it was nothing. Like, he was Derrick Henry before Derrick Henry existed, was doing his thing. But also, Ricky wasn't scared of contact.
Oh, no.
He wasn't that dude.
Mm-mm.
If you thought you were going to hit him, he was going to make sure he hit you.
That's why I love Earl Campbell.
But he could also run away from you. That's the thing. That's what made Ricky Williams so special.
Earl Campbell had legs as big as my chest.
Massive.
I mean, just huge. And run over people.
Not my favorite, but one of my favorite pieces of NFL footage is when he was with the Oilers. Earl Campbell's with the Oilers, and he goes run up the middle, and he's so strong that this guy's just trying to pull him down, and he's only got a hold of his jersey. He can't wrap him up because Earl got past him. So this defender has his jersey, and Earl's running with such force, pulling against the shoulder pads and against the jersey. The jersey just rips right off of his body, And he's just running out there, just in his shoulder pads.
That's Earl Campbell, man.
Smashing dudes.
That dude walking around in his blue jeans, his blue jean jacket, and his straw cowboy hat.
That Canadian tuxedo,
I love
baby.
that dude, man.
But he's had a lot of health issues in his post-playing career.
Oh, yeah.
You see him mostly now in a motorized wheelchair
Yeah,
or scooter.
sucks.
But still spends a lot of time at the University of Texas.
Yeah.
A lot of really good running backs have come from Texas. I don't think it talks about it enough. Like, we talk about the defensive backs from LSU. We talk about the linebackers from Penn State. We talk about the quarterbacks that go on to not produce from Ohio State.
Yep, exactly.
But you look at the legacy of the running back position at the University of Texas. It's super strong. Ricky Williams, Earl Campbell, Priest Holmes, Jamal Charles.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of really good dudes that wore that burnt orange that carried the rock.
Yeah.
Our mascot is back in the studio with us.
Yeah, he is.
Scraping on the ground.
He's like, dude, what are y'all doing?
So the Bills have taken offensive tackle Spencer Brown.
Hooray.
My guy from Northern Iowa. So he's playing Division 2 or Division 3 football. I'm not sure which it is.
It was the way that he walked.
The dude is 6'8", 311 pounds. Dear God.
That's insane.
But the problem with super tall offensive linemen,
You got to throw over them.
it's also, you got to throw over them, but also they have a higher center of gravity typically. So that means they have a tendency to get upright faster, which means as a defensive player, you can get underneath them and leverage them out of the way a little bit better.
Yep.
That's always a big problem for that
I
monster.
can't believe they didn't make that dude a defensive lineman of some sort.
Because they were expecting him to learn how to use his reach and his arms.
Yep.
And man, you get that guy at full arms reach, it's hard. He's not going anywhere. But Northern Iowa, man, they have produced some NFL ballers. Kurt Warner was a Northern Iowa guy. There was a running back recently. Maybe it was David Johnson.
Does that say fully vaccinated draft room?
Yes, they've all been saying it. They want to make sure they're not getting the Democrats mad at them.
I guess so.
So, Northern Iowa players and alumni here. This has to be a farce. Okay, so I'm not rolling with that. Need to find a more reputable site here. All right, the Ravens pick is in. Round 3 is pick
done.
number 94. So, yeah, David Johnson, the Texans running back, formerly of the Cardinals, is a Northern Iowa guy.
These are the last 2 picks before we start the compensatory picks.
Right. So the Ravens have taken Rashad Bateman, and I guess Jason Owe changed his name. Because every document I have seen, including round 1, had him listed as Jason Owe.
What?
Yeah. They're not calling Jason Owe anymore.
What the heck? What are they calling him?
Let me see here. Jason Owe. Jason Owe will be known as Odafe Owe in the NFL. Or Odafe. I don't know how you pronounce it. I'm doing the best I can.
Okay.
So basically, he was going by his middle name.
Yeah.
And now he's just going to go by his first name.
That's right. Okay.
That's all it is. So the Ravens take Ben Cleveland, the guard from Georgia, 6'6", 343, baby. A hoss. The 9th ranked
good pick,
guard.
too.
Yep. And it addresses a position of need for Baltimore as well. So you got to like it when the guys are addressing and filling the holes. That's what she said.
Lord.
Can't pass on that one.
All right, cornerback.
So let's see what's going on with the old Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Like we were talking about last night, I mean, they're returning all 22 starters from that Super Bowl team, you know.
Yep.
So where do you improve? I mean, you try to add some young depth behind some older guys who are probably out of the way. Because maybe they could be looking at a defensive tackle then, you know, because Ndamukong Suh's getting up there.
Yep.
They've already addressed quarterback because Tom Brady's up there, and they got Kyle Trask. Maybe they decide to go with my boy Marvin Wilson.
Very possible.
Yeah, so he just goes from Tallahassee to Tampa. Just to stay in the Sunshine State there in Florida. I think that's a reasonable projection for him. Oh, they go offensive line again.
Uh-oh.
Or not again, for the first time in this draft.
They get stoned?
They took Robert Hainsey.
Wow.
6'5", 306 offensive tackle. So, what's going on with my boy Marvin Wilson?
I just kind of wonder.
I don't know, but the Patriots are on the clock, and that seems like a very
Patriot thing.
Belichick-y type player. And the Patriots have already turned the pick in, too.
Oh, yeah, they ain't playing around.
So we got the Patriots, the Chargers, the Broncos, and then the Cowboys. Followed by Tennessee, Detroit, San Francisco, the Rams, the Ravens again, and Denver again. The Ravens have really racked up multiple late-round picks, you know, in so many of these rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the thing with Robert Hainsey. Well, this is the thing with all Notre Dame tackles. They do really well as a tackle at Notre Dame, and then they all get to the NFL and become a guard.
I wonder why that is,
Zach
too.
Martin, left tackle.
Yep.
Quentin Nelson, left tackle. We saw Liam Eichenberg earlier, left tackle. He'll probably kick into and be a guard in the NFL. No, he'll probably stay a tackle. But Robert Hainsey might actually move to being a guard. It's just a weird thing that happens there. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks left in the third round and in day 2.
That's right.
overall.
We're almost done with day 2.
You know, it's weird. Like, all these picks have moved so much faster. But it also feels like the process has taken longer.
So there's so many picks.
Which, I mean, we did start an hour earlier than we did last night.
Yes, we did.
But we also ended an hour later last night.
Pretty much. But we've got, I mean, the time is about right, too, though.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
it's only going to run slightly longer
Yep.
than last night's. So let me see what New England's cooking up over here. They got Mac Jones in round 1 and Christian Barmore in round 2. Yeah, that's right. They did the thing. But they need offense, baby. They do need offense. They need receivers. They need running backs. They could go with Tylan Wallace. Dude's got a third-round grade, an early third-round grade. Or Amon-Ra St. Brown from USC, brother of Equanimous St. Brown of the Packers.
Equahubia?
Equanimous.
I got you.
And then his younger brother is Amon-Ra.
Amon-Ra.
So their dad...
Amon-Ra. Indiana Jones?
Well, their dad was... It was something where he was always very interested in the history and the mythology around the country of Egypt.
Yeah.
And so when he was younger, he actually had the chance to go to Egypt. And so he made that trip, and I guess he got inspired to name his kids after some of those guys. So I really don't know how Equanimous got his name. I'm pretty sure that's not Egyptian.
Yeah, I would say that's probably true.
But the other brothers here are so there's Equanimous St. Brown, and then there's Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's drafted this year, and then there's also Osiris St. Brown.
Osiris St. Brown.
So 2 of them are named after Egyptian gods.
I swear.
And Osiris, unlike his brothers who went to USC, Osiris is a Stanford Cardinal. So there's some fun with family names here on the Big Uglies. I swear, I know more just useless trivia about nothing that matters than most people I meet.
Oh, now?
Alright. Ifiatu Milifon. I love that his name is Ifiatu or Fetu or however you pronounce it. And then his middle name is Charles David.
We're going to give you this name. It's not just any name.
Alright. So here comes the Patriots picks.
The Patriots.
Stanley Morgan.
Morgan.
Aren't you an insurance broker or a stockbroker or something? Ronnie Perkins, finally, his slide ends.
That's what I
This
hated to hear.
God, man, this is such a Belichick thing, dude.
Mm-hmm.
The third best edge rusher.
Yep.
According to ESPN, that is. Third best edge rusher in the draft slips from a second-round grade all the way to the very end of the third round where New England pounces on it. Look, they took Mac Jones. They decided they were going to stay put in the first round, took whichever quarterback fell to them.
Yep.
Happened to be Mac Jones. They take it. They're not complaining. In the second round, they're sitting there, and lo and behold, the top defensive tackle in the draft class falls to them in the second round. They don't overthink it. Take the best player available. They take Christian Barmore. Same thing here. They just sat and waited and waited with this compensatory pick. And then, lo and behold, once again, they have a godsend fall right into their lap with Ronnie Perkins.
Yep.
Belichick doing Belichick things, man. Not even having to make moves and getting super awesome picks out of it. Gotta respect the hustle, man. God, New England. Let me see here. However, I mean, the issue in New England is they still need offensive weapons. Because you're not going to win games with nobody.
This is true.
So the Chargers pick is in. Do we see a tight end? Do we see a D tackle? Marvin Wilson, maybe? I'm just real high on Marvin Wilson. Chargers took Rashawn Slater, Asante Samuel Jr., Josh Palmer, and now Trey McKitty, the tight end from Georgia. A lot of Georgia Bulldogs coming off the boards today. Yesterday it was all about Alabama. Today's all about Georgia. So that means that the Denver Broncos, their pick is in already, so the Cowboys are on the clock. So the Denver Broncos have taken Pat Surtain II and Javonte Williams. And they have 2 compensatory picks here at the end of the 3rd round. They could be looking for lineman help, guard, center. They could also be looking for a linebacker or a quarterback as well. Positions to keep your eyes on for the Denver Broncos. And as far as best available goes, I mean, best available right now is a linebacker that they could use, one Jabril Cox from LSU. And Cox did transfer to LSU from North Dakota State. While he's got great length, he's still not very good at utilizing that length to get off of blocks. So he's got to do that. Although he is instinctive in zone coverage and he's fluid matching up in man, and he flashes as a pass rusher. He's a rangy run defender that also has good closing speed, but it's just consistency. And, that's the trick. So here's the Broncos pick coming up, and then the Cowboys will have their final pick of the 3rd round, followed by the Titans, the Lions, 49ers, Rams, Ravens, and then Broncos will wrap up the 3rd round. I don't know what to think about this. This whole
I don't either.
experience.
I'm not sure either.
Like, my knee-jerk reaction is to be upset about it because I'm not happy about it, but at the same time, I don't hate it.
Well, that's the problem. I guess because
I feel indifferent towards
you and I were running so many different mock drafts, right?
Right.
All these different things, and none of these guys really were in our mocks. Not what we're talking about right now.
The only guy that the Cowboys took that I ever mocked to them in any of my picks, maybe the positions were the same, just the names were different. But the only one that I got that was the actual player was Chauncey Golston.
Yeah, but that was in the 4th round, wasn't it?
Yeah, in all my mocks, I took him later.
That's what
But
I mean.
I think it's because so many edge rushers have been taken in this draft.
Well,
I think they might have panicked a little bit, like, hey, if we don't take him now, we won't have one.
I'm pretty sure that's it.
And we like this one in particular.
And I don't have a problem with it. I guess the thing that really threw our draft off, Miners, there he goes.
There goes Miners, yeah.
One
One of the top centers or guards in this class.
Once Surtain left, and because we just knew we were going to get one of those two, J.C. Horn or Surtain, both those went
Knew it.
directly in front of us. So, but I don't hate them.
Knew that was a possibility.
Yeah, but I didn't hate the Micah Parsons pick at all. I love that. This dude's an absolute freak. I love that dude. But this 2nd round, it kind of threw me off. Kyle Joseph was not the pick I thought they were going to make right there.
2nd round there?
Yeah.
I'm with you. The Cowboys pick is in, by the way. Just waiting for that to be announced.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what this treasure is.
So, Micah Parsons, Kelvin Joseph. I got to look at dude's name before I even try to pronounce it. I'll probably pronounce it right once I look at it. But I need to look at it to make sure I'm getting the right syllables out here. Yeah, Osa Odigizua. It sounds weird until you look at it, and once you look at it, you're like, okay, I got it. The defensive tackle from UCLA still would have preferred a different defensive tackle, but I'm cool with Odigizua.
Yeah.
And then Chauncey Golston, again, another player that I would have liked, but I would have liked him more in the 4th round.
That's right.
And not here in the 3rd.
This dude right here, though, man.
Yeah, so these were the workouts.
See, I wouldn't have been upset with him at all if the Cowboys would have taken this dude on the offensive line. I probably wouldn't have been upset at all with this dude. Because I'm sorry, that's insane.
All right, but he needs to go to Denver where there's just
Trees.
snow and weird altitude.
That's right.
And
all the stuff he can
cold
feel at
weather
home.
and just things that are generally awful.
That's right.
So the Cowboys pick is in. We're just waiting for them to shut up long enough to announce it.
Yep.
And that'll be... You know, I don't know how to measure my expectations for the Cowboys this year. Because we know what the offense can be.
That's right.
But we don't know how Dak will bounce back.
I think that's going to be fine.
Can we get the offensive line healthy?
I think that's going to be the real big question right there is that.
Literally, the only thing we're not questioning on the offense right now are the wide receivers.
No, I think we're stacked. I think Dak's going to be fine. I like Zeke's working out what he is and really trying to get back in that great Zeke shape that we're used to seeing him in, that playing shape.
Right. Deshaun Wright.
What? Oh, my God. That dude really 6'4"?
That's a big toothpick. He's
Holy
6'4", 183.
183.
Bro, put on like 17 pounds of muscle, man.
I swear.
And I'll be thrilled, maybe.
I guarantee you this right here, though, was
Dude,
Dan Quinn all the way.
And dude runs a 4.47.
Yeah, I guarantee you this is Dan Quinn all the way. Saying,
Hey,
this is the guy we want.
Heard this
Go get
guy's
him.
name at all.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you could be right. This could be the perfect Dan Quinn move.
He's like, look, all we got to do is match up outside. This
Right.
dude's got the things we need. Put him out there.
Oh, who's that? We're playing against Julio this week.
Yeah.
He's 6'4". It'd be a shame if we had someone who could match him equally. You know?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Like, God, 6'4" corner. I would have gone with Melifonwu, but, you know, whatever. To each their own.
Wow, man. This has been an interesting draft.
Like, what is it that they like more about that guy than Melifonwu?
I don't even know.
That's what I need to know.
You know, that whole draft room of the Cowboys right now is like, what is going on here?
I'm wondering
how were we this?
Right, I'm wondering if these picks are coaches or if they are the scouts. Like, who's winning the argument to present the pick? Because according to ESPN, Deshaun Wright is the 272nd best player.
God bless Dane Brugler. Full, thorough scouting report on Deshaun Wright, who the rest of us have never heard of.
Dane Brugler's the truth, man.
He is, dude. I mean, that is craziness.
It seems like Deshaun Wright is a guy who could possibly be coached up. So he's tall, he's lean, he's got long arms and good speed. He has above average ball skills and good upside as a press corner.
But this dude is a 7th round graded out guy.
That's what I'm saying.
He's a 7th round graded out guy. Why would you reach now for that?
Because they
I
didn't
don't even understand that.
You could have gone with Melifonwu.
This makes 0 sense to me. I get it. 6'4", you like his height. But you still could have got him later. That's the point.
Jeff Kavanaugh said Melifonwu better have a medical flag if they picked a dude I'd never heard of before.
What is even happening here?
Yeah. I can't believe I put this much time and effort into this thing. Yeah.
Dude.
Just to be this disappointed.
I swear. And there's
Dear
zero
God.
question I'm disappointed in this draft. I feel like Philadelphia felt last year. The fans.
Yeah.
It's how this feels this year.
Dallas has gone full Philly on this draft.
Oh, they have. Talking about crap in the bed. And there's no way you're convincing me that this was the smart pick at this point in the draft in the third round. No freaking way.
Right.
When you've got all this talent out there above that, you could have still picked this dude up.
Right. Elijah Molden, still available. Melifonwu, still available. So many guys just waiting to be taken, that have, man, what's that word? Oh, skill. So there goes Elijah Molden, right after the nobody that most people in America didn't know existed. Oh my God.
What is even this?
Jesus Christ.
A no-star recruit out of high school.
Right?
Yeah.
I wonder if someone misheard the name. Maybe the Southern draw threw somebody off. I mean, what the actual hell was that? Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dear God. Well, this is why they don't, publicly list numbers like that anymore.
I swear.
Folks will be calling Jerry all night long. What the hell are y'all doing? Oh, and then there goes Melifonwu right after Molden, who both of them went right after Nashawn, right? Oh, sweet Jesus, man. Melifonwu, press corner, smooth mover. Not the best tackler in the world. But dear God, why do we like a guy named Nashawn Wright over another guy who has an NFL bloodline? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. Oh my goodness. Well, so we got the 49ers, the Rams, the Ravens, and Denver that will round out the end of day 2 of the NFL draft.
Just how even do you do
Guys
that?
We've been talking about for so long. The Cowboys take a random, and then Elijah Molden and Melifonwu, the guys who were the top 2 corners coming into today, still sitting there. And then they go right after the Cowboys pick at 99. I mean, you're going to see the Cowboys Twitter is going to go
It
crazy
should too,
tonight.
because that was straight trash.
That was, and who knows, we could be wrong. Maybe Nashawn Wright is an absolute gem.
But he's an absolute gem. You could have got absolutely
Like,
2 rounds later at least.
Without a doubt. Because no one else knows he exists on this planet. Yeah, Molden or Melifonwu, that is how I would have rolled. And who talked them, who is the guy that made that choice? Who fought for Nashawn Wright?
Oh, I got the brain pain now.
Dear God.
What is...
Another higher level corner, Ambry Thomas.
I swear. There's no way everybody's not laughing at the Cowboys right now for that pick. Because it's dumb.
Deservedly so.
Even if you still wanted the guy and liked the guy, you could have got him so much later. This was not a pick you had to make right now.
Oh, like, I understand that Jerry's old. But, I mean, does he have dementia?
Well, I guarantee you, Jerry didn't know who that was either. Somebody told him this is the pick. Jerry did not know who this dude was.
Oh, dear God.
That was trash. So, remember when you asked earlier about do Cowboys win 4 games this year? I'm going to go no.
Maybe they win 4.
Not on purpose, they don't.
No, never on purpose.
Holy Lord.
Oh, my God.
That was the biggest.
I wonder if the Cowboys Twitter account will get bullied so bad that the social media person running it has a panic attack and deactivates it.
Dude, I swear. I swear.
I don't know. I don't know, guys. I wish I could tell you something. But I honestly don't know what has happened with Dallas. Like, all I can tell you guys is maybe don't smoke crack. Like, that's...
I swear.
You want to see the difference in overall rank between Nashawn Wright and Elijah Molden? Nashawn Wright, overall rank 272. Elijah Molden, 49. And he was still available at pick 99.
Yep. My gut opinion is that I don't remember the last time I felt more thrown for a loop by a day of Cowboys picks, LOL. And the irony is that I started off the day feeling so proud of myself for nailing the Kelvin Joseph pick. Nation Wright says I'm an anomaly.
No, you're anonymous.
No, dude. What is... Oh, my God. Wow. I know I'm not drunk because I haven't been drinking.
Right.
But I feel like I've lived this whole day.
I need to after this. Dear Lord.
I feel like alcoholism is a must right now.
Oh, my God.
I remember a time 2 days ago when we were really looking forward to this draft.
Yeah, me too. I remember a time at like 5 o'clock, so about a little over 5.5 hours ago, where I was super pumped about this.
Oh, my
And then it started happening.
And what makes it worse is you're sitting there looking at how happy and ecstatic everybody is in that war room, and I'm thinking this is another losing season coming. There's no way you look at this pick and go, this is the smart pick right here. Well, you could have taken either one of those guys that picked after them and then went and got this dude tomorrow easily.
Any of the 3 guys that came after him.
Yeah, you could have got any of those dudes and came back tomorrow and still got this dude in the 6th round, 7th round. No one would have taken that guy. He was right for the picking. God.
Sweet cream on an
Good
ice
Lord.
cream sandwich.
Jeez, that's wow. That's incredible. Incredibly dumb.
Sammy, would you have made that pick? Would you have made that pick? No, that's right, because it was dumb. It was a dumb pick. I agree. Who would you have taken? Melifonwu? Molden? Would you have taken Molden? Or would you have taken Melifonwu? Not right, though, right?
I just can't even believe that just happened.
You must need to go potty. Come here. Hey, everyone, look at this sweet pupper. Okay, stop that.
He is a sweetie.
Stop down. Samuel. You need to go outside.
He's like, yep, I got a potty, dude.
Why don't you tell Ari?
Hold on. This nightmare's almost over, Sammy.
Oh, my goodness. So, Ernest Jones is the pick for the Rams, the linebacker from South Carolina. Little undersized, a little on the slower side as well. But hey, man, if you can play, you can play. Maybe, you know Nashawn Wright. Maybe he can play too. I don't know.
If you know anomalies, you know Nashawn Wright.
Dear
Anomaly. Sweet Lord. No way.
Just a few minutes, man. We're almost done.
Yeah, we'll be done in just a second, buddy.
Dak Prescott had alleged character concerns coming into the draft and has been legit one of the best leaders in football. So, keep that in mind when you're talking about guys with character concerns.
Sure, yeah. Okay. I'm not really worried about the Kelvin Joseph thing. I mean, the only thing I'm worried about.
I'm just reading a random tweet.
But that's the thing too, because that's what I think of, because that's what we talked about earlier, was that. But I mean, the thing with the difference is that Dak never phoned it in on in the football field and acting like he didn't want to be there, any of that stuff.
Come on, come back here, get back here. You gotta be back here.
You can't be up there.
All right, so we got the Ravens selection, which will be followed up by the Broncos selection, and that will end day 2.
Thank God.
Of the NFL draft. It'll give time for Jerry Jones to get his blood sugar back up, because obviously it bottomed out for him to make these stupid decisions. Brandon Stevens, a corner from SMU, 6 feet tall, 213 pounds. God, I would take that over Nashawn Wright.
I swear.
Like, Nashawn Wright's one good quality is he's tall.
That's it. It's like, dude, there are a lot of tall people.
They're not necessarily good at anything. You know, like, just because you're tall doesn't mean you are good at anything. Just because you're short doesn't mean you're bad at anything. That's why you shouldn't sleep on Ardarius Washington. Throwing that out there. Just to drive the point home.
Oh, I'd give real money to hear what they're saying right now.
Well, he's tall and he's fast. Let me put that out there. So he's not just tall, he's also fast. We're almost done. We just got to get this one last pick, buddy.
That's right.
Denver is, they've got the final pick of the 3rd round is in, and then we can all go to sleep and end this nightmare we've all been living through.
I'll tell you what, this is tragedy.
Well, depending on your team. If you're the Patriots.
Oh, yeah. If you're literally anybody else right now.
If you're the Dolphins, you're thrilled. If you're the Panthers, you're thrilled. So the Broncos take Baron Browning. What a gem of a pick to end the 3rd round.
I was amazing if you had a team that could have picked Baron Browning right here at the end of the 3rd. Or anybody else not named Nashawn Wright.
So Baron Browning, I mean, if you've been following any kind of draft coverage at all, he was a solid 2nd or 3rd round pick. Super athletic linebacker. Has a lot to learn as far as, you know, from a technician and really solidifying his knowledge of the linebacker position.
Stop.
But the build is ideal. Almost 6'3", 245 pounds. Great athleticism. He's better as an outside player or an edge rusher, and he's just wildly inconsistent. But a lot of that can come with experience.
Yep.
Baron Browning might be the best pick of this 3rd round. Well, I'll take that back. The 2 picks after Cowboys were really good, too.
Yep.
A lot of these compensatory picks were strong, except for whatever the hell Dallas was doing.
I swear. I can't wait to hear these excuses. And you know they're coming.
Man.
This is what we thought. They're going to try to justify this any way they can. There's zero justification for it. You cannot justify a potential 7th round graded draft choice. This dude probably wouldn't even gotten drafted, to be honest with you, at the end of the 7th round.
Nope.
And here we go. You're using a 3rd round pick when you could have gotten literally all this talent. Even if it doesn't work out, you got all this talent right here ready to play now. Stupid. Idiotic.
Absolutely.
That just makes zero sense. You are the laughing stock of the NFL on this draft day. There's no other way around it. Just no other way around it. That's straight trash, garbage move. Garbage move, dude.
On a few things,
oh, my Lord.
On a few decisions
yeah, that last one was just straight garbage. Garbage.
Maybe tomorrow we'll start off
dumb.
Better. Maybe there's a Bobby Brown or a Marvin Wilson in the future for the Cowboys. One can only hope.
Man, this trash right there, though. That was dumb.
Yeah, passing on Melifonwu and Molden, that's
dumb.
That's
that makes zero sense right there.
Very hard to defend.
You can't. There's just zero defense against that. Because this dude would have been here tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the reason.
Absolutely.
I don't mind
and
if
not
you
just been here tomorrow, been here late
yeah,
tomorrow.
and I don't mind if you make the Nashawn Wright pick. But he's going to be there tomorrow. That's when you make that pick. God bless.
He was in no danger of going anywhere.
None at all. Sweet Lord.
So, guys, we want to remind you that if you're watching on Facebook, go ahead, like the video.
That's right.
Share the video. You can share the page. Whatever. Help Undefined Radio grow. That's what we're about. Is we like to promote small businesses. We are a small business. If you are a small business owner, Chad is starting up Undefined Lunch again. So
That's right.
We'll be live streaming all of those interviews that happened on Undefined Lunch. They will be broadcast on Facebook and on the Undefined Radio YouTube channel.
Exactly.
So if you're interested in that, shoot us an email, radio@undefinedradio.com. Send an email, tell what you want to do. If you're a musician, if you're looking for an avenue to spread and share your music, we would love to host you for an interview as well. Again, that email address, radio@undefinedradio.com. Don't forget, tomorrow morning is the local yokel show.
That's right, from 9 to 11.
Johnny Pace, Ricky Swindle, they'll be right here with you on undefinedradio.com or the free Undefined Radio app. And then Monday nights, that's when we have bottom card booking.
From 6 to 7.
That is from 6 to 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. That is the pro wrestling show on Undefined Radio. It will be live streaming on YouTube, on Facebook. Just search for Undefined Radio on both of those. Or, of course, you can listen on undefinedradio.com or the free Undefined Radio app. Guys, we have done, let's see, roughly 9 hours, maybe a little over 9 hours, 9.5 hours.
Yep.
Of NFL draft coverage
That's
over
right.
the last 2 days. I hope you guys appreciate.
Dude, we'll do it.
We have put
We'll
in
promote
a
your
lot
music.
of effort, a lot of work into this, a lot of research and time.
Yeah.
Time I probably should have spent on other more productive things. However, I enjoy this a lot. So, it was a good time. Like to see how the future of the NFL is shaping, what teams can we expect to maybe make some serious moves as far as in-season success when the NFL rears its head.
I can see who ain't.
And also see, which teams in college football really are going to have to reload.
Oh, yeah.
Some of these teams are replacing a lot of talent.
Well, they are.
Alabama and Georgia, Clemson and Ohio State, they've moved a lot of players through the first 2 days of the NFL draft. But they're great teams, so they'll probably have a little easier time to replenish that talent. But guys, we want to thank you. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, go ahead, give the video, hit that thumbs up button.
Subscribe to the channel.
After you hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell anytime we go live. If you have any interest in Undefined Radio videos, regardless of whether you're going to watch them or not, hit that notification bell. You'll at least get notified that a new video has been uploaded.
That's right.
If your sole interest is football stuff, whenever we discuss football, you will know. If you are only here for pro wrestling, you will know. If you like the local yokels, if they're your favorite, when they go live, you will know. So, like I said, like the video, subscribe on YouTube, and then go ahead and turn on that notification bell. If you want to be interviewed on Undefined Lunch, or if you want to be a station sponsor or a show sponsor for any of our programming here at undefinedradio.com, go ahead and submit those emails to radio@undefinedradio.com. He's Chad. I'm JC. We do very much appreciate you guys
Absolutely.
sitting with us for 9 hours of coverage over the last few days. I know it's a lot, especially to hear my voice and to hear his voice so extensively. It's kind of rough. Want to thank guys that have contributed to the stream. Alan 2-Count Lentz, who is one of the hosts of
Yes.
He was here with us last night, so want to thank him. Also, Nick Williams, man.
Yeah, thanks for being here the whole time, Nick.
MVP of the chat over the last 2 days, for sure. So, shout out to Nick Williams.
And Junior, thanks for popping in, buddy.
Yeah, Junior was popping in and out there a little bit as well. So, thank you guys for coming in, joining, contributing on both Facebook and on YouTube. We want to thank you guys very much. But until the next time we see you guys, we have been the Big Uglies, and you have been listening to UndefinedRadio.com.
30, 35 down the sidelines to the 40, makes a move to the 45, the 50, he's to the 40, he could go, he's at the 25, the 20, they dive at him, they miss him, he's in the end zone, touchdown!
Launches the throw down toward the goal line, going up, ball tipped in the air.